Chapter 675. When he saw Feng Tianwu's pitilessly beautiful face revealing a dumbstruck expression, Duan Lingtian said, "Tianwu, if you want a grade 3 spirit weapon, then elder brother Duan can refine it for you. But elder brother Duan temporarily doesn't have the materials required to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon, so you need to prepare them yourself." Duan Lingtian spoke extremely casually. It was as if refining a grade 3 spirit weapon was utterly nothing to him. Of course. In fact, refining a grade 3 spirit weapon was indeed nothing to Duan Lingtian. "Elder brother Duan, you want to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for me?" Feng Tianwu returned to her senses, and her beautiful face contained slight excitement as she asked with slight uncertainty. Grade 3 spirit weapon. Not to mention her, even her father didn't possess one. Throughout the entire Feng clan, there wasn't a single grade 3 spirit weapon. Now, she had the chance to obtain a grade 3 spirit weapon. How could she not be excited? As for the problem of materials, she didn't care. With the Feng clan's resources and reserves, not to mention the materials required for a grade 3 spirit weapon, it might even be possible for them to gather the materials required for a grade 2 spirit weapon. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Father. After Feng Tianwu obtained Duan Lingtian's confirmation, she looked at Feng Wudao. Meanwhile, Feng Wudao had already returned to his senses, and he'd heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and his precious daughter. He looked at Duan Lingtian. "Kid Lingtian, what materials do you need?" With a raise of his hand, a brush and paper appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, and he wrote down a pile of materials on it. "You need so many materials." Feng Wudao was slightly surprised as he looked at the dense words on the paper Duan Lingtian passed over. "The materials I've written on it are sufficient to refine 4 ordinary grade 3 spirit weapons. At that time, Tianwu will have one, Uncle Feng will have one, Elder Kong and Grandma Shu will have one each." Duan Lingtian explained slowly. The reason why he added the word conventional was because of the shadow that Duan Lingtian was traumatized by Zhong Shouyong's spirit weapon, the bottle gourd. The amount of materials required to make that gourd was simply not something an ordinary grade 3 spirit weapon could compare to. You want to refine grade 3 spirit weapons for the 3 of us?" Even if Feng Wudao had roamed unhindered for half of his life, at this very moment, he couldn't help but be shocked by Duan Lingtian's courage. Originally, when he heard Duan Lingtian say that he could forge a grade 3 spirit weapon, he was already extremely shocked. After all, Duan Lingtian was too young. Could such a young grade 3 weapons craftsman really appear in this world? However, the grade 3 spirit sword that Duan Lingtian withdrew and the confidence that Duan Lingtian inadvertently revealed caused him to realize that Duan Lingtian ought to not be boasting. If Duan Lingtian was boasting, then it was utterly impossible for him to take the initiative to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for his precious daughter. Yet now, not only did Duan Lingtian intend to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for his daughter, he even intended to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for every single one of them present. "Brother Duan, you aren't joking, right?" Elder Kong's breathing became slightly hurried as he asked with slight uncertainty. In the entire Dark Han dynasty, his attainments in the Tao of inscriptions could be considered to be at the top. But in the Tao of weapons refinement, he was a complete and utter stranger. He had his own network of connections in the Dark Han dynasty, and his network of connections included the few grade 4 weapons craftsmen in the Dark Han dynasty, but even then, he only had a few grade 4 spirit weapons in his possession. Not to mention himself, he didn't even dare think about a grade 3 spirit weapon. Even if it was to those grade 4 weapons craftsmen of his, it was an existence that was far beyond their reach. Yet now, someone wanted to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for him. Most importantly, this person was Duan Lingtian. He'd already deeply experienced Duan Lingtian's miraculousness a few years ago. At that time, Duan Lingtian had guided him greatly in the Tao of inscriptions, and it allowed him to benefit greatly. At that time, he knew that this young man couldn't be underestimated. Even though Duan Lingtian was young, Duan Lingtian possessed attainments in the Tao of inscriptions that far surpassed him. Such a young person possessing attainments that far surpassed him in the Tao of inscriptions had already caused him to be extremely shocked, and he felt that he'd lived half his life in vain. But now, this young man said he was capable of refining a grade 3 spirit weapon. If all this was true, then wouldn't it mean that this young man's attainments in the Tao of weapons refinement could similarly be said to have reached the acme of perfection, and it was sufficient to cause those few most outstanding old fellows in the Dark Han dynasty to feel embarrassed? Even Elder Kong didn't know the reason. At this moment, he actually felt slightly delighted in his heart. Perhaps it was because there were a few people by his side that were in the same situation as him. Elder Kong, why would I lie to you? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled when faced with Elder Kong's question. Once the materials are gathered, I'll refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for all of you. Elder Kong, the clan ought to have a collection of these materials. You make a trip. With a raise of his hand, Feng Wu Dao passed the paper that had numerous materials written on it to Elder Kong. Elder Kong nodded and left after receiving the paper. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian continued sitting before the table and tasted the tea Grandma Shu brewed for him. At this moment, his heart was extremely calm. But, at this moment, only Duan Lingtian was able to maintain his calm. No matter if it was Feng Wu Dao and Feng Wu Dao who sat at the side or Grandma Shu who stood at the side, their expressions changed constantly. They occasionally looked at the violet-clothed young man that sat there silently drinking tea, and they felt they were more and more unable to see through the young man. Half an hour later, Elder Kong returned with a pile of materials written by Duan Lingtian. As expected of a formidable clan that's only inferior to the imperial family in the Dark Han dynasty. The strength of the Feng clan's resources and reserves is shocking. Duan Lingtian was slightly shocked in his heart as he never imagined that Elder Kong would only use half an hour to prepare so many materials. Since he'd obtained the materials, Duan Lingtian intended to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon. First, Duan Lingtian organized the pile of materials Elder Kong withdrew from his spatial ring as he asked Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, Elder Kong, and Grandma Shu. He mainly asked them what spirit weapons they usually used. There were extremely many types of spirit weapons, like spirit sabers, spirit swords, spirit spears, and so on and so forth. Elder brother Duan, help me refine a spirit whip. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face flushed slightly red from excitement. When he heard Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall the scene when he'd met Feng Tianwu for the first time in the Darkstone Empire's Phoenix Nest City. At that time, he'd fought Feng Tianwu the first time they met on the combat arena during the groom search competition. He still remembered that the weapon Feng Tianwu used at that time was a spirit whip. All right. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded, and then he started to prepare to refine a spirit whip for Feng Tianwu. A spirit whip wasn't a special spirit weapon, and the materials required to refine it weren't much inferior to spirit sabers and spirit swords. Hiss. With a raise of his hand, a strand of violet-colored flames abruptly arose from the center of Duan Lingtian's palm. The surroundings of the violet-colored flames faintly had traces of copper edges flickering. Violet copper flame. Elder Kong's pupils constricted as he exclaimed in surprise. As an outstanding inscription master and coupled with his good relationship with the grade 4 weapons craftsman of the Dark Han dynasty, Elder Kong had a certain level of understanding towards high-grade weapon flames. He knew clearly in his heart. The violet copper flame was a grade 3 weapon flame, and only a grade 3 weapons craftsman were capable of condensing it. At this moment, he didn't have any doubts towards Duan Lingtian's identity as a grade 3 weapons craftsman any longer. The nearby Feng Wu Dao's eyes revealed slight astonishment as well. Even though he was mentally prepared since long ago, but when he really saw Duan Lingtian condense a grade 3 pill flame, he still couldn't help but be slightly shocked. As expected of the man destined for the young miss. His extraordinary as expected. Grandma Shu stood at the side and muttered. Grandma Shu's voice wasn't loud, but who amongst the people present didn't possess a profound cultivation and unique hearing ability? Besides Duan Lingtian, who was concentrating on weapon refinement, the remaining people clearly heard Grandma Shu's words. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face blushed slightly as she snuck a glance at Duan Lingtian, and when she noticed that Duan Lingtian seemed to not have heard Grandma Shu, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Presently, her heartbeat was extremely fast. Because of that prophecy, she had a strange feeling towards Duan Lingtian, who'd once defeated her in a domineering manner. This feeling pulled the distance between her and Duan Lingtian extremely close. At this moment, Duan Lingtian naturally didn't notice Feng Tianwu's gaze that seemed to have a guilty conscience as it swept over from time to time. Presently, he was completely immersed in weapon refinement. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The movements of Duan Lingtian's hands were exceedingly swift, and they seemed to have transformed into numerous bolts of lightning that ceaselessly crisscrossed past each other. At the same time, the pile of weapon refinement materials in his hand were quickly melted into pools of liquid by the grade 3 weapon flame, and they ceaselessly roiled in the air. What a miraculous method of weapon refinement! Elder Kong exclaimed with admiration. Even though he was a layman in the Tao of weapons refinement. But as the saying goes, even if one hasn't eaten pork, one has at least seen a pig run. In the past, Elder Kong had successively seen 3 grade 4 weapons craftsmen refine grade 4 spirit weapons. But as far as he was concerned, the method of weapon refinement of those 3 grade 4 weapons craftsmen was utterly unable to compare to the method of weapon refinement of the violet-clothed young man before him. They were completely not on the same level. 2 hours passed, and the embryonic form of a whip was slowly taking form between Duan Lingtian's hands that raged with the grade 3 weapon flame. Now, it had already reached the final moment. Less than an hour of time was left before the spirit whip was completely refined. Presently, Duan Lingtian still wasn't distracted, and he stared with concentration at the spirit whip that had taken form in his hand, as if he was staring with concentration at his sweetheart. This scene caused Feng Tianwu's mood to slightly surge. It was the first time she'd seen Duan Lingtian have such a concentrated appearance. It couldn't be denied that Duan Lingtian's current appearance was extremely charming, and it had completely attracted her. It was even to the extent that he'd unknowingly and silently captured her heart. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten the so-called prophecy, and wasn't bound by the prophecy any longer, and she'd truly fallen in love with this man that was filled with charm from head to toe. Alas! A grown girl can't be kept at home. Chapter 676. In less than an hour, the violet copper pill fire in Duan Lingtian's hand was extinguished abruptly. Whoosh! Whereas a crimson-red and exquisite whip slowly descended into his hand, and it flickered with strands of crimson-red sheens that were extremely gorgeous. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he passed the whip in his hand to Feng Tianwu. Try it. Thank you, elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with excitement that was impossible to restrain, and she received the whip in Duan Lingtian's hand as if she'd obtained a treasure. Then she took a deep breath before the origin energy in her hand raged and fused into the whip. Instantly, the crimson-red whip seemed to have been bestowed with intelligence, and it lightly flicked up as if it had transformed into a crimson-red python. Swish! Feng Tianwu's hand shook, and the whip instantly swept out like a venomous snake leaving its lair, and it moved menacingly. At the same time, 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky, and then another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. 17 ancient horned dragon silhouettes converged together, and they were lifelike and possessed an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. An amplification of 70% again? Feng Tianwu, who'd put away the spirit whip in her hand, looked at the 17 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that were gradually disappearing in the sky above her, and she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. This, on the other hand, Feng Wu Dao, Elder Kong, and Grandma Shu who stood nearby were dumbstruck as well. The scene before their eyes had completely exceeded their expectations. It wasn't because they'd witnessed Duan Lingtian refining a grade 3 spirit weapon with their own 2 eyes that they were so shocked. Early on when Duan Lingtian condensed the violet copper pill fire, they knew that Duan Lingtian was indeed a grade 3 weapons craftsman, and it wasn't difficult for a grade 3 weapons craftsman to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon. Now, the reason why they were surprised was because of the amplification power of the spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand. Although they'd witnessed the 70% amplification from Duan Lingtian's sword earlier, they only thought that it was due to Duan Lingtian's good luck that he was able to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon that could be called the best of the best. Who would have thought that Duan Lingtian would be able to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon that could provide a 70% boost? This made them inexplicably shocked. Could it be luck? For a time, it wasn't just Feng Wu Dao's group of 3, even Feng Tianwu was shocked by the amplification of the spirit whip in her hand. In their eyes, this might be luck. Soon, The four of them looked at Du and Lingtian again. Presently, Du and Lingtian had already started to refine a second grade 3 spirit weapon. This grade 3 spirit weapon was refined for Feng Wu Dao, and the weapon Feng Wu Dao carried with him was a sword. Du and Lingtian was extremely familiar with swords, so when he refined it, his speed was even faster than when he refined the spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand. In merely 2 hours, Du and Lingtian had refined a completely new grade 3 spirit sword. So fast. The speed of Du and Lingtian's weapon refinement caused Elder Kong, who'd once seen a grade 4 weapons craftsman refine a grade 4 spirit weapon, to be unable to refrain from gasping. If he wasn't mistaken. Even if it was those famous grade 4 weapons craftsmen of the Dark Han dynasty that he knew, the one that refined spirit weapons the fastest seemed to need over 10 hours to refine a grade 4 spirit weapon. But when it came to Du and Lingtian, a grade 3 spirit weapon of an even higher grade only required 2 hours to refine successfully. Those fellows have always bragged before me in the past. If I let them know that Brother Duan only needs 2 hours to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon, then let me see if any of them would dare brag again. Elder Kong grunted in a low voice as he muttered, "Uncle Feng." With a raise of his hand, the jade-green 3-foot-long blade in Du and Lingtian's hand whistled out, and it was brought along by his origin energy to float before Feng Wu Dao. Feng Wu Dao lightly nodded, then with a raise of his hand, the 3-foot-long blade had already arrived before Feng Tianwu. "Father!" Feng Tianwu was stunned. "Give it a try," Feng Wu Dao said to Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu took a deep breath when she heard this, then she put away the grade 3 spirit whip in her hand into her spatial ring as if she'd obtained a precious treasure, and then she held the grade 3 spirit sword that Du and Lingtian had just refined. The grade 3 spirit sword was completely jade green, and there were faint azure lights flickering in its surroundings. Coupled with the sharp edge of the sword, it gave off an all-conquering feeling. Whoosh! The origin energy in Feng Tianwu's hand rose before gushing into the grade 3 spirit sword. Subsequently, whoosh! In the sky above Feng Tianwu, the energy of heaven and earth started to roil as 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes directly condensed into form, and they bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they coiled down. At the side of the 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, another few ancient horned dragon silhouettes were swiftly condensing into form, at the same time. Feng Wu Dao, Elder Kong, and Grandma Shu practically held their breaths at the same time, and they had serious expressions as they looked at the few ancient horned dragon silhouettes that were slowly condensing into form. In next to no time, an additional 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared before their eyes. It's an amplification of 70% again. The corners of Elder Kong's mouth twitched, and his expression was slightly stiff. Grandma Shu was stunned. As for Feng Wu Dao, a bold guess arose in his heart. That was, so long as it was a grade 3 spirit weapon refined by Du and Lingtian, it ought to be the best amongst the best. The first and second time was luck, and the third time was still the same, so it wasn't likely to be luck again. As expected. Along with Du and Lingtian continuing, the last 2 grade 3 spirit weapons were refined by him, and they similarly revealed an amplification of 70%. At this moment, Feng Wu Dao had completely confirmed his guess. So long as it was a grade 3 spirit weapon refined by Du and Lingtian, it would surely possess an amplification of 70%. Now, it wasn't only Feng Wu Dao that had confirmed it, even Feng Tianwu, Elder Kong, and Grandma Shu had confirmed it. For a time, the gazes they shot at Du and Lingtian seemed as if they were looking at a monster. A grade 3 weapons craftsman at such an age was already sufficient to cause one to be extremely shocked. But Du and Lingtian wasn't just a grade 3 weapons craftsman, he was even a weapons craftsman that could easily refine a grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70%. Even though they didn't know anything about weapons craftsmen above grade 3. But they could imagine that to an ordinary grade 3 weapons craftsman, refining a grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70% was surely not a simple matter. The sun has almost risen. I'm going to rest for a while. Du and Lingtian glanced at the 4 people that were staring at him in high spirits, then stretched his body before directly slipping away. For a time, only the 4 of them remained looking at each other. Monster. In the end, besides Feng Tianwu, Feng Wu Dao, Elder Kong, and Grandma Shu practically spoke out in unison. Wu, You go back and rest as well. It'll be dawn soon. At that time, the second phase of the dynasty martial competition will begin. Feng Wu Dao said to Feng Tianwu. Okay. Feng Tianwu replied and left. There wasn't the slightest trace of exhaustion on her beautiful face, and her beautiful eyes were brimming with spirit. She utterly didn't seem like someone that hadn't slept for an entire night. Actually, to a martial artist at Feng Tianwu's level, even if she slept for a few days less, it wouldn't have any bad effects. Looks like we've still underestimated Brother Duan. Elder Kong repeatedly looked at the grade 5 spirit weapon in his hand, and after a long time, he let out a long sigh. He's surely the man the young miss is destined to be. Grandma Shu had an expression of certainty. We've indeed underestimated him. Feng Wu Dao lightly nodded, then repeatedly looked at the grade 3 spirit sword in his hand. Unknowingly, a wisp of a light smile had already appeared on the corners of his mouth. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room, he didn't sleep. I never imagined that after refining a spirit weapon for an entire night, I actually don't feel sleepy in the slightest. Looks like my memories have already completely fused with the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed as he thought to himself. Completely fusing with the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu meant that Duan Lingtian had truly inherited everything of the Samsara Emperor Wu, including some aspects of experience and methods. Just like tonight's weapon refinement. If it was in the past, Duan Lingtian would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago after successively refining a few spirit weapons like this. But now, he didn't feel the slightest bit of exhaustion. Today, I was able to refine those few grade 3 spirit weapons at my fingertips. It was as though the weapon refinement techniques and the weapon refinement experience I possessed was something I was born with. Duan Lingtian spread out his hands and stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. There's still a few hours before dawn. I can take a nap. As his thoughts spun abruptly, Duan Lingtian lay down on the bed before closing his eyes and slowly falling asleep. In his sleep, he had an extremely long dream. In his dream, he was reunited with his 2 fiancées that were as beautiful as flowers and jade, and they lived a quiet and peaceful life. There were no struggles, no pressure. They lived in seclusion in the mountains, the men plowing and the women weaving, and they lived freely. In next to no time, Ke and little Fei got pregnant successively. When he was about to become a father, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and he shuddered before waking up. Elder brother Duan, we're leaving. A pleasant voice sounded from outside the room. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was Feng Tianwu's voice. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a bitter smile. I was about to enjoy being a father. Tianwu's shout has shattered this dream. When he was washing up and changing his clothes, Duan Lingtian's mind was still ceaselessly flashing with 2 graceful and beautiful figures. It was precisely his 2 fiancées. Ke, Li Fei. Ke, little Fei. How are the 2 of you doing now? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. In the foreign lands. On a majestic and precipitous mountain peak, it was covered in snow all year round, and the entire mountain seemed to be covered in a layer of silver. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, 2 swift and graceful figures soared into the sky side by side, and in a short moment, they arrived outside the snowy mountain and hovered in the sky. These were 2 women that wore white clothes and had appearances that could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. The 2 women's appearances were on par, yet they were completely different types, and each had their own merits. Sister Fei Suddenly, one of the white-clothed women looked towards the south and muttered, "What do you think young master is doing now?" As the woman spoke, her pair of autumn eyes were filled with longing. I don't know either. Chapter 677. Duan Lingtian, Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong soared into the sky and left the estate within the estate. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian saw 4 people gathered together in the sky ahead, and the person in the lead was a middle-aged man that wore white clothes and had a handsome appearance. The middle-aged man emanated a dignified aura between his brows, and he'd obviously been in a high position for a long time. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the middle-aged man had looked over. Subsequently, the middle-aged man brought along the 3 people behind him to walk over to him. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew his limits and knew that the middle-aged man hadn't come for him. In next to no time, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the middle-aged man approached and lightly smiled as he looked at Feng Wudao who was by his side. Big brother. Elder Kong. After the middle-aged man greeted Feng Wudao, he looked at Elder Kong who was by Feng Wudao's side. Feng Wudao's expression remained unchanged as he nodded lightly. Patriarch. On the other hand, Elder Kong responded with a light smile. My lord, Senior Kong. Meanwhile, the three people that followed behind the middle-aged man bowed and greeted Feng Wudao and Elder Kong in a slightly respectful manner. Tianwu, the middle-aged man looked at Feng Tianwu and said with a light smile, as the saying goes, a woman changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. These words couldn't be more accurate when used on you. Second uncle, you're too kind. Feng Tianwu nodded and bowed to the middle-aged man, and she wasn't very warm. Actually, she really didn't have much interaction with the middle-aged man in the past. In the end, the middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a curious expression. This is... Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Now, he already knew the identity of the middle-aged man. It was undoubtedly the current patriarch of the Feng clan, and he seemed to be called Feng Tiannan. Patriarch, this is brother Duan Lingtian. Elder Kong introduced Duan Lingtian to Feng Tiannan, and then he introduced Duan Lingtian to Duan. Brother Duan, this is our Feng clan's patriarch. So it's brother Duan, excuse me. Feng Tiannan looked at Duan Lingtian and squeezed out a trace of a friendly smile. Patriarch Feng. Duan Lingtian squeezed out a smile as he replied, and he didn't lose his composure because the other party was the patriarch of the Feng clan. Duan Lingtian, however, didn't know that when his composure entered Feng Tiannan's eyes, it became unfathomable. Ever since he heard Elder Kong call him Brother Duan, Feng Tiannan had a slightly higher opinion of him, because Feng Tiannan knew that Elder Kong wouldn't casually call a junior brother. A person that was able to make Elder Kong address him like this surely had something extraordinary about him. Big brother, let's go. Along with Feng Tiannan greeting Feng Wudao in a slightly respectful manner, and after Feng Wudao replied, Duan Lingtian and the group of Feng clan members flew out of the Feng clan estate and headed towards the cage battle arena. On the way, Duan Lingtian began to size up the other three people following closely behind Feng Tiannan. Amongst the three people, 2 were old men over the age of 70, and only 1 was a young man. The young man was a young man that wore plain clothes, and his face had recovered its calm after he greeted Feng Wudao and Elder Kong, and he seemed to be indifferent to everything in his surroundings. Could it be that this person is the Feng clan's Feng Yunxiong? Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force swept out, and he instantly detected the young man's cultivation. 8th level of the Void Initiation stage? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised, as he never imagined that the Feng clan possessed such a formidable young genius. No wonder it's widely spread amongst the Feng clan disciples that Feng Yunxiong is the strongest in the Feng clan's younger generation. Looks like his reputation isn't undeserved. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was practically able to confirm that this young man was Feng Yunxiong, the #1 expert in the Feng clan's younger generation. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that Elder Kong had turned around and glanced at him with deep meaning. Duan Lingtian reacted to this, and he smiled slightly embarrassedly. He knew that Elder Kong had surely noticed him when he used his spiritual force to detect Feng Yunxiong earlier. With Elder Kong's extremely formidable spiritual force, it wasn't difficult for him to notice his spiritual force. Elder Kong's strength isn't simple. Presently, Duan Lingtian, who possessed a 2nd-level Void Interpretation stage spiritual force, was still able to notice the gap that was like a chasm between him and Elder Kong. According to Duan Lingtian's guess, Elder Kong was most probably in existence at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage or above. At least, Elder Kong's spiritual force was at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage or above. Brother Duan, I heard you're from the Darkstone Empire. You've come to participate in the Dynasty Martial competition as well? On the way, Feng Tiannan seemed to be extremely interested in Duan Lingtian, and he took the initiative to ask. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, as this wasn't a secret. Presumably, Feng Tiannan had already clearly investigated his identity since long ago, and Feng Tiannan was only pretending not to know him earlier. Brother Duan's natural talent is extremely strong. I heard that 3 people from the Darkstone Empire passed through the first phase of the Dynasty Martial competition yesterday. One of them ought to be Brother Duan, right? As Feng Tiannan finished speaking, he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded once more. He's a comparatively outstanding young genius in our Feng clan. Brother Duan can get to know him. He's called Feng Yunxiong. Subsequently, Feng Tiannan introduced Feng Yunxiong, who followed closely behind him, to Duan Lingtian. I've heard of him. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, then glanced at Feng Yunxiong, yet he noticed that the latter utterly didn't look him in the eye. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by this. As the most outstanding young genius of the Feng clan, it was unavoidable for him to be slightly arrogant. Even though with Feng Tianwu present, he might not be the most outstanding young genius of the Feng clan. These 2 are our Feng clan's Grand Elder and Second Elder. Feng Tiannan introduced the other 2 old men to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded to the 2 old men. But, from the beginning until the end, the 2 old men didn't spare a glance at Duan Lingtian, let alone pay attention to Duan Lingtian. Obviously, no matter if it was Feng Yunxiong or the 2 old men, they obviously didn't take Duan Lingtian seriously. Taking advantage of your seniority. After Feng Tianwu noticed that Duan Lingtian had fallen into an embarrassing situation, she couldn't help but grunt lightly before helping Duan Lingtian out of his predicament. Feng Tianwu's words caused the expressions of the 2 old men to go slightly grim, yet they didn't flare up in the end. What a joke! This young woman wasn't an ordinary young woman, and the person that stood behind her was far from someone the 2 of them were capable of going against. If they really infuriated that person, then they would surely die without a doubt. Even though no one knew what happened to the disappearance of the 3rd elder, they were able to guess who did it through some clues. But even if they'd successfully guessed it, they could only bury this matter deep in their hearts. Once it was exposed, then it would only be them that died. Duan Lingtian's heart felt slightly warm when he saw Feng Tianwu protecting him like this. Brother Lingtian. When the cage battle arena was nearby, a sonorous voice suddenly sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian looked over when he heard the voice. In the distance, there were 5 people flying over, and one of them was the first to speed up and arrive before Chen Shi in a short moment. Big Brother Zhong. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a brilliant smile when he saw the person that had arrived. The person that had arrived was none other than the Zhong clan's eldest young master, Zhong Shouyong. After not seeing him for so many days, Zhong Shouyong was still in high spirits. Lord Wu Dao, Senior Kong. After Zhong Shouyong smiled lightly to Duan Lingtian, he hurriedly looked at Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong before slightly bowing. Patriarch Feng. In the end, he looked at Feng Tiannan and lightly nodded as he bowed. As for the 2 Feng clan elders, he utterly didn't pay any attention to them. Feng Wu Dao nodded to Zhong Shouyong with a calm expression. Zhong Shouyong didn't mind this. It was even to the extent that as far as he was concerned, the fact that the person before him was nodding to him was already the greatest respect to him. A friendly smile appeared on Elder Kong's face as he praised. Patriarch Zhong has an outstanding son. I truly never imagined. Nephew, you actually know Brother Duan, and you seem to be very familiar with him? Feng Tiannan spoke with slight surprise. Brother Lingtian and I got to know each other a few years ago, and we can be considered to be brought together by fate. Zhong Shouyong nodded, and then he said, I've always felt proud that I was able to know this friend of his. His words were extremely respectful towards Duan Lingtian. Brother Duan is extraordinary indeed. Feng Tiannan agreed. This ought to be Lord Wu Dao's daughter, young Miss Tianwu, right? Suddenly, Zhong Shouyong's gaze descended onto Feng Tianwu, and he revealed a friendly smile. Big Brother Zhong, since you're a friend of Elder Brother Duan, then you're a friend of mine as well. You can just call me Tianwu. Feng Tianwu returned a friendly smile to Zhong Shouyong. Ha ha. All right. Tianwu. Zhong Shouyong was a straightforward person, and he directly agreed. But when he looked at Duan Lingtian once more, his gaze became even stranger, and at the same time, he said via voice transmission, Brother Lingtian, you're really capable. In my opinion, This young Miss Tian Wu seems to have already given her heart to you. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard Zhong Shouyong's frivolous words, and he refused to be outdone as he replied. Big brother Zhong, are you envious of me? If you're envious, then I can properly discuss it with sister-in-law later and allow you to take another concubine. You bastard. You win. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Zhong Shouyong instantly seemed as if he'd become a frosted eggplant, and he stopped arguing with Duan Lingtian. Or perhaps, it could be said that Duan Lingtian had grasped his Achilles' heel. Lord Wu Dao. Elder Kong. Patriarch Feng. Meanwhile, the Zhong clan members that were left behind by Zhong Shouyong came over successively under the lead of the Zhong clan's patriarch, and they greeted Feng Wu Dao, Elder Kong, and Feng Tiannan with slight politeness. These few people included Zhong Shouyong's second brother, Zhong Shouyuan, who shared the same father but a different mother. Because of this, Duan Lingtian took a few more glances at him. On the other hand, after Zhong Shouyuan was stared at by Duan Lingtian, his originally normal expression instantly became ghastly pale, and it was as if Duan Lingtian was some sort of scourge. The Zhong clan could be considered to be a formidable clan in the Dark Han dynasty. But before the Feng clan, it was greatly inferior. In the Dark Han dynasty, the imperial family was undoubtedly the strongest force, and the Feng clan was second. Chapter 678. Unknowingly, the Dark Han dynasty's caged battle arena had once again appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Compared to the caged battle arena yesterday, the caged battle arena today was undoubtedly much more bustling. Besides the third-class spectating area being filled since long ago, the second-class spectating area was filled to the brim as well. Even if it was the 9 first-class spectating areas, half of them were filled with many people. On the other hand, the spectating area that Feng Wu Dao's group of 3 sat on yesterday was completely empty now. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian followed the Feng clan members to descend into the spectating area. Meanwhile, through Elder Kong's reminder, Duan Lingtian found out that this first-class spectating area was reserved for the exclusive use of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family for the Feng clan. Brother Lingtian, I'll be going over first. Zhong Shouyong bid his farewells to Duan Lingtian before heading towards the other first-class spectating area with the Zhong clan members, and he sat on one of the luxurious seats. However, half of the spectator seats were already occupied. Those people were obviously not members of the Zhong clan. Elder Kong, the Zhong clan doesn't have a dedicated first-class spectating area? Duan Lingtian asked Elder Kong curiously. Elder Kong shook his head. Only our Feng clan and the imperial family have a dedicated first-class spectating area. The higher-ups of a first-rate power like the Zhong clan have the qualifications to ascend the first-class spectating area, yet they don't have a dedicated seat. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. As for those figures that possess special status in the Dark Han dynasty like Grade 4 weapons craftsmen, Grade 4 alchemists, and so on and so forth, they similarly don't have a dedicated seat here. But so long as they come, then anyone would warmly welcome them to sit by their side. Elder Kong continued. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by this. No matter if it was a Grade 4 weapons craftsman or alchemist, they could be considered to be extremely rare existences in the territory of the Dark Han dynasty, and there were usually many people that sought them to refine weapons and medicine. Any power would spare no effort to curry favor with an existence like this. Uncle Feng, Elder Kong, Tianwu. I'll take my leave first. Duan Lingtian glanced down and noticed that the group of people from the Darkstone Empire were already seated at the second-class spectator seats from yesterday. He greeted Feng Wu Dao's group of 3. Yes. Feng Wu Dao and the other 2 nodded lightly. Goodbye, clan leader Feng. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian nodded to Feng Tiannan before flashing out, leaving the first-class spectating area and heading towards the second-class spectating area. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian descended before the Prince of Yong and all the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. The Prince of Yong. After greeting the Prince of Yong, Duan Lingtian walked over to Su Li's side and sat down. Zither Prince. Duan Lingtian had just sat down when he heard a cry of surprise. The person that exclaimed in surprise was none other than the saber young master, Long Yun, who came from the same imperial kingdom as Duan Lingtian. Zither Prince. Duan Lingtian was stunned, and he turned around to look at Long Yun with slight bewilderment. Only now did he notice that Long Yun was staring fixedly at the distant sky at this moment, and it was as if he'd seen something that caused him to be inexplicably astounded. Duan Lingtian followed Long Yun's gaze and looked over. In the distance, 3 figures had appeared before Duan Lingtian. The person in the lead was an aged old man. The old man wore black clothes, his gaunt face was extremely calm, and his pair of muddy eyes didn't have the slightest luster. Even though this black-clothed old man looked to be an ordinary old man, Duan Lingtian didn't dare underestimate him in the slightest. A person like this was usually the most terrifying person. Today, the experts in the cage battle arena are numerous like the clouds, and I'm afraid there's no lack of inscription masters with formidable spiritual force. Spiritual force can't be used rashly. Otherwise, I can directly use my spiritual force to detect this old man's cultivation. Duan Lingtian was extremely confident towards his own spiritual force. The person Long Yun is looking at isn't him. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly looked towards the left, and that was where Long Yun's gaze was at. A white-clothed young man was following closely behind the old man on the left, and he had a cold expression and seemed to be indifferent towards everything in his surroundings. Zither, young master. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the white-clothed young man. Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar with Zither young master, Zishong. A few years ago, when the 7-Star Sword sect hadn't been annihilated and he was still in the 7-Star Sword sect. This Zither young master had once descended to the 7-Star Sword sect and even spoke nonsense about taking his fiancée, Kerr, as his wife, and because of this, Zither young master had formed quite a bit of conflict with him. When they met for the first time, he made a 2-year agreement with Zither young master. 2 years later, Duan Lingtian and Zither young master went head-to-head. At that time, in terms of cultivation, Duan Lingtian was far inferior to Zither young master, but because his spiritual force was stronger than Zither young master and he'd even grasped the soul skill, 1,000 illusions, he easily played around with Zither young master. The scene on the 7-Star Sword sect's main peak, Fector Peak, was vivid in Duan Lingtian's mind. At that time, this Zither young master didn't have the slightest strength to fight back before his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, and he even fled in a sorry state in the end. But, when he fled, Zither young master had once left behind some ruthless words that he would take revenge on him in the future. At that time, Duan Lingtian utterly didn't take Zither young master's ruthless words to heart. Moreover, along with the passage of time, his strength rose swiftly step by step, and he'd even tossed the threat of Zither young master to the back of his mind. As far as he was concerned, with the advancement of his current cultivation, Zither young master had surely been left far behind by him and was unable to pose the slightest threat to him. Even though he still thought like this when he saw Zither young master now. But he couldn't help but be slightly surprised when he saw Zither young master here today. Could it be that this Zither young master, Zishong, has come to participate in the dynasty martial competition as well? At the same time that Duan Lingtian was surprised, his gaze raised to descend onto the figure that was behind the old man on the right side. This was a graceful figure that was extremely hard, and the owner of the figure was a young woman with an appearance that could be said to be drop-dead gorgeous. She stood behind the old man on the right side and stood on the left side of Zither young master, and they were like a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Even though Duan Lingtian didn't really like Zither young master's character, he had to admit that Zither young master was indeed a handsome man. Flute fairy? What's she doing here? This young woman wasn't unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. She was precisely the flute fairy, Zi Yang, that he'd met in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city that day, and at the same time, she was the younger sister of Zither young master, Zishong. What a beautiful young woman. Yeah. There ought to be no young woman in our Dark Han dynasty that can compare to her in terms of appearance, right? Too beautiful. Presently, there weren't many people that flew close to the cage battle arena. Because of the existence of Flute Fairy, Zi Yang, and the black-clothed old man had drawn the gazes of many people. Many people looked at Zi Yang, and they weren't stingy with their words of praise. Of course, there were also some people that didn't agree with the words of some people. Who said there's no woman in our Dark Han dynasty that can compare to her? I say, are you all blind or something? Look at the first-class spectating area the Feng clan members are at. Lord Wu Dao's daughter isn't inferior to her in the slightest. On the second-class spectating area, a young genius from a power in the Dark Han dynasty grunted. His words instantly caused the group of people to be unable to refrain from raising their heads to look over. With a single glance, they were dumbstruck. That's the daughter of Lord Wu Dao that's been widely rumored in the capital recently. So beautiful. She's simply like a celestial maiden that has descended to the mortal world. In terms of appearance, Lord Wu Dao's daughter is indeed not inferior to that young woman. In terms of bearing, she far surpasses that young woman. Of course, she's Lord Wu Dao's daughter. Instantly, the attention of most of the people in the cage battle arena moved on to the Feng clan's Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian heard similar discussions. He deeply agreed to all of this. Feng Tianwu and Zi Yang came from different backgrounds after all, and they were utterly not on the same level. So the bearing they'd developed was naturally poles apart. In the distant sky, the zither young master, Zi Shong, was originally silently following behind his master when suddenly, he felt a gaze lock onto him tightly. After a short moment, he looked over along this gaze. Just a glance caused him to be unable to refrain from revealing a surprised expression. Saber young master? As a figure that was once one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom like him, Saber young master Long Yun was naturally not unfamiliar to him. But what caused him to be surprised was that Long Yun had actually appeared here, and he'd even appeared on the second-class spectating area. Could it be that Long Yun has come to participate in the dynasty martial competition as well? For a time, Zi Shong couldn't help but be slightly surprised in his heart. As far as he was concerned, today, the reason he was able to appear here and possess the qualifications to participate in the dynasty martial competition and compete with the numerous young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty was basically because of his master and some fortuitous encounters he'd obtained later on. Of course, at the bottom of it all, it was still his master's credit. If it wasn't for his master, it would be impossible for him to come to the Dark Han dynasty and possess an extremely good cultivation environment. If he didn't come to the Dark Han dynasty, he wouldn't have the fortune to obtain that fortuitous encounter. It was precisely because of this string of experiences that the current him was created. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a surprised and delicate voice clearly entered into Zi Shong's ears. Zi Shong was recalling his experiences in the recent few years when he suddenly heard his younger sister's exclaim of surprise, and he was first stunned before his face went grim. Duan Lingtian? He naturally wasn't unfamiliar with this name. It was even to the extent that in the recent few years, he wished for nothing more than to kill this person and wash away the humiliation of the past countless times in his dreams. Yang, where's Duan Lingtian? Zi Shong suddenly turned around to look at his younger sister and asked with slight excitement. Over there. Zi Yang naturally understood her older brother's feelings, and she hurriedly indicated to look towards the distance. Subsequently, Zi Shong glanced over. A violet-colored figure sat nearby Long Yun. If it wasn't for his attention being on Long Yun earlier, he would have probably noticed it long ago. Even though some slight changes had occurred to the violet-clothed young man in the distance compared to a few years ago, he was still able to recognize the violet-clothed young man with a single glance. Chapter 679. Zi Shong's eyes stared wide open as he looked at the violet-clothed young man in the distance, and his body started trembling slightly. At this moment, he seemed as if he'd seen his mortal enemy. In reality, in Zi Shong's heart, he'd taken the violet-clothed young man before him to be a mortal enemy since long ago. Moreover, it was the type that wouldn't stop until the young man was dead. The humiliation the young man brought to him all those years ago was something he'd never forget. As far as he was concerned, only the young man's death would be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Zi Shong's loss of composure was noticed by the black-clothed old man who walked ahead, his master. Zi Shong, what's wrong? Zi Shong took a deep breath, and his surging emotions were unable to calm down in a short period of time, so he was temporarily unable to reply to the old man. Senior. Meanwhile, Zi Yang who stood at the side spoke out. It's that Duan Lingtian. That Duan Lingtian that used demonic techniques to humiliate Big Brother at the Seven-Star Sword Sect's Vector Peak in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that day. Duan Lingtian? The black-clothed old man followed along the direction Zi Yang pointed at when he heard Zi Yang, and he looked towards the distant second-class spectating area, and his gaze descended onto the group of people from the Darkstone Empire. That violet-clothed young man, the youngest one. His Duan Lingtian. Zi Yang added. Him. The black-clothed old man's brows raised as he muttered. I heard that a violet-clothed young man that's shockingly young appeared in the first phase of the Dynasty Martial competition yesterday. He looks to be around the age of 25, and his cultivation is at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. Could it be that it's him? As he finished speaking, a rare strand of bright light flashed past the old man's muddy eyes. 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. The old man's words caused Zi Yang to be unable to help but be stunned, and she said with slight disbelief. This. How could this be possible? How could this Duan Lingtian's improvement possibly be so swift? She slightly didn't dare believe it. Even though she'd witnessed Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao and knew that Duan Lingtian's natural talent was shocking. But at that time, Duan Lingtian was only stronger than the group of young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In the entire Darkhan dynasty, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was only a tiny piece of land that wasn't worth mentioning. In the vast land of the Darkhan dynasty, experts were as numerous as the clouds, and geniuses were as numerous as the clouds. So in the entire Darkhan dynasty, the group of young geniuses from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom were utterly nothing. Since Zi Yang arrived at the Darkhan dynasty, she deeply felt all of this. But now, she heard that Duan Lingtian's cultivation had actually already broken through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. She couldn't accept this fact for a while. His also participating in the Dynasty Martial competition? When Zi Shong, who was standing at the side, heard the old man's words, his eyes suddenly lit up, and the killing intent in them was difficult to conceal. If that's the case, then I have the opportunity to kill him personally in front of the group of powerhouses from the Darkhan dynasty. Now, Zi Shong had gradually calmed down. He stared at Duan Lingtian emotionlessly. I heard that his strength is not bad, and he can be considered one of the best among the young talents of the various empires that went on stage yesterday. If nothing unexpected happens, you will have the opportunity to meet him. The black-clothed old man spoke with an expressionless face. He'd heard of the matter between this disciple of his and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 7-star sword sect's Duan Lingtian in the past. Actually, with his strength and background, not to mention killing Duan Lingtian, even annihilating the 7-star sword sect was extremely easy. But he didn't do that. He wanted his disciple to deal with all this with his own 2 hands. Crawl up from where you fell. Since the beginning, he'd taught his disciple like this. Yes. Zi Shong nodded, and then Zi Yang escorted the old man to the first-class spectating area. Zither young master. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Zi Shong's icy cold gaze that contained killing intent, yet he didn't care. As far as he was concerned. Unless Zi Shong had a shocking fortuitous encounter like him, otherwise, even if Zi Shong had a master in the Darkhan dynasty, it would be impossible for Zi Shong to catch up to him. Even if Zi Shong really fought him, Zi Shong would only be a fish on his chopping board. When Duan Lingtian saw Zi Shong and Zi Shong following the black-clothed old man to head directly towards an empty first-class spectating area, he couldn't help but be stunned. Because presently, amongst the 9 first-class spectating areas in the cage battle arena, only that one was empty. Moreover, that first-class spectating area just happened to be situated at the east, and it obviously belonged to the host, whereas the host of the cage battle arena was the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. Who's that old man? He actually ascended the first-class spectating area that belongs to the imperial family. Instantly, someone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Without the invitation of someone from the imperial family, even if it's an existence with a special status in our Darkhan dynasty, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare abruptly ascend that first-class spectating area. He ought to be a member of the imperial family. Many people guessed. The experts in the imperial family are numerous like the clouds, and there's no lack of experts that rarely appear before others. Perhaps, The black-clothed old man is one of those people. It's possible. In the cage battle arena, the group of people discussed animatedly as they guessed the old man's identity. The more they guessed, the more certain they were. A member of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. For the sake of verifying, Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan in the sky, and his voice transmission flashed out to enter into Feng Wu Dao's ears. Uncle Feng, that black-clothed old man is a member of the imperial family? Duan Lingtian asked Feng Wu Dao. Feng Wu Dao was originally resting with his eyes closed, and even if the black-clothed old man appeared, he would still remain indifferent. At this moment, when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, he slowly raised his head and glanced indifferently at the first-class spectating area that belonged to the imperial family before saying, "Yes, he's a member of the imperial family. He's the imperial uncle of the Dark Han dynasty's current emperor, and he usually rarely appears before others and acts alone. His strength isn't bad." As he finished speaking, Feng Wu Dao's tone became slightly heavier. He was undoubtedly emphasizing that the black-clothed old man's strength wasn't bad. His strength isn't bad. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he looked at the black-clothed old man with slight surprise. Even though he'd discerned a trace of indifference from Feng Wu Dao's tone. However, a person that was able to make Feng Wu Dao evaluate him like this obviously had something of his own, and it caused Duan Lingtian to arouse slight fear towards the old man. I truly never imagined that this Zi Shong actually took such a great figure as his master, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Not to mention the foreign lands, only in the Dark Han dynasty, this black-clothed old man's identity could indeed be considered to be a great figure. On the other hand, Zi Shong was one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Zither Young Master, and he was only a young martial artist whose natural talent in the martial Dao could be considered to be not bad in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The difference between their identities was like the heavens and the earth. How did they become master and disciple? This was something that Duan Lingtian was unable to guess. Logically speaking, with the black-clothed old man's identity and background, he only had to say a single word and the numerous young geniuses in the Dark Han dynasty with natural talent in the martial Dao that were even more formidable than Zi Shong would fight to the death to become his disciple. I can't wrap my head around it. I can't wrap my head around it. Duan Lingtian shook his head, as he was truly unable to wrap his head around it. Perhaps, only the black-clothed old man himself knew why he took Zi Shong as his disciple. His Majesty has arrived. Suddenly, a voice that was like a thunderclap instantly exploded out in the sky far away in the cage battle arena, and it sounded out from afar and suppressed the extremely clamorous voices in the cage battle arena. Subsequently, the cage battle arena was deathly silent. Those people that were chatting and discussing earlier had shut their mouths successively, whereas, those people that were looking around earlier had all stopped their heads and stared fixedly at the source of the voice. The Emperor of the Dark Han dynasty? Just like most of the people present, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but raise his head to look towards the source of the voice when he heard it. In next to no time, the boundless clouds and mist in the distance slowly dispersed. At the same time, a luxurious palanquin that seemed to be dazzling under the morning sun appeared before the eyes of everyone. This palanquin was extremely large. According to Duan Lingtian's estimation, it was 2 times larger than the palanquin that King Yong sat in during the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire that day. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. It wasn't just that, this luxurious palanquin that was dazzling with golden lights was even carried by 8 people, and it was an 8-bearer palanquin. These 8 people were 8 armored soldiers, and they were staring ahead with cold gazes. As they soared through the sky, their movements were in unison, and it brought a form of visual shock to others. The 8 people carried the palanquin as they soared through the sky, and the palanquin was steady like Mount Tai and didn't shake in the slightest. The cultivations of these 8 people are probably not at the ordinary void prying stage. Duan Lingtian looked at the 8 armored soldiers and couldn't help but think in his heart. Now, his heart was itching. He wanted to rely on his spiritual force to detect the cultivations of these 8 people, yet he was slightly apprehensive of the inscription masters that might be present here. The inscription masters here were existences that had stepped into the void interpretation stage at every turn, and it caused Duan Lingtian to not dare be careless in the slightest. Even if he exposed his spiritual force, so long as Feng Wudao was present, he wouldn't be in any danger. But it was impossible for him to stay by Feng Wudao's side forever. So he still advocated being careful and prudent. As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. As expected of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor, what extravagance! Duan Lingtian looked at the palanquin that slowly flashed out from behind the clouds and mist, and he sighed in his heart. Compared to the extravagance before him. 1 year ago in the Darkstone Empire's imperial city, the scene of King Yong making an appearance was simply like a child playing house, and it wasn't worth mentioning. There's someone behind. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian, who had sharp eyes, noticed that besides the 8 soldiers that carried the palanquin, there were another 2 people following behind. These were 2 young men. One wore white clothes, the other wore black clothes, and it formed an extremely clear contrast between them. It's him. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he saw the white-clothed young man. Looks like his guess from yesterday wasn't wrong. This white-clothed young man was indeed one of the 3 young geniuses that the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family had recommended to participate in the dynasty martial competition this time. It's the young man that presided over the dynasty martial competition yesterday. Chapter 680. The 2 young men followed behind the palanquin and arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! Swoosh! Right at this moment, another 2 ear-piercing voices sounded out, and it drew the gazes of most people present. Subsequently, under the gazes of everyone, 2 aged figures appeared once more behind the expanse of clouds and mist that came out from the palanquin, and they were 2 old men that were in high spirits. In the blink of an eye, the 2 old men arrived before the palanquin and bowed. "Welcome, Your Majesty." The 2 old men spoke respectfully in unison. At the same time, one of the old men moved open the curtain on the door of the palanquin and looked inside. "Your Majesty, please." A dignified middle-aged man that wore a bright golden dragon robe slowly walked out from the palanquin, and he strode through the sky as if he was walking on level ground. The dignified middle-aged man had an obvious mustache, and he looked to be extremely unique. This mustache caused one to have a deep impression of him, just like the cinnabar mole between King Yong's brows caused one to have a deep impression of him. "He's the Dark Han dynasty's emperor?" Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. "Welcome, Your Majesty." Right at this moment, besides the group of people in the first-class spectating area that still sat on the spot, and a portion of them didn't move in the slightest. Most of the people in the 3rd-class and 2nd-class spectating areas stood up successively and bowed respectfully to the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. Only Duan Lingtian stood up with everyone and nodded indifferently, and he didn't even bend his waist. Not many people saw this scene. But it just so happened that the Dark Han dynasty's emperor saw it, and he just happened to glance past Duan Lingtian with a light smile and saw Duan Lingtian, who didn't bow. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was like a crane among chickens in the eyes of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. For a time, the smile on the emperor's face froze. It was understandable that the people in the first-class spectating area didn't move too much. After all, every single one of them possessed an extremely extraordinary status. A small number of people were existences that even he didn't dare rashly offend. "Everyone else is bowing to me. Why aren't you bowing?" The emperor reached out and touched the moustache on his mouth. He stared at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Do you think that I am not qualified for you to bow to me?" Instantly, the crowd was in an uproar. The gazes of everyone followed the emperor's gaze and descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. "It's that young man from the Darkstone Empire. Although this young man is young, his strength is extraordinary. However, he actually dares to not greet His Majesty. How arrogant. A member of a tiny empire actually dares to not greet our Dark Han dynasty's emperor. That's simply disrespectful. I think he's going to be in trouble." The group of people in the cage battle arena discussed animatedly. Some people rejoiced in his misfortune, while others broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. "Your Majesty, he was intimidated by Your Majesty just now, which is why he was rude. I hope Your Majesty can forgive him." King Yong broke out in cold sweat when he saw the Dark Han dynasty's emperor was targeting Duan Lingtian, and he spoke in terror. Even though he was the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire, he was nothing before the Emperor of the Dark Han dynasty. If the Emperor wanted to kill him, then the Emperor only had to say a single word. "Who are you?" The Emperor looked at King Yong and asked indifferently. "Your Majesty, I'm the representative of the Darkstone Empire this time, and I'm a king of the Darkstone Empire's imperial family," King Yong said to the Emperor. "Darkstone Empire?" The Emperor pondered slightly, and then he said, "You're that King Yong that's called the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire? I've heard of you. Your Majesty, it's me." At the same time that King Yong was slightly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor, a bitter smile appeared on his face. The #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire? Not to mention anything else, just the group of experts present here was capable of casually grabbing a large number of experts that were stronger than him. In this place, this so-called #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire was utterly not worth mentioning. "He's a member of your Darkstone Empire?" The Emperor glanced at Duan Lingtian before looking at King Yong and asking with a low voice. "Yes." King Yong nodded as cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his palms went cold. At this moment, he only hoped that the person from the Feng clan would be able to help Duan Lingtian out of this predicament in time. He believed that so long as that person spoke, then no matter how displeased the Emperor of the Dark Han dynasty was with Duan Lingtian, the Emperor would have to give that person some face. Since he's a member of your Darkstone Empire, then you as the representative can't escape the blame as well. Both of you have to be punished. The Emperor's tone was calm as if he was speaking of a matter of no importance. On what basis? Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian, who'd been silently watching the development of the situation, couldn't sit still any longer, and his figure flashed out to stand before King Yong before raising his head to look at the Emperor of the Dark Han dynasty and shouting in a light voice. On what basis? Duan Lingtian's shout spread throughout the entire cage battle arena. Hiss, 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 hiss. For a time, the sounds of gasping rose and fell in the surroundings of the cage battle arena without end. Most people felt their scalps go numb. Has this young man from the Darkstone Empire gone mad? No matter how great his natural talent is, he hasn't matured after all. So long as the Emperor of the Dark Han dynasty gave the word, he would practically only have an ending of certain death. On what basis? The calm on the Emperor's face was finally broken by Duan Lingtian, and he suddenly took a step forward as his dignified voice sounded out once more. On the basis that I'm the Emperor of the Dark Han dynasty and rule over the entire Dark Han dynasty. Is this enough? Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged when facing the Emperor's oppressive might. Or perhaps, he wasn't worried in the slightest. Even if the Emperor of the Dark Han dynasty wanted to make a move against him, Feng Wudao wouldn't allow it. Not to mention his relationship with Feng Wudao's family wasn't shallow. Even if they didn't have a relationship, Feng Wudao wouldn't stand idly by. After all, he was the man Tian Wu was destined to be with in the prophecy, the man that could save Tian Wu's life. Duan Lingtian. Su Li's face went grim, and he broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Besides Long Yun, who had an expressionless face, the other young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire looked at Duan Lingtian with slight worry. Narrow-minded and making a mountain out of a molehill. I truly don't know why the Dark Han dynasty has an emperor like you. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the emperor with a calm expression as he spoke unhurriedly. In Duan Lingtian's dictionary, it had always been that if others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If someone really took the initiative to offend him, then he wouldn't be afraid of trouble. No matter who the person was or what shocking identity the person had, presumptuous. Right when the emperor was angered by Duan Lingtian to the point his face went grim, the expressions of the two old men that guarded before the palanquin went grim, and they shouted out in shock. Besides that, the eyes of the 8 soldiers that carried the palanquin emitted cold lights at this moment, and they stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. They seemed as if they would abandon the palanquin at any moment and make a move against Duan Lingtian. As for the other 2 young men, the expression of the black-clothed young man went grim, whereas the white-clothed young man had an expression of fear when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Compared to the other members of the imperial family, he was even more familiar with Duan Lingtian, and he knew that the relationship between Duan Lingtian and that person from the Feng clan wasn't shallow. boasting shamelessly and humiliating his majesty. You deserve death. As soon as the old man before the palanquin finished speaking, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot directly towards Duan Lingtian. Father. On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, Feng Tianwu looked anxiously at Feng Wudao. But Feng Wudao didn't take any action, and he just shook his head. Don't worry, he'll be fine. At practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the old man had already arrived nearby Duan Lingtian, and with a raise of his hand, vast origin energy raged. Subsequently, he slapped out with his palm, causing a wave of wind and clouds to roil. Whoosh! In the next moment, an enormous palm print condensed into form and whistled out to envelop Duan Lingtian. Stay your hand. Right when Duan Lingtian thought that Duan Lingtian was about to make a move, a slightly familiar voice exploded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was filled with slight anxiousness. Subsequently, a wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind assaulted over. Swish! A material sword light tore through the sky and easily shattered the enormous palm print that swept towards Duan Lingtian. At the same time, whoosh! A tall figure appeared before Duan Lingtian and firmly protected Duan Lingtian behind him. Pavilion Master Xiong. When he thought of the familiar voice from before and saw the familiar figure before him, Duan Lingtian recognized the person that had appeared in time to save him. It was precisely the Pavilion Master of the Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion and the Vice Guild Master of the Dark Han Dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild, Xiong Ying. We meet again. Let's catch up later. Xiong Ying turned around and lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian before once again turning around. He didn't look at the old man that attacked Duan Lingtian, and instead looked at the Emperor of the Dark Han Dynasty. Your Majesty, this is my little brother. Please give me some face and spare my little brother for today's matter, all right? Xiong Ying. The Emperor frowned slightly when he saw Xiong Ying appear, and he shook his head when he heard Xiong Ying. This matter isn't related to you, you better not be implicated. If it was another matter, then perhaps he would give Xiong Ying some face. After all, Xiong Ying was one of the rare Grade 4 weapons craftsmen in the Dark Han Dynasty, and there was no harm in giving a Grade 4 weapons craftsman a favor. But when he thought of the humiliation Duan Lingtian gave him in public earlier, the flames of anger in his heart soared and were difficult to extinguish for a long time, and he wished for nothing more than for Duan Lingtian to die miserably on the spot. If it wasn't for him being the Emperor of the Dark Han Dynasty and every single action of his represented the Dark Han Dynasty, he would have personally made a move and annihilated Duan Lingtian long ago. The Emperor's resolution exceeded Xiong Ying's expectations. For a time, Xiong Ying was slightly hesitant. If he continued to persist, then he would undoubtedly offend the Emperor. But if he didn't persist, then Duan Lingtian would probably die here today. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in Xiong Ying's mind, and he looked at the Emperor and said via voice transmission, Your Majesty, there's something I must tell you. There's a Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind this little brother of mine that has a deep relationship with him. Grade 3 weapons craftsman. The Emperor, who originally had a resolute expression, went grim when he heard Xiong Ying's voice transmission, and slight fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. Is what you said true? Chapter 681. Even though a Grade 3 weapons craftsman had appeared in the history of the Dark Han Dynasty, it was only a flash in the pan. Moreover, it was a matter of a few hundred years ago. Up until now, there had never been a Grade 3 weapons craftsman that had appeared in the Dark Han Dynasty and the various other dynasties. It was precisely because of this that a Grade 3 alchemist could be considered to be an existence of legend in the eyes of the members of the various dynasties. He could imagine that if a Grade 3 weapons craftsman appeared in a certain dynasty, it would surely cause an extremely great stir. It was even to the extent that he only had to promise a Grade 3 spirit weapon as the price, and he would be able to make the powers and experts of the various dynasties fight to be the first to do something for him. The temptation of a Grade 3 spirit weapon was too great. As the Emperor of the Dark Han Dynasty, even though a Grade 4 weapons craftsman was rare, it wasn't as if there weren't any in the Dark Han Dynasty, so he could disregard them. But if it was a Grade 3 weapons craftsman, he had no choice but to fear it. Your Majesty, if you think I spoke like this intentionally, then feel free to act on your own accord. Xiong Ying looked at the emperor with a calm expression as he spoke via voice transmission. The emperor's expression was extremely gloomy, and he didn't know how to choose for a moment. Presently, he was obviously unable to back down. If he didn't do anything to Duan Lingtian, then where would his dignity as the emperor of the Dark Han dynasty remain? If he did anything to Duan Lingtian, then wouldn't he possibly offend the grade 3 weapons craftsman that Xiong Ying spoke of? Offending a grade 3 weapons craftsman wasn't a joke. A grade 3 weapons craftsman only had to pay a few grade 3 spirit weapons as the price, and it was sufficient to make the numerous experts of the various dynasties look for trouble with the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. The Dark Han dynasty's imperial family's resources and reserves were strong, and there were even experts that were numerous like the clouds in the sky, yet it was impossible for them to always keep an eye on a group of younger generation disciples and protect them. Who knew if that grade 3 weapons craftsman would vent his anger on the direct descendant disciples of the imperial family? At that time, even if that grade 3 spirit weapon was used to exchange for 10 direct descendant disciples of the imperial family, there would probably be countless experts that would step forward successively and risk their lives. All of this wasn't something he was willing to see happen. Why hasn't His Majesty punished Duan Lingtian yet? Zi Shong sat upright on the spectating area that belonged to the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, and his brows slightly knit together. He was originally prepared to watch a good show, but who knew that there would be an awkward silence? Just as the atmosphere in the cage battle arena became a little strange, whoosh! In the sky above the cage battle arena, a white bolt of lightning flashed past, and it instantly arrived by the side of the emperor before respectfully calling out, "Imperial Uncle." The person who appeared next to the emperor was none other than the white-clad young man, the host of the first phase of the dynasty martial competition yesterday. At this moment, even though his voice wasn't loud, it still seemed to be exceptionally resounding within the exceedingly silent cage battle arena. "Uncle?" For a moment, many people were stunned. "I didn't expect him to be a direct descendant of the imperial family. I wonder which prince's son he is. I only know that the black-clothed young man is the second son of His Majesty, the second prince. As for him, I've never seen or heard of him before. The second prince is publicly acknowledged as one of the 3 most outstanding young experts in our Dark Han dynasty. He's equally famous as the Zhong clan's eldest young master, Zhong Shouyong, and the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Xiao. Who doesn't?" The cage battle arena was filled with endless discussions, and it was extraordinarily bustling. Many people were curious about the identity of this white-clothed young man. The emperor looked at the white-clothed young man, who was his nephew, and asked via voice transmission when he heard this. "How, do you need something?" The white-clothed young man's brows raised as he spoke via voice transmission. This short sentence caused the emperor's expression to change rapidly, and in the end, he heaved a sigh of relief as if he'd obtained an answer to a difficult problem. Subsequently, the emperor raised his head to look at one of the first-class spectating areas. Duan Lingtian frowned as he didn't know what the Dark Han dynasty's emperor was doing, but he still followed the emperor's gaze to look over, and he noticed that at the direction the emperor was looking at, there were 2 people he knew sitting there. The Yi clan's patriarch and the Yi clan's second young master, Yi Xiong. But at this moment, there was another person between the 2 of them. This was a young man that sat there with a calm expression, and the space between his brows was slightly similar to the Yi clan's patriarch and Yi Xiong, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but think in his heart. Could it be? He's the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Xiao? Presently, Duan Lingtian wasn't the rash young man he was when he'd just arrived at the Dark Han dynasty's capital. He'd heard of some things that were widely spread in the Dark Han dynasty's capital. There were 3 extremely outstanding young geniuses in the Dark Han dynasty, and they were publicly acknowledged as the top genius martial artists in the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty. These 3 people were respectively the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family's second prince, Bai He, the Zhong clan's eldest young master, Zhong Shouyong, and the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Xiao. Amongst the 3 of them, Duan Lingtian only knew Zhong Shouyong. He was clearly aware of Zhong Shouyong's natural talent in the martial Dao, and even in the entire Dark Han dynasty, Zhong Shouyong was absolutely a top existence. Since Yi Xiao was equally famous as Zhong Shouyong, Yi Xiao would surely not be weak. Duan Lingtian hadn't finished his thoughts when he heard the emperor speak to him once more, and his tone had undergone a tremendous change. So it turns out that you're the son-in-law of Big Brother Wu Dao. You're really a family that doesn't know each other. Today's matter is indeed my fault as a senior. The emperor's expression changed abruptly, and his gloomy expression instantly became warm as if he'd instantly transformed into an amiable senior. He had the bearing of a senior that was magnanimous and wouldn't fuss about it with a junior. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to react to it for a moment. After he reacted to it, Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the emperor. Big Brother Wu Dao? He'd naturally guessed who the Big Brother Wu Dao the emperor spoke of was. It was undoubtedly the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao. As for why the emperor would suddenly know of the relationship between him and Feng Wu Dao, Duan Lingtian guessed that it was surely related to the white-clothed young man and the Yi clan's patriarch. Earlier, the white-clothed young man ought to have warned the emperor. Subsequently, the emperor looked at the Yi clan's patriarch, and it was very likely that the emperor used a voice transmission to ask about the relationship between him and Feng Wu Dao. When the emperor completely confirmed it, the subsequent change in expression occurred. Looks like that white-clothed young man is extremely concerned about me. He actually knows that the Yi clan's patriarch knows about my background. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the white-clothed young man that stood by the emperor's side. Lord Wu Dao's son-in-law? So this young man from the Darkstone Empire has such an identity. It's truly surprising. Lord Wu Dao's daughter is so outstanding, yet she's already taken. It's truly a pity. Pity. Even if Lord Wu Dao's daughter isn't taken, do you think you have a chance? Laughable. After they found out about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Feng Wu Dao, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar once more. What? His Feng Wu Dao's son-in-law? On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the imperial family, the expression of the black-clothed old man went slightly grim. No. Impossible. How could this be? Zi Shong, who sat by the old man's side, had an extremely unsightly expression, as never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian had such an identity. He'd already arrived at the Darkhan dynasty for a period of time, and he knew some things about the Darkhan dynasty in detail, including the matters of the Feng clan's eldest master. He knew that the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao, was a top expert in the territory of the Darkhan dynasty. Supposedly, his cultivation wasn't inferior to the strongest expert in the imperial family. Because of this, Feng Wu Dao's status in the Darkhan dynasty was extremely special, and even the emperor didn't dare rashly offend him. So long as it was a discerning person, practically all of them were able to discern this from the change in the emperor's attitude towards Duan Lingtian after he found out about Duan Lingtian's identity earlier. I never imagined that this Duan Lingtian has become a gigolo as well. Zi Yang's beautiful brows knit together slightly as she spat, and her words were filled with disdain and contempt. Zi Shong. The old man looked at Zi Shong and said with slight fear, originally, Master had no reason to interfere in the matters between you and this Duan Lingtian. But now, since he has the identity of Feng Wu Dao's son-in-law, you can't intentionally kill him. Otherwise, even Master would be unable to protect you. As the old man finished speaking, his tone was filled with fear towards Feng Wu Dao. Zi Shong had an unwilling expression as he muttered with a low voice. Could it be that the enmity between me and this Duan Lingtian is going to end like this? Of course not. The old man shook his head and said slowly, it's fine so long as you don't intentionally kill him. At the same time, you can't intentionally cripple his cultivation. You can do whatever you want for the rest. Sometimes, humiliating a person is even more painful than killing him. Zi Shong's eyes lit up when he heard the old man's reminder. Yeah. Wouldn't it be even more wonderful if he was able to wantonly trample on Duan Lingtian's dignity after defeating Duan Lingtian? With Duan Lingtian's dignity, it would surely be difficult for him to endure his humiliation. It was imaginable. At that time, Duan Lingtian would surely live a life worse than death. Disciple has benefited from your guidance. Zi Shong took a deep breath as piercingly cold lights flashed in the depths of his eyes. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian only glanced indifferently at the Darkhan dynasty's emperor who'd changed his attitude, and then he looked at Xiong Ying who was standing blankly at the side since long ago. Pavilion Master Xiong, Thank you for earlier. Xiong Ying reacted when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice, and he laughed in self-ridicule. I was meddlesome. If I knew earlier that you had such a relationship with the Feng clan's eldest master, I wouldn't have made a fool of myself earlier. Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian and the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, had such a relationship. No matter what, Duan Lingtian will remember this favor of yours, Pavilion Master Xiong. Duan Lingtian shook his head and spoke with a serious expression. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian invited Xiong Ying to sit at the spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire were seated. Originally, with Xiong Ying's status and identity in the Dark Han dynasty, he disdained to sit at this second-class spectating area. Chapter 682. Yet now, under the gazes of everyone present, Xiong Ying had agreed to Duan Lingtian's request and lowered himself to descend by Duan Lingtian's side. King Yong, this is the Dark Han dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild's Vice Guild Master Xiong. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian introduced Xiong Ying to King Yong, and at the same time, he introduced King Yong to Xiong Ying. The Dark Han dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild's Vice Guild Master? Earlier, when Xiong Ying stood up for Duan Lingtian, King Yong realized that this person wasn't simple. After all, not everyone dared make a move against a member of the imperial family before the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. Moreover, the old man from before had made a move under his tacit approval. Now, after he found out about Xiong Ying's identity, King Yong couldn't help but be shocked, and he hurriedly invited Xiong Ying to the seat by his side. Vice Guild Master Xiong, please sit. At the same time, he started to search through some memories related to the Dark Han dynasty in his mind. In next to no time, he recalled. He seemed to have once heard that the Dark Han dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild had 3 Grade 4 weapons craftsmen, and one of them was the Guild Master and the other 2 were the Vice Guild Masters. Moreover, one of the 2 Vice Guild Masters seemed to be surnamed Xiong. Grade 4 weapons craftsman? For a time, King Yong's mood surged once more. After all, even if it was the Darkstone Empire he was from, there was only a single Grade 4 spirit weapon in the entire empire, and it was in his possession. A Grade 4 spirit weapon could be considered to be a rare and precious treasure to him and the Darkstone Empire. Yet now, a Grade 4 weapons craftsman that could easily refine a Grade 4 spirit weapon had appeared before his eyes, and it caused him to be unable to refrain from being shocked, and his mood surged to the extreme. As for Duan Lingtian, when he saw Xiong Ying and King Yong sit down successively, he returned to Su Li's side and sat down indifferently. Duan Lingtian. Su Li, who broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian earlier, gave a thumbs up to Duan Lingtian, and the space between his brows revealed admiration. Never had he imagined that after making a trip to the Dark Han dynasty, Duan Lingtian had actually settled the daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, and had even become Feng Wudao's son-in-law. Yesterday, he noticed that the Feng family's eldest son's daughter looked at Duan Lingtian differently, but he didn't think much about it at the time. Now that he thought about it, the other party was interested in Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian naturally saw the ambiguous look in Su Li's eyes and knew what he was thinking. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Duan Lingtian, are you just going to ignore the Dark Han dynasty's emperor? That's not very good, is it? At this moment, Su Li glanced into the distance. Presently, Duan Lingtian seemed to have completely forgotten the Dark Han dynasty's emperor that was still standing in midair. If he likes to stand there like an idiot, then let him stand there like an idiot. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said with an indifferent expression. The corners of Su Li's mouth twitched. That was the high and mighty emperor of the Dark Han dynasty, not some random Tom, Dick, and Harry. At this moment, the emperor was slightly embarrassed, and even though there was still a great deal of rage in the depths of his eyes, he didn't flare up again. Subsequently, under the escort of 2 old men and 2 young men, the emperor ascended the first-class spectating area that was specially used by the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, and then he looked at the black-clothed old man and said respectfully, "Imperial uncle." "Yes." The black-clothed old man nodded. "Sit." After the emperor sat down, Zi Shong and Zi Yang, who were at the other side of the black-clothed old man, stood up and bowed to the emperor. "Your Majesty." "Zi Shong, I told you long ago. You're the personal disciple of Imperial Uncle, so you're of the same generation as me. You can just call me big brother or senior brother in the future. The emperor shook his head. Zishong doesn't dare. Zishong was slightly terrified. Little sister Ziyang. Meanwhile, the black-clothed young man that followed behind the emperor looked at Ziyang, who was by Zishong's side, and his eyes were filled with burning desire and happiness. Second prince. Ziyang nodded to the black-clothed young man, yet she seemed to be unwilling to pay any further attention to him, and she completely disregarded the second prince's burning gaze that seemed as if it wanted to swallow her up. Prince Hao. Meanwhile, Zishong and Ziyang looked at the white-clothed young man by the black-clothed young man's side and greeted him. The white-clothed young man was precisely the son of one of the Dark Han dynasty's older brothers that had already passed away, and he was called Bai Hao. He was a young genius that possessed natural talent in the martial Dao that wasn't inferior to the second prince, Bai He. In the past, Bai Hao rarely stayed in the Dark Han dynasty, and he mostly went out to temper himself and move about the various dynasties, causing him to possess abundant experience. It was precisely because of this that there were very few people in the Dark Han dynasty that knew of his existence. He'd only returned this time because the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was about to arrive. Bai Hao nodded and smiled to Zishong, and then he sat on a nearby seat, causing him to seem to be unconventional. As for the second prince, Bai He walked out with large strides and sat by Ziyang's side. Little sister Ziyang, it's all right for me to sit here, right? After Bai He sat down, he smiled as he asked, and he seemed to be acting first before asking for permission. Ziyang frowned imperceptibly as a trace of detest flashed in the depths of her eyes, yet she didn't flare up in the end when she thought of his identity. Second prince, you're joking. There's naturally no problem. Zishong noticed his younger sister's emotions and was deeply afraid she would flare up, so he spoke to Bai He first. Yes. Bai He nodded lightly. Even though he was warm to Ziyang, yet he was indifferent when facing Zishong, and it was even to the extent that slight disdain seemed to be mixed in the depths of his gaze. He looked down upon Zishong from the bottom of his heart. In his eyes, Zishong was only a lowly person from a tiny imperial kingdom that was only taken as a personal disciple by his imperial grand-uncle because of his good luck. Otherwise, Zishong wasn't even worthy to carry his shoes. Zishong naturally noticed the disdain and contempt in the depths of Bai He's gaze, and he knew what Bai He thought in his heart. Zishong took a deep breath as strands of cold lights leaped about in the depths of his gaze. Bai He. Today, I'll make you and Duan Lingtian become my stepping stones. Zishong was ruthless in his heart, and then he sat down slowly. At the same time, the surroundings of the cage battle arena recovered its calm, and no one had arrived for a time. Begin. Right at this moment, the Dark Han dynasty's emperor spoke and announced the start of the second phase of the dynasty martial competition. The second phase of the dynasty martial competition was the true dynasty martial competition. Yesterday, the dynasty martial competition between the young geniuses of the various empires was incomparable, and amongst the great figures of the Dark Han dynasty, only Feng Wu Dao was present because of Duan Lingtian, and it could only be considered as a small warm-up. Now, the show officially began. Along with the emperor speaking, the entire cage battle arena was deathly silent. Yes. Meanwhile, the old man that made a move against Duan Lingtian earlier and the other old man replied successively, and then they flashed out to arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena. The two old men stood in the sky at different sides, and they seemed to have transformed into two floating statues. The 30 young geniuses of the various empires that advanced yesterday, please enter the arena. One of the old men spoke slowly with a voice that wasn't loud, yet it clearly entered into the ears of everyone present. It's time to go. Duan Lingtian smiled to Su Li nodded. Subsequently, the two of them left their seats and flashed out into the sky. Long Yun followed closely behind them. At this moment, Long Yun's gaze was extremely complicated as he looked at Duan Lingtian's figure, and the matter he found out earlier caused him to be unable to avoid being slightly shocked. So what if your father-in-law is the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao? That Feng Wu Dao can be considered to be a top expert in the Dark Han dynasty, yet when placed in the foreign lands, he's not worth mentioning and is inferior to my master. When he thought up to here, Long Yun felt slightly comforted in his heart. In next to no time, the 30 young geniuses of the various empires including Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Long Yun had gathered together and stood in the sky above the cage battle arena. Now, please gather the young geniuses recommended by the various powers of our Dark Han dynasty with the young geniuses of the various empires. The first round of the dynasty martial competition today is about to begin. The other old man spoke with a sonorous voice. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Instantly, besides the numerous young geniuses that flashed out from the second-class spectating area of the cage battle arena, even if it was the first-class spectating area, there were many young geniuses that flashed out as well. Amongst the young geniuses that walked out from the first-class spectating area, Duan Lingtian only recognized Feng Tianwu, Feng Yun Xiong, Zhong Shou Yong, Zhong Shou Yuan, Zi Shong, Yi Xiao, and the white-clothed young man from the imperial family. So many people. When all the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty entered the arena, the vast scene caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from being surprised. Including him, the young geniuses of the various empires were only 30 people in total. On the other hand, all the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty were almost 100 people, and they appeared in the sky above the cage battle arena in an extremely vast group. Why did he ask all of us to come up here? I don't know. We'll know in a while. For a time, the sky above the cage battle arena was clamorous. Everyone, the first round of the selections will begin immediately after I explain it to all of you. Meanwhile, one of the old men abruptly soared into the sky to stand above all the young geniuses, and his voice resounded out and suppressed all the other sounds. Instantly, the sky above the cage battle arena gradually recovered its calm. Including Duan Lingtian, the gazes of all the young geniuses descended onto the old man that spoke, and all of them wanted to know what he wanted to say next. Today, the first round of the selections of the Dynasty Martial competition will eliminate the remaining 20 people amongst all of you. So all of you must be mentally prepared. The old man spoke slowly. Remaining 20 people. The old man's words caused the expressions of most of the young geniuses present to go grim, and they were slightly terrified. It's only the first round of the selections, yet the remaining 20 people are going to be eliminated. Isn't this too horrifying? I still want to display my ability and pass through a few more rounds of the selections. I know my own ability. I surely don't have any hope of obtaining a position in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, but if I'm unable to make a move a few more times, then how can I be worthy of the one and only recommendation position in the sect? Many young geniuses couldn't help but shake their heads and were rather vexed. What selection is it? It's so horrifying to actually eliminate over 100 people in one go. Chapter 683. The first round of the selections in the Dynasty Martial competition today will be us exerting our strength at the same time, and will gradually increase our strength to envelop and suppress all of you. So long as you're suppressed and fall, then you're considered to have been eliminated. The remaining 20 people will pass through the first round of the selections and obtain the qualifications to participate in the second round of the selections. The old man finished speaking slowly. Instantly, all the young geniuses present understood the contents of the first round of the selections, and all of them revealed fearful expressions. 2 old men were going to suppress them? They could imagine that these 2 old men were surely existences at the void interpretation stage or above. Begin. Right at this moment, the other old man soared into the sky and stood together with the old man before him in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian's expression became serious when he saw this scene. On the other hand, the expressions of the others became serious as well. Whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, origin energy skyrocketed on the 2 old men, and they seemed to have transformed into 2 balls of raging flames. The 2 balls of flames coiled around the 2 old men, causing them to seem as if they transformed into 2 giants, and their bodies ceaselessly emitted white flames. At the same time, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled above the 2 old men, and it started to condense into numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes. In the end, 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared above each of the 2 old men. 2 first-level void interpretation stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he discerned the cultivation of the 2 old men from the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that was caused when they attacked. Abruptly, the 2 old men shouted out in shock. Instantly, the white flames condensed from origin energy on their bodies covered the heavens and the earth as they swept out in all directions and collided with each other with a bang. Instantly, two extremely formidable origin energies abruptly exploded out. For a time, waves of air swept out in the sky as the sound of air exploding echoed out without end. After the whistling origin energies exploded out, they seemed to have transformed into numerous enormous nets that enveloped the group of young geniuses. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Terrifying origin energy swept down and pressed down on most of the young geniuses present to the point their faces flushed red. Instantly, most of the young geniuses started to circulate their origin energy and concept to resist this extremely formidable pressure, and there were even some people that withdrew their spirit weapons. Of course, there were many people that remained composed. For example, Duan Lingtian, Zhong Shouyong, Yi Xiao, Bai He, Bai Hao, and Zi Shong. This Zi Shong. Duan Lingtian looked at Zi Shong and could not help but frown. Truthfully speaking, he was already very surprised to see Zi Shong here today. Now, when he saw that Zi Shong could still be so calm and composed under such pressure, he couldn't help but have a higher opinion of Zi Shong. At this moment, even if it's an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist, he would have to utilize his origin energy to resist the pressure from those two old fellows. There's only one possibility that this Zi Shong is able to remain so composed at this moment. Duan Lingtian glanced at Su Li. At this moment, even Su Li had to release his origin energy to resist the pressure. Under comparison, Zi Shong seemed to be even more unfathomable. It's extremely likely that Zi Shong has already broken through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage. The 9th level of the void initiation stage. It had to be said that Zi Shong's strength shocked Duan Lingtian. Su Li and Long Yun's fortuitous encounters can already be considered to be not bad. But even then, they're still far inferior to this Zi Shong. Looks like this Zi Shong doesn't only have a master from the Dark Han dynasty, and he might have another shocking fortuitous encounter. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. It's even to the extent that his fortuitous encounter is very likely not inferior to my fortuitous encounter in the Sword Monarch's treasure. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp. Never had he imagined that this Zi Shong would actually possess such great fortuitous encounters. Presently, Duan Lingtian was surprised when he saw Zi Shong was composed, whereas Zi Shong was similarly surprised. This Duan Lingtian looks like he has already broken through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage. Exactly what fortuitous encounter did he obtain? After his surprise, Zi Shong's expression was unsightly to the extreme. He originally thought that he would be able to completely crush Duan Lingtian this time, but now when he saw Duan Lingtian reveal such a shocking cultivation, he couldn't help but feel slightly weak in his heart. But in next to no time, the gloominess on Zi Shong's face was swept away. Perhaps it's because his luck is good that he obtained many rare spirit fruits. The concept he comprehended is surely far from being able to keep up with his cultivation. When he thought up to here, Zi Shong's mood became much better. Right when Duan Lingtian and Zi Shong were in confrontation and were shocked by each other's cultivations. Zhong Shouyong, Yi Xiao, Bai He, and Bai Hao had shocked expressions as well. Never had they imagined that there were actually so many people with similar cultivations to them in the Dark Han dynasty. This Zi Shong. He's actually a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist as well. Bai He looked at Zi Shong and frowned, and he seemed to be slightly unhappy. After all, in his eyes, he'd never taken Zi Shong seriously. Especially when Zi Shong had just arrived at the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, he'd once proposed a spar in private, whereas Zi Shong was crushed by him in the blink of an eye, and Zi Shong could only humbly admit defeat to him. Never had he imagined that Zi Shong, who he'd taken to be an ant in the past, would actually possess a cultivation similar to his. This Zi Shong surely has a fortuitous encounter. Cold lights flickered within by his eyes, and he'd imperceptibly guessed some things. Brother Ling Tian. He's actually at the 9th level of the void initiation stage as well. Zhong Shouyong's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and his face was filled with shock. It could be said that he'd watched Duan Lingtian grow up. From the moment they met until now when they participated in the Dark Han dynasty's martial competition together. All along the way, Duan Lingtian, whose strength was far inferior to him, had actually caught up to him in terms of cultivation. It probably won't be long before brother Lingtian will surpass me in all aspects. Zhong Shouyong sighed in his heart. This was something he didn't doubt in the slightest. These two people, in next to no time, Zhong Shouyong looked at Bai Hao and Zi Shong. I've never seen them in the past. Looks like there are indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the Dark Han dynasty. Besides Bai He, Yi Xiao, and brother Ling Tian, there's actually another two people that are able to compare to me in terms of cultivation. At this moment, Zhong Shouyong imperceptibly felt some pressure. But in next to no time, a smile appeared on his face. It seems to be getting more and more interesting, Zhong Shouyong muttered to himself. When he saw so many young geniuses with cultivations that weren't inferior to him appearing in the dynasty martial competition, he felt the hot blood in his body seethe, and his entire body was filled with battle intent. Bai He, this is... Yi Xiao's gaze descended onto Bai Hao as he curiously asked the nearby Bai He. He's the son of my imperial uncle, Bai Hao. Yi Xiao, you have to be careful if you go against him. Brother Hao's strength isn't inferior to me. Bai He spoke to Yi Xiao. Oh! Yi Xiao was slightly surprised when he heard this. As the second prince of the Dark Han dynasty, Bai He had always been arrogant, and this was something Yi Xiao knew. What caused Yi Xiao to be surprised was an arrogant person like Bai He actually admitted that his cousin brother's strength wasn't inferior to his. At this moment, he couldn't help but think slightly higher of Bai Hao. He's the second prince. Duan Lingtian heard the conversation between Yi Xiao and Bai He, and his brows raised as he looked at Bai He. Never had he imagined that this black-clothed young man was the second son of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor, the second prince, Bai He, a young expert that was equally famous to Zhong Shouyong and Yi Xiao in the Dark Han dynasty. Duan Lingtian had only glanced at Bai He when he was noticed by Bai He. Bai He glanced coldly and indifferently at Duan Lingtian and grunted. Duan Lingtian, I hope you don't encounter me too early. Otherwise, even if I can't kill you, I'll surely teach you a good lesson, so that I can let you know that in the Dark Han dynasty, a little kid like you doesn't have the qualifications to be arrogant before my imperial father. Duan Lingtian remained indifferent when he heard Bai He, and he shrugged. Second prince, right? Since it's like this, then I'll wait and see. I only hope you don't disappoint me too much at that time. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's words were filled with provocation. You're courting death. When had Bai He been provoked like this? His expression instantly went grim as his eyes flickered with cold lights, and he seemed to have transformed into a venomous snake that was prepared to bite Duan Lingtian at any moment. Duan Lingtian didn't pay any further attention to Bai He, and he instead started observing the surroundings. Presently, besides the few 9th-level void initiation stage existences that were composed, Su Li, Long Yun, Feng Tianwu, and the other 10-plus people were comparatively more relaxed. The remaining people frequently utilized their origin energy and concept to resist the strong pressure that came from the two old men. The situation in the sky above the cage battle arena had now clearly entered into the eyes of all the spectators present. Two void interpretation stage experts have made a move to suppress them. They haven't utilized their concept, yet they've already caused most of the young geniuses to be in a flurry. Of course. Do you think the strength of the void interpretation stage is a joke? Look, a few young geniuses are unable to persist any longer. Along with the crowd of spectators in the third-class spectating area discussing animatedly. In the sky above the cage battle arena, over 10 people successively had flushed faces as their bodies fell down uncontrollably. Meanwhile, even though they'd left the area enveloped by the pressure and their expressions had recovered slightly, their eyes were filled with helplessness and shame. They knew clearly in their hearts that they'd already been eliminated. Duan Lingtian. He's actually so strong. King Yong looked at Duan Lingtian from afar with an astonished expression. Little freak. Xiong Ying, who sat at the side, held back for a long time before spitting out these 3 words. On the first-class spectating area. On the side of the imperial family. Even though this Duan Lingtian is arrogant, his strength isn't bad. Based on his cultivation, it's capable of comparing with He and Hao. The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor frowned slightly as he spoke with a low voice. He felt a wave of displeasure in his heart when he saw a little kid like Duan Lingtian possess such a profound cultivation. The nearby black-clothed old man had a slightly serious expression as well. He wasn't only surprised by Duan Lingtian's cultivation, he was also surprised by the cultivation of his personal disciple, Zishong. When did Zishong break through to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage? Imperial Uncle, Zishong. Chapter 684. The Emperor had a certain level of understanding towards Zishong. He knew that Zishong was the personal disciple of his imperial uncle, and Zishong's natural talent wasn't bad, but it was merely not bad. In the entire Dark Han dynasty, there were numerous young geniuses with natural talent that wasn't inferior to Zishong. Sometimes, even the emperor was unable to wrap his head around why his imperial uncle didn't choose the group of outstanding young geniuses in the Dark Han dynasty and instead chose a young genius from a remote imperial kingdom like Zishong to be his personal disciple. But now, he suddenly realized that his previous thoughts were undoubtedly wrong. At this moment, Zishong revealed a cultivation that wasn't inferior to his son and nephew. 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. Zishong has actually broken through to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage as well. Imperial Uncle, what exactly is going on? How could Zishong's cultivation catch up to he and how in such a short period of time? The Emperor looked at the black-clothed old man and took a deep breath before asking curiously. I don't know as well. The black-clothed old man shook his head, yet slight excitement seemed to appear in the depths of his eyes. Truthfully speaking, even he had never expected that Zishong would reveal such a formidable cultivation, and he felt pleasantly surprised from the bottom of his heart. Looks like the prophecy of the Lord Priest all those years ago wasn't wrong. My personal disciple is from the distant Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Zishong is the personal disciple I'm bound to inherit. The black-clothed old man's mood surged. All those years ago, the Feng clan's Lord Priest, the grandmother of the Feng clan's eldest master and patriarch, had once divined his destiny for him. During the process of divining his destiny, the Lord Priest had given him a prophecy. According to the guidance of the prophecy, he'd head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom at a specific time and just happened to encounter Zishong. It was precisely because of this that he'd taken Zishong as his personal disciple long ago. Even if Zishong's later performance couldn't be considered to be outstanding, but so long as he thought of the Lord Priest's prophecy, he would once again devote himself to teaching Zishong. He believed that the Lord Priest's prophecy wouldn't be made without reason. Yet now it would seem that the prophecy had come true, and the personal disciple he'd taken from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was extremely outstanding. The Lord Priest is truly godly. Perhaps, she knew since long ago that Zishong would have such a day. Truthfully speaking, he was slightly perturbed in the beginning when he took Zishong as his personal disciple. In particular, the suspicious gazes around him made him doubt whether his decision was correct. However, he persevered in the end. Facts proved that his persistence was correct. Even Imperial Uncle, you don't know? The Emperor was slightly surprised, and then he guessed. Looks like Zishong has probably obtained some fortuitous encounters recently. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to catch up to Hia and Hauer in such a short period of time. Perhaps. The black-clothed old man nodded and declined to comment. His gaze slowly descended onto the violet-clothed young man, and his eyes narrowed slightly. This Duan Lingtian is the youngest amongst the young geniuses present. He seems to have already broken through to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. In the end, the old man's brows furrowed slightly, and he was slightly fearful. 9th level of the Void Initiation stage? This brat hid it really deeply. On the spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, Feng Wudao shook his head, and his gaze was extremely complicated. At this moment, the expression of Elder Kong who sat at the side was slightly stunned as well. As for the Feng clan's patriarch, he was completely dumbstruck instead. This Duan Lingtian is a 9th level Void Initiation stage martial artist. He's even stronger than Yun Xiong. How old is he? Unknowingly, The gazes of most people in the cage battle arena had descended onto the violet-colored figure in the sky above the cage battle arena in unison. It was a violet-clothed young man with slanted brows, starry eyes, and a handsome appearance. Of course, if it was only his outstanding appearance, it wasn't sufficient to make him the center of attention. After all, he wasn't the only handsome young man in the sky above the cage battle arena. What was most attractive about him was his calm and composed demeanor, as well as his frighteningly young face in such an occasion. This young man from the Darkstone Empire. In terms of age, amongst the over 100 young geniuses in the sky above the cage battle arena, only Lord Wu Dao's daughter is younger than him. Someone couldn't help but speak with surprise. Now, including him, there are less than 10 people that are able to maintain their composure, and it's even to the extent that they haven't even released their origin energy. Amongst these people, his age is undoubtedly the youngest. His natural talent in the martial Dao is truly too terrifying. I originally thought that amongst the younger generation of our Dark Han dynasty, people like the second prince, the eldest young master of the Zhong clan, and the eldest young master of the Ye clan are already the most outstanding figures. Now it would seem that I've been viewing the sky from the bottom of a well. Yeah, besides these three people, there are many dark horses this time. Firstly, it's this young man from the Darkstone Empire. Secondly, it's that white-clothed young man that presided over the first phase of the dynasty martial competition yesterday. He ought to be a young prince. The last one wore white clothes and seemed to be a member of the imperial family as well. The second prince and the other two white-clothed young men. They're all people that the imperial family has recommended this time. This time, the imperial family is going to gain a great deal of face. The entire cage battle arena was seething with excitement, and it was like a market. Right at this moment, the two old men that towered above all the young geniuses looked at each other and nodded before exerting their strength once more. Whoosh! Whoosh! Instantly, two extremely formidable origin energy flames skyrocketed once more on the two old men, and they seemed to have transformed into circle after circle of white-colored ripples that swept out towards the surroundings with the two old men at the center. For a time, violent winds blew out in the cage battle arena, and some martial artists with low cultivations were even forced to close their eyes. Bang! With the two old men at the center, the origin energy ripples that ceaselessly spread out collided together in the end, and they formed an extremely formidable pressure that swept down to envelop all the young geniuses. Instantly, the pressure on the young geniuses present increased greatly. 8. No. Instantly, waves of shrill cries sounded out as another 10+ young geniuses were suppressed to the point of falling down from the sky and being miserably eliminated. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian had a solemn expression on his face. On the other hand, Zhong Shouyong and the others were the same. Even up until now, all the 9th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses including Duan Lingtian still hadn't utilized their origin energy to resist the pressure that came from the two old men. But the spirits of everyone were strained as they became solemn, and they weren't carefree like they were before. Obviously, they'd felt a certain level of pressure as well. On the other hand, the young geniuses at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage like Su Li, Feng Yunxiong, and the other young geniuses at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage like Feng Tianwu and Long Yunyi had already increased the activation of their origin energy to resist the pressure that descended from the sky. Their movements were extremely relaxed, and it was as if they didn't feel too much pressure. Besides the 9th level Void Initiation stage and 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artists, a few 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artists ought to be able to remain in the final 20 people to advance. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he looked at Feng Tianwu and encouraged via voice transmission. Tianwu, good luck. Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian and nodded lightly, and the depths of her bright beautiful eyes contained extreme firmness mixed within. Duan Lingtian smiled. He was extremely confident towards Tianwu. Even though Tianwu's cultivation was only at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, the concept she comprehended was far from something an ordinary 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist could compare to. Tianwu was a possessor of the fire spirit body, and she possessed an innate tacit understanding towards fire concept, causing her to comprehend it extremely quickly. Bang! Another enormous bang sounded out, and it was the second circle of ripples that were emitted from the origin energy on the two old men that collided with a bang. For a time, the waves of air in the sky covered the heavens and the earth as it swept down once more, and another extremely strong pressure fiercely pressed down onto the group of young geniuses. Subsequently, there were many people that were eliminated. Meanwhile, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body suffused out to form an origin energy light barrier that enveloped him within it. No matter how the pressure from the two old men increased greatly, Duan Lingtian didn't move like a mountain. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, Zhong Shouyong, Zi Shong, Yi Xiao, Bai Hao, and Bai He successively held up origin energy light barriers to resist the enormous pressure that descended from the sky. Instantly, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above Duan Lingtian's group of 6. The appearance of 72 ancient horned dragon silhouettes at the same time could be said to be magnificent. 6 9th level void initiation stage martial artist. A portion of the people present had already guessed the cultivations of Duan Lingtian's group, but there was also a portion of people that were completely unaware. At this moment, when they saw the cultivations revealed by Duan Lingtian's group, all of them were greatly shocked. Looks like the dynasty martial competition today will surely be extremely interesting. Supposedly, besides competing for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, the group of young geniuses of our Dark Han dynasty will also decide on their specific rankings and win the various rewards issued by the imperial family. Some people that were well informed couldn't help but reveal. For a time, the atmosphere in the entire cage battle arena seethed with excitement once more, and sharp cries of excitement rose and fell without end. In this way, it also meant that every single person present had the opportunity to see the battle between the top young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty. How could they not be excited by this? They still want to decide on their specific rankings? Duan Lingtian heard the discussions in the spectating area of the cage battle arena clearly, and he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He originally thought that the Dark Han dynasty's dynasty martial competition would be like the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire and the Genius competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and it would only decide on the strongest young geniuses, and there was no need to decide on their specific rankings. Now it would seem that he'd guessed wrongly. Chapter 685. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed something else. In the sky above the cage battle arena, besides him and the group of young geniuses from the various empires that were slightly surprised. The other members of the local powers of the Dark Han dynasty like Feng Tianwu and Zhong Shouyong weren't surprised instead, and they seemed to have known about this since long ago. Duan Lingtian, do you have the confidence to compete for the first in the dynasty martial competition this time? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was precisely Su Li's voice transmission. Duan Lingtian looked at Su Li and shrugged before replying via voice transmission. I don't know. I believe you. Su Li's words were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. Originally, Su Li, who'd broken through to the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage, thought that he'd already surpassed Duan Lingtian. Only when Duan Lingtian entered the arena and revealed a cultivation at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage did he know that he was still left behind by Duan Lingtian as before. This caused him to be unable to help but feel bitter in his heart, yet after the bitterness, he couldn't help but feel happy for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was his good friend, and he hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to walk even higher and further on the path of the martial Tao. When he heard Su Li's practically blind trust, Duan Lingtian only shook his head and smiled. His gaze quickly flashed past Zhong Shouyong, Zi Shong, and the other 9th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses. He knew that these people would be his final opponents. If he wanted to obtain a good ranking in the Dark Han dynasty's martial competition, then he had to compete with these people. Now, he still didn't know the exact strength of these people, and he only knew that they were all 9th level Void Initiation stage martial artists. Bang! Another enormous bang sounded out, and it was the third ripple formed from the origin energy of the two old men that continued to collide together. An even stronger pressure swept down. Instantly, another person was eliminated. Bang! 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 A series of loud noises rang out continuously. After every single loud bang, the pressure that enveloped the group of young geniuses in the sky above the cage battle arena would increase greatly, causing many young geniuses to utilize their origin energy, concept, and spirit weapons to resist in a sorry state. Every time, many young geniuses would be eliminated. Boom! Another loud sound rang out as 5 young geniuses were eliminated. 2 of them weren't unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian, and they were precisely the 2 6th-level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses from the Windfall Empire. I hope you can all stand until the end. The 2 young geniuses of Xiefeng Empire could be considered to be acquainted with Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Long Yun. Even though they weren't familiar with each other, they still gave them their blessings before leaving. Thank you. Duan Lingtian nodded and thanked him. After the 2 young geniuses of Xiefeng Empire returned, the representative of Xiefeng Empire, the old man with the surname Liu, sighed, and then he looked at the nearby King Yong. King Yong, based on the current situation, if nothing unexpected happens, at least 2 of the 3 people from your Darkstone Empire will be able to pass through the first round of the selections. The old man's tone was filled with slight envy. Yes. King Yong nodded. Unknowingly, his gaze had already descended onto Long Yun. He was able to discern that with Duan Lingtian and Su Li's strengths, it wasn't difficult for them to pass through the first round of the selections, whereas Long Yun was slightly strenuous. Long Yun was only a 7th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist after all. Originally, with Long Yun's age, his cultivation at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage could already be considered to be extremely outstanding. But all the young geniuses present were top young experts of the Dark Han dynasty, whereas Long Yun seemed to be slightly ordinary amongst these young experts. At this moment, practically all the remaining young geniuses in the sky above the cage battle arena were existences at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above. Whereas when all these young geniuses were added together, there were still 30+ people. The experts in the Dark Han dynasty are really numerous like the clouds. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this scene. After all, including him, Su Li, and Long Yun, there weren't more than 10 existences at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above in the various empires. In other words, amongst the 30+ young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above present, there were 20+ young geniuses from the local powers of the Dark Han dynasty. Bang! The origin energy ripples that originated from the 2 old men were still colliding with each other. Every single time they collided, an extremely strong pressure would sweep down along with them, and it heavily pressed down onto the 30+ young geniuses present, and it wanted to eliminate another 10+ people. Yet this time, no one was eliminated. The 8th level Void Initiation Stage and 9th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists were still fine, but those 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists had practically exerted all their strength at this moment, and only then were they able to avoid being blasted down by the strength of the 2 old men. Amongst the 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists, only Feng Tianwu and Long Yun seemed to be in a comparatively relaxed state now. The spirit saber in Long Yun's hand is a grade 3 spirit saber. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. He was able to discern that the reason Long Yun was able to be as relaxed as Tian Wu was because just like Tian Wu, he possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon to rely on. Presently, the grade 3 spirit whip that Duan Lingtian had refined for her had appeared in Tian Wu's hand as well, and she tried her best to resist the pressure that descended from the sky. Because there were comparatively more people present, all the ancient horned dragon silhouettes were practically squeezed together, and it was impossible to distinguish who they belonged to. So, not many people were able to discern that there was anything unusual about the spirit weapons in the hands of Feng Tianwu and Long Yun. Bang! 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 Another 3 enormous bangs sounded out successively after a short period of time. At the same time, only 20 young geniuses remained in the sky above the cage battle arena. The final outcome was finally out. Who? As soon as the outcome was out, Feng Tianwu put away the grade 3 spirit whip in her hand and heaved a sigh of relief, and her gaze unconsciously descended onto the nearby Duan Lingtian. Her pair of beautiful eyes were tender like water. Compared to Long Yun, Feng Tianwu could be considered to be in a comparatively better state. After all, The fire concept she'd comprehended was stronger than Long Yun's saber concept. Long Yun's countenance was slightly pale, and his body was still trembling lightly. Of course, Long Yun wasn't in the most sorry state. The people in the most sorry state were the other 7 7th-level void initiation stage young geniuses. They were able to advance successfully because their foundations were slightly stronger than the other 7th-level void initiation stage young geniuses. At this moment, these 7 young geniuses were drenched in sweat and ceaselessly gasping for breath, and they seemed as if they just fought 3,000 rounds with others. All 20 of you advance. Rest for half an hour. The second round of the selections will continue after half an hour. The second round of the selections will directly select the candidates to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. One of the old men spoke out slowly. For a time, the group of young geniuses in the sky above the cage battle arena dispersed successively. Duan Lingtian, I'll surely trample you beneath my feet and wantonly trample on your dignity. Before Zishong left, he glanced viciously at Duan Lingtian, and he was ruthless in his heart. Duan Lingtian frowned as he noticed a gaze that was like a venomous snake staring at him with ill intent, and when he turned around, he noticed the figure that was heading towards the first-class spectating area that belonged to the imperial family. Zishong. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian recognized this figure, and it was precisely the figure of one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Zi the Young Master. This Zishong is much more mature than before. If it was the past him, he would surely be like Bai He from before and talk nonsense before me. Now, he didn't say anything and instead buried his hatred deep in his heart. It can be said that during these past few years, he's already transformed from a wild beast that rampages about to become a venomous snake that's adept at lying dormant in the shadows. As he thought up to here, slight fear arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. If Zishong roared at him like a madman and said he wanted to kill him, he wouldn't feel anything. But now, Zishong was so calm, and it caused him to realize traces of danger. For some unknown reason, he had a strong intuition in his subconscious, and he felt that Zishong was even more terrifying than the second prince, Bai He. Let's go back. Su Li greeted Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he looked at Feng Tianwu and said via voice transmission, Tianwu, remember to help me place my bets when I enter the arena. Don't worry, elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu replied with a smile that was like a flower. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Su Li walked side by side towards the second-class spectating area where the group of people from the Darkstone Empire were. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian was able to notice 2 fierce gazes staring fixedly at him. Duan Lingtian slightly turned his head and noticed the owners of these 2 gazes. Bai He, Yi Xiao. This Yi Xiao probably wants to stand up for his younger brother as well. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that he was targeted by Bai He, and his gaze descended onto Yi Xiao as he guessed in his heart. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Long Yun. Congratulations. After Duan Lingtian's group of 3 returned, the group of young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire below King Yong congratulated Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Congratulations. On the other hand, the representative of the Windfall Empire, Old Man Liu, and the group of young geniuses from the Windfall Empire congratulated Duan Lingtian's group of 3 as well. Thank you. Duan Lingtian and Su Li lightly smiled as they replied. Only Su Li returned to his seat with a gloomy expression, and his eyes flickered with bright lights, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. Brother Lingtian, even though I know your strength isn't weak, yet I never imagined that you're actually a 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist. Xiong Ying, who sat by King Yong's side, looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. Xiong Ying's words resonated with the group of young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire. Yeah, Duan Lingtian. I truly never imagined that you're the strongest amongst us. Looks like you concealed your cultivation 1 year ago. Exactly. Didn't you conceal it too deeply? If you made a move 1 year ago, Mo Xian would probably not be a match for you. After the group of young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire witnessed Duan Lingtian's current strength, they naturally thought that Duan Lingtian had held back a year ago. It was precisely because of this that Mo Xian was able to obtain the honor of being the #1 young expert of the Darkstone Empire. Concealed his cultivation? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard everyone. 1 year ago, he'd used a grade 4 spirit sword as the price to exchange for the spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists from Mo Xian. Chapter 686. Even though a mere grade 4 spirit sword was nothing in his eyes, he wouldn't go so far as to casually give it to a stranger, right? Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't give any further explanation to this. When this scene entered into the eyes of the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, they instead thought that Duan Lingtian had tacitly agreed. Amongst the 20 young geniuses that advanced today, Duan Lingtian sat by Su Li's side and closed his eyes to rest as he thought in his heart. Including me, there's a total of 6 9th-level void initiation stage martial artists. Besides that, there's also Su Li, Feng Yunxiong, and the other 3 8th-level void initiation stage martial artists. The final 9 people are the 7th-level void initiation stage martial artists including Tian Wu and Long Yun. I wonder exactly how many people are participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. At this moment, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly worried for Feng Tianwu. In the past, even though he'd heard about the amount of people participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties for the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty, all of that was basically hearsay and couldn't be taken seriously. Some said there were only 5 people, some said there were 15, some said there were 7, 8, all in all, everything was possible before the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family made an official announcement. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties is a competition between the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties including the Dark Han dynasty. Logically speaking, it's impossible for every dynasty to send many people, and it's impossible for very few people to go as well. According to my personal guess, there ought to not be more than 10 people. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he guessed in his heart. When Duan Lingtian was resting with his eyes closed, the entire cage battle arena was extraordinarily bustling. Besides discussing the 20 people that had advanced, most of them were discussing a certain person. The 6 9th-level void initiation stage young experts including Duan Lingtian were the first to bear the brunt of the discussion. After that, the attention of everyone moved on to the amount of people participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. I wonder how many people are participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Many people were curious. On the first-class spectating area, Feng Tianwu sat silently on her seat with her eyes closed. If one looked carefully, one would notice that she was cultivating, and it seemed as if she was making a last-minute effort. Half an hour later, the 2 old men that presided over the first round of the selections earlier flashed out successively, and they once again arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena before standing in midair. One of the old men spoke slowly. Next, the second round of the selections of the dynasty martial competition today will begin. The second round of the selections will decide on the 10 strongest young geniuses. These 10 young geniuses will obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties 1 year from now. 10 spots. When Duan Lingtian heard the sound, he opened his eyes and a light flashed through them. 10 spots. Sitting at the side, Su Li's eyes lit up. If there were 10 spots, he was confident. 10 spots. Long Yun, who was sitting not far away, frowned slightly, looking as if he had a guilty conscience. Unknowingly, Long Yun's gaze had descended onto Duan Lingtian, and the depths of his gaze seemed to contain slight unwillingness and helplessness. After a year, he was filled with confidence, and he originally thought that he would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian in the dynasty martial competition. But unfortunately, ideals were beautiful, yet reality was cruel. At the same time that the 9th-level void initiation stage cultivation that Duan Lingtian revealed caused Long Yun to be astounded, slight despair arose in the depths of his heart as well. It turned out that when he felt that he possessed a strength that was even stronger than Duan Lingtian with the assistance of his master, Duan Lingtian had once again left him far behind. At this moment, Long Yun even had a feeling of since I was born, why should I be born? In next to no time, Long Yun took a deep breath and slowly recovered from his shock. 10 spots. Including Duan Lingtian, there are a total of 6 9th-level void initiation stage martial artists. These 6 people are existences that are currently difficult for me to shake. In other words, I can only strive for one of the other 4 spots. Otherwise, I would have no fate with the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Long Yun, who was originally filled with confidence, felt pressure assault his body, and he was slightly unable to catch his breath. At this moment, when they heard there were 10 spots, some of the other young geniuses that passed through the first round of the selections were delighted, and some were worried. 20 people, 10 spots. A 50% chance. Besides Feng Tianwu and Long Yun, who were still cultivating, amongst the 9 7th level void initiation stage young geniuses that had advanced, all of them revealed helpless bitter smiles. Obviously, they didn't hold too much hope. For the sake of saving time, the 6 9th level void initiation stage young experts in the second round of the selections will directly advance. In next to no time, the old man in the sky above the cage battle arena spoke out once more. Doing this is for the sake of allowing the second round of the selections to end as soon as possible. Later on, after the 10 spots to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties are decided, the 10 strongest young geniuses will be ranked. The person ranked high will obtain generous rewards from our Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. Do the other 14 people have any objections? As he finished speaking, the old man asked. Directly advance. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the old man. In this way, he didn't have to ascend the arena in the second round of the selections, and this was an extremely humane rule. On the other hand, Su Li, who sat at the side, glanced at Duan Lingtian with envy instead. Objections. The 7th level void initiation stage young geniuses that had advanced in the first round of the selections laughed bitterly in unison when they heard the old man. What objections could they have? A 9th level void initiation stage martial artist was sufficient to crush them in all aspects. As for the 5 8th level void initiation stage young geniuses including Su Li, besides Su Li, the gazes of the other 4 including Feng Yunxiong flickered at this moment. The gazes of the 4 of them had simultaneously descended onto the spectating area where the group of people from the Darkstone Empire Saturday. Precisely speaking, their gazes had descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Looks like someone isn't convinced of your superiority. Su Li couldn't help but tease when he noticed the gazes of the 4 of them. If they aren't convinced, then let's fight. Duan Lingtian shrugged as his eyes revealed slight cold lights. But I'm afraid they're unable to endure the consequences of fighting me. At the same time, a strand of killing intent that shot into the sky flashed on Duan Lingtian's body. The others were fine and didn't feel anything. But Su Li, who sat by Duan Lingtian's side, had instead clearly felt that terrifying killing intent, and for a time, frightening coldness arose from the bottom of his heart. What terrifying killing intent? Su Li glanced at Duan Lingtian with fear. This good friend that he'd known since he was young seemed to have become more and more unfathomable. Looks like even if I have the assistance of my master, it isn't an easy thing to surpass Duan Lingtian. Su Li couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What? Yun Xiong. You want to challenge Duan Lingtian? On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, the Feng clan's patriarch, Feng Tiannan, looked at Feng Yunxiong who was by his side and asked curiously. Feng Yunxiong nodded lightly. As far as he was concerned, even though Duan Lingtian was a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist, he was too young after all, and his cultivation was probably obtained by relying on a pile of large amounts of spirit fruits. Presumably, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of concept wasn't strong. The 9th level of the void initiation stage sounded shocking, but if it was only in terms of origin energy, then it was only the strength of a single ancient horned dragon more than an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist. In other words, so long as the concept comprehended by Duan Lingtian was inferior to the concept of an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist, then the 8th level void initiation stage martial artist might not have no chance of defeating Duan Lingtian. Now, based on his personal deduction, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of concept ought to be inferior to his. So, he wanted to challenge Duan Lingtian. But when he thought of how Duan Lingtian was the son-in-law of their Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, he was slightly hesitant, and his gaze inadvertently glanced at Feng Wudao. Big brother, Elder Kong. Do both of you agree with Yun Xiong challenging brother Duan? Feng Tian-nan discerned Feng Yunxiong's misgivings, and his gaze moved to descend onto Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong as he asked with a light smile. If you're confident, then go ahead. Feng Wu Dao's reply was extremely straightforward. I agree with the eldest young master. Elder Kong nodded as he spoke. Feng Yunxiong's eyes lit up when he heard Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong, and he didn't have any more misgivings as he hurriedly left his seat and intended to challenge Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, he was still too late. I have an objection. A slightly hoarse and ear-piercing voice suddenly sounded from one of the first-class spectator seats. Subsequently, everyone in the cage battle arena saw a figure flash out from the side of the Yi clan's patriarch, and in the blink of an eye, the figure had arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena. This was a young man around the age of 37 or 38. He wore green clothes, was almost middle-aged, and had an ordinary appearance. Yi Lu. Instantly, many people recognized this green-clothed young man. Yi Lu was a figure in the younger generation of the Yi clan that possessed a strength inferior to the eldest young master, Yi Xiao. His cultivation was at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage, and at the same time, he was one of the people that had advanced in the first round of the selections. This Yi Lu. Could it be that he wants to challenge Duan Lingtian as well? Feng Yunxiong frowned, yet he sat down in the end and silently watched the development of the situation. On the first-class spectating area where the Yi clan sat, the corners of the Yi clan's second young master, Yi Xiong, curled into a cold smile, and his vicious gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian who sat on the second-class spectating area below. Duan Lingtian, so what if you're at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage? Can your concept keep up with your cultivation base? Even though Yi Lu's cultivation is inferior to you, his water concept has already been comprehended to the 8th level, and is surely stronger than you. Just wait to be defeated by Yi Lu. Yi Xiong was extremely complacent in his heart. Obviously, he didn't think that Duan Lingtian had comprehended concept above the 8th level, and it was even to the extent that he felt that Duan Lingtian's concept might not have even attained the 7th level. As far as he was concerned, before the number 2 expert in the younger generation of their Yi clan, Yi Lu, Duan Lingtian was a fish on the chopping block that was at Yi Lu's mercy. Feel free to speak of any objections you have. If you're unconvinced of a 9th level Void Initiation stage young expert, feel free to challenge him. So long as you're able to defeat him, he'll have to participate in the second round of the selections with the other 14 people including you. Chapter 687. Along with Yi Lu making an appearance and the old man speaking, the surroundings of the cage battle arena went completely silent. The gazes of many people descended onto Yi Lu in unison. This Yi Lu probably wants to challenge that young man from the Darkstone Empire. I think so as well. That young man is too young after all. Even if his cultivation isn't bad, the concept he's comprehended ought to not be strong. Cultivation can be piled up with spirit fruits. But one can only rely on one's own concept. The surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly. When they heard the discussions of these people, besides Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Long Yun, most of the people had similar thoughts. Obviously, these people didn't know of the existence of concept fragments. If it was said that spirit fruits were able to pile up a person's cultivation, then concept fragments were similarly able to pile up a person's comprehension of concept. Forget about the other 9th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses. I'm unconvinced of this young man from the Darkstone Empire. I want to challenge him. Sure enough, Yi Lu's gaze passed through the sky and flashed past the group of young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire before finally locking onto Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with a strong will to fight. Yi Lu's decision was something that many people present had already guessed earlier, so now that this outcome had come out, no one was surprised. Right at this moment, the old man's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and he said slowly, "This young genius from the Darkstone Empire, please come out and compete with this young genius from the Yi clan. Life and death will be decided." Whoosh! Duan Lingtian didn't waste his breath and directly left his seat to soar into the sky, and he arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena in the blink of an eye to stand opposite Yi Lu. "Are you sure you want to challenge me?" Duan Lingtian looked silently at Yi Lu as he asked indifferently. What? You're afraid? Yi Lu started laughing. Afraid? Yi Lu's words caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned, and then he shook his head and laughed. Perhaps there are many people in this world that are capable of causing me to be afraid. But you aren't amongst them. You'll change your opinion in a moment. Yi Lu's tone was resolute, and his words were filled with confidence. Really? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face didn't change. Suddenly, his smile disappeared, and his face became incomparably cold. I'll give you a chance. If you admit defeat now, it might not be too late. What? Are you so arrogant that you think you can kill me? Yi Lu laughed. His laughter grew louder and louder as if he had heard a great joke. Looks like you've already made your decision. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. When the old man explained the rules of the second round of selection, he had already made up his mind. No matter who it was, as long as they dared to challenge him, he would definitely kill them. In this way, not only would he be able to free up a spot for Tian Wu and allow Tian Wu to have an even greater chance of obtaining the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he would also be able to make an example to others and make others not dare underestimate him. Stop trying to be mysterious. Today, I won't kill you because you're senior Wu Dao's son-in-law. However, I will still defeat you and break your spirit. Yi Lu shouted out with a grim voice as the clothes on his body fluttered without the wind. At the same time, vast origin energy suffused Yi Lu's body to envelop his entire body, and it seemed as if he was within a ball of white-colored flames. Whoosh! At the same time, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky above Yi Lu as 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form with a vast impetus. It wasn't just that, along with strands of blue-colored energy leaping about within the origin energy on Yi Lu's body, another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky. 8th level water concept. Instantly, many people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena couldn't help but exclaim in shock. 8th level of the void initiation stage and 8th level water concept didn't just test one's natural talent in the martial Dao, it tested one's comprehension ability in the martial Dao as well. As far as many people were concerned, it was extremely rare for Yi Lu to be able to achieve this. No wonder he dared challenge this young man from the Darkstone Empire. So it turns out that he came prepared. Even though this young man is a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist, the concept is comprehended is probably not even at the 7th level. It's very likely that he'll lose. If this Yi clan's Yi Lu is able to defeat him, then it would really bring great honor to the Yi clan. Looks like the Yi clan is going to be in the limelight this time. Many people whispered in discussion in the surroundings of the cage battle arena. Most people were filled with confidence towards Yi Lu, and they didn't think that this young man, Duan Lingtian, would be able to compare to Yi Lu in terms of comprehension of concept. After all, Duan Lingtian was truly too young. According to the train of thought of an ordinary person, they wouldn't feel that the concept Duan Lingtian had comprehended was formidable. At the same time that Yi Lu utilized his origin energy and 8th level water concept, a spear appeared out of thin air in his hand. Whoosh! The spear shook as his origin energy swiftly fused into it, and it was like a rock that had sunk into the sea. Instantly, another 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 3,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above Yi Lu, grade 4 spirit weapon. Instantly, many spectators couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Of course, even more people weren't surprised. Perhaps, with Yi Lu's status in the Yi clan, it wasn't sufficient for him to possess a grade 4 spirit weapon. But today was the dynasty martial competition, and it was related to the Yi clan's face. So even if the Yi clan had to lend it, it would lend a grade 4 spirit weapon to Yi Lu. No matter if Yi Lu won or lost today, it was related to the Yi clan's face and honor. So the Yi clan couldn't be casual in this aspect no matter what. The strength of 25 ancient horned dragons and 3,800 ancient mammoths. As he looked at the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that was caused by Yi Lu's full strength, Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm as he stood on the spot without moving like a mountain, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Yi Lu used his full strength as soon as he attacked. Looks like he doesn't dare underestimate this young man from the Darkstone Empire. On a stage like the Dynasty Martial competition, no one dares be careless. Once one is careless, it's very likely that it would mean defeat. Indeed. Under the gazes of the crowd of spectators in the cage battle arena, Yi Lu moved. Yi Lu held his spear and flashed out as if he'd transformed into a bolt of lightning, and his speed was so swift that some spectators with low cultivations weren't even able to see Yi Lu's shadow. On the other hand, in the eyes of the spectators with high cultivations, Yi Lu had flashed close to Duan Lingtian from the Darkstone Empire in the blink of an eye. Water Dragon Blast. Suddenly, an explosive shout sounded out in the silent cage battle arena. Under the gazes of everyone present, Yi Lu's figure stopped moving as the spear in his hand shook, and roiling origin energy roared out as 8th level water concept followed him like a shadow. Swoosh. Yi Lu's hand shook as the grade 4 spirit spear in his hand was coiled by origin energy that contained water concept, and it seemed to have transformed into a water dragon that pierced towards Duan Lingtian. Instantly, the extremely terrifying force on the tip of the spear pressed down to the point the airflow in the air moved rhythmically, and it emitted a wave of low and deep sounds of air exploding. It was like the waves of dragon roars emitted by a water dragon. Your martial skill isn't bad. But unfortunately, you're too weak. Right when many people broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice slowly sounded out and spread throughout the entire cage battle arena. Right when most people couldn't help but be stunned. Everyone saw that Duan Lingtian had moved. He didn't dodge but instead moved to intercept Yi Lu's grade 4 spirit spear that was like a water dragon leaving its lair. Is this Duan Lingtian courting death? Many people felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene, and they felt that Duan Lingtian's actions were no different than committing suicide. His spear flashed over menacingly, yet you're using your body to intercept it. Isn't this courting death? Of course, the gazes of many people lit up, and they seemed to have discerned Duan Lingtian's intentions. Since you're courting death, then you can't blame me. When he saw Duan Lingtian not only didn't dodge but had instead moved to intercept his spear, Yi Lu revealed a frenzied expression as the spirit spear in his hand trembled, and the condensed energy on the tip of the spear instantly exploded out. This was the trump card of the high-grade Earth-rank martial skill, Water Dragon Blast, that he'd executed. It utilized condensed energy to transform into a water dragon, and at the instant it approached his opponent, it would explode with a bang. It utilized a formidable impact and even explosive force to heavily injure and even annihilate his opponent in one go. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At practically the instant the energy on the tip of the grade 4 spirit spear in Yi Lu's hand exploded out, many people in the spectating area in the surroundings of the cage battle arena stood up instinctively. Duan Lingtian, amongst them, there was no lack of people that Duan Lingtian knew. For example, King Yong, Xiong Ying, and Su Li. Of course, there were also people that knew Duan Lingtian that still maintained their composure, as if they were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. For example, Feng Wu Dao, Elder Kong, and Zhong Shou Yong. If he can't even defeat this Yi Lu, then this Duan Lingtian doesn't have the qualifications to be my opponent. The corners of Second Prince by his mouth curled into a wisp of a cold smile. Duan Lingtian. Zi Shong stared fixedly at the scene before him, and he seemed as if he wasn't willing to miss a single detail. He wanted to see to what extent his enemy of the past had grown to now. Under the gazes of everyone present. At the instant the energy on the tip of the grade 4 spirit spear in Yi Lu's hand exploded out with a bang, Duan Lingtian made a move. People with high cultivations were able to see a violet-colored sword light flash by with a raise of Duan Lingtian's hand. In the next moment, clang! An ear-piercing sound of metal colliding abruptly resounded out and spread throughout the cage battle arena, causing the faces of many spectators with low cultivations to flush red, and some even bled from their 7 apertures as they cried out loudly. Subsequently, many people saw Duan Lingtian seem to have appeared out of thin air behind Yi Lu. Right when they were surprised and bewildered. Whoosh! The grade 4 spirit spear in Yi Lu's hand instantly left his hand and fell down to the ground. Chapter 688. Whoosh! At the instant the grade 4 spirit spear fell down, the origin energy and water concept on Yi Lu's body were obliterated along with it, and his entire body fell straight down. Bang! Under numerous astounded gazes, Yi Lu fiercely fell onto the iron cage in the cage battle arena, and he was hung at the top of the iron cage just like that, hanging in midair. For a time, the scene was deathly silent. Drip, drip. The fresh blood on Yi Lu's body was still dripping down ceaselessly, and it dripped onto the cage battle arena and caused numerous gorgeous and resplendent roses to splash out. In next to no time, everyone noticed that Yi Lu had completely lost all signs of movement and aura at this moment. Because of the angle, the crowd of spectators on the eastern spectating area were able to clearly see that Yi Lu's blood had come from his throat, and there was even a narrow and long wound on it. It's a sword mark. A single strike to the throat. It's a single strike to the throat. This Yi Lu was killed by a single strike to the throat. Instantly, someone on the eastern spectating area couldn't help but exclaim in shock. In next to no time, feelings of shock started spreading from the eastern spectating area and swept through the entire cage battle arena. For a time, practically everyone knew that the number 2 expert in the Yi clan's younger generation, Yi Lu, had been killed by the Darkstone Empire's Duan Lingtian with a single strike to the throat. What a swift sword strike. I'm an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist at any rate, yet I'm still unable to clearly see the mark left behind by the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand when he attacked earlier. If you were able to discern it, then Yi Lu would probably have discerned it as well. In that way, he wouldn't have died. His sword strike seemed to have blasted away the grade 4 spirit spear in Yi Lu's hand before he attacked Yi Lu. This is even more terrifying. His speed of attack was too swift. The ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth hadn't even had the time to completely condense into form. Sounds of discussion rose and fell in the entire cage battle arena, and even more people were shocked by Duan Lingtian's speed of attack. Even though Duan Lingtian had attacked, yet no one knew exactly how strong he was. It was because he had only used a single sword strike to kill his opponent. It was an extremely fast sword strike. Due to the fact that the ancient horned dragon silhouette in the heaven and earth phenomenon had yet to fully condense, even the group of void interpretation stage powerhouses present had no idea how strong Duan Lingtian was exactly. They could only guess on their own. The strength of this Duan Lingtian is much stronger than that Yi Lu. When he attacked, he seemed to not only possess a single type of concept. I faintly heard the sound of wind and thunder, and it ought to be the simultaneous appearance of wind concept and lightning concept. The expression of the black-clothed old man in the imperial family's exclusive first-class spectator seats turned slightly solemn. I heard it too. The nearby Darkhan dynasty's emperor nodded, and his gaze descended onto the violet-clothed young man that stood in the sky above the cage battle arena. As expected of Feng Wu Dao's son-in-law, he really is extraordinary. Now, the emperor could understand why this Duan Lingtian was so arrogant in front of him. Duan Lingtian himself was a peerless genius that was unyielding, and he didn't bend his back before others. 2 types of concept. The old man's words caused the nearby by his expression to go slightly grim. After all, even he had only comprehended 1 type of concept and 1 type of advanced force. The time and energy required to comprehend 2 types of concept was something he couldn't imagine. This Duan Lingtian's comprehension ability is actually so strong. He stared at Duan Lingtian, and at the same time that his eyes were filled with envy, cold lights flickered as he guessed in his heart. But, since he utilized 2 types of concept, I presume he hasn't comprehended any concept to the 9th level. Otherwise, he utterly didn't need to utilize a 2nd type of concept to kill Yi Lu. Duan Lingtian. I'll surely defeat you. Even if he knew that Duan Lingtian had comprehended 2 types of concept, Zishong wasn't afraid in the slightest, and there seemed to be flames leaping about in the depths of his burning eyes that were waiting to swallow Duan Lingtian. On the side of the imperial family, only Bai Hao was comparatively composed. After a trace of astonishment flashed past the depths of Bai Hao's eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian's display, there wasn't any further movement. On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan. The Feng clan's patriarch, Feng Tiannan, was completely stunned, and he looked at the distant violet-clothed young man with disbelief. Never had he imagined that the strength of this violet-clothed young man would actually be so terrifying. From the beginning until the end, killing an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist that had comprehended 8th level concept was as simple as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Eldest young master, look, the face of the Yi clan's patriarch has darkened. Ha 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 ha. But unfortunately, the young miss is at a critical juncture in her cultivation and wasn't able to see this battle. Otherwise, she would surely be happy for Brother Duan. The nearby Elder Kong looked at Feng Wu Dao as he laughed heartily. He probably had the intention of paving the way for Wu by killing Yi Lu. Feng Wu Dao didn't look at the Yi clan's patriarch, and his calm gaze descended onto the violet-clothed figure in the distance as he muttered in a light voice. Looks like Brother Duan really cares about the young Miss. Elder Kong smiled. At this moment, the expression of Feng Yunxiong, who sat by the side of the Feng clan's patriarch, Feng Tiannan, was slightly stiff, and the depths of his eyes even revealed the sheen of surviving a calamity. He could imagine that if it wasn't for Yi Lu challenging Duan Lingtian a step before him, the person that died now wouldn't be Yi Lu, but him, Feng Yunxiong. At this instant, Feng Yunxiong felt that the clothes on his back were completely drenched in cold sweat. The feeling of being on the verge of death was something he'd felt for the first time. As expected of the eldest master's son-in-law. This cultivation is far from something I can go against. Feng Yunxiong took a deep breath, and the gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian once more seemed to contain slight terror. On the other side of the first-class spectating area, the Yi clan's patriarch had an extremely unsightly expression at this moment. Yi Lu was the number 2 expert in the younger generation of their Yi clan, and now that he was killed, it meant that their Yi clan had lost a future void interpretation stage expert. A void interpretation stage expert was of great importance to any power in the Dark Han dynasty. Duan Lingtian. The Yi clan's patriarch revealed hatred in his eyes as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and he wished for nothing more than to transform into a wild beast and swallow Duan Lingtian alive. Impossible. Impossible. How could this Duan Lingtian possibly be so strong? How could this be possible? The Yi clan's second young master, Yi Xiong, shook his head ceaselessly as he wasn't willing to believe that everything before his eyes was real. I'm surely dreaming. I'm surely dreaming. Enough. Yi Xiao, who sat at the side, seemed to feel that Yi Xiong was too noisy, and he frowned as he shouted in a low voice. Instantly, Yi Xiong was terrified and stopped muttering. Brother. Yi Lu is dead. After a short moment, Yi Xiong returned to his senses and looked at Yi Xiao with an extremely unsightly expression. I'll take revenge for Yi Lu. Yi Xiao's expression remained as usual as he spoke indifferently, and it was as if he was speaking of an unimportant matter. Since Yi Lu was killed until now, Yi Xiao hadn't revealed the slightest fluctuation in his emotions, and it was as if he was an outsider. A strand of light of hope appeared within Yi Xiong's sorrowful and indignant eyes when he heard this. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. In the inferior spectating area of the cage battle arena, the crowd of spectators were seething with excitement, and they shouted out Duan Lingtian's name loudly. Duan Lingtian stood in the sky above the cage battle arena as he listened to the shouts that sounded out by his ears, and then he lowered his head and looked down for a moment before lightly shaking his head. The current me seems to be no different than those great stars that were chased after on Earth in my previous life. If there's anyone that's unwilling to submit to me, then you're welcome to continue challenging me. Before Duan Lingtian left, he grinned as he looked at the surroundings for a moment before speaking with a loud voice. Arrogant. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian was extremely arrogant now. But the people present didn't think anything of Duan Lingtian because of this, and it was only because he'd used his strength to prove that he had the ability to be arrogant. For a time, besides Su Li and Feng Tianwu, who was still cultivating, the remaining 13 young geniuses couldn't help but reveal bitter expressions. Challenge Duan Lingtian? Wouldn't that be courting death? The lesson of the past was still hanging on the cage of the cage battle arena. Yi Lu's corpse seemed to be constantly warning them not to rashly challenge Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I truly never imagined that not only has your cultivation advanced, even your comprehension of concept has attained such an extent. You're worthy of the title of the #1 genius in the history of our Darkstone Empire. When Du and Lingtian returned to the spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire were seated, King Yong was excited to the point of losing his composure. When I saw Brother Lingtian that day, I discerned how extraordinary Brother Lingtian is. Today, Brother Lingtian's elegant demeanor has convinced me. Xiong Ying by King Yong's side spoke out as well. Up until now, Duan Lingtian was the first young genius that was praised so highly by Xiong Ying, the Vice Guild Master of the Dark Han Dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild. King Yong, Pavilion Master Xiong, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian was modest. Duan Lingtian, amazing. After Duan Lingtian returned to his seat and sat down, he saw Su Li give him a thumbs up. Only an 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and he didn't feel that killing an 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist was something to be complacent about. Only an 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. The corners of Su Li's mouth twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's casual words, and then he laughed bitterly. In terms of cultivation and concept, Yi Lu who attacked Duan Lingtian earlier was comparable to him. Perhaps, by relying on the formidable offensive strength of his sword concept, he was sufficient to suppress Yi Lu, but it was extremely difficult for him to truly defeat Yi Lu. Of course, this didn't mean that he was unable to defeat Yi Lu. So long as he utilized the grade 3 spirit sword his master gave him, it wasn't difficult to kill Yi Lu. Little brother Duan, amazing. The representative of Holdwind Empire, the old man surnamed Liu, looked at Duan Lingtian and wasn't stingy with his praise in the slightest. Yeah, amazing. Too amazing. Brother Lingtian, with your strength, you'll surely be able to shine brilliantly in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties in another year. The group of young geniuses of Holdwind Empire flattered Duan Lingtian successively, and they weren't stingy with their praise in the slightest. Chapter 689. At the same time, the representatives of numerous empires came over one by one to greet King Yong warmly. Of course, King Yong knew his own limitations and knew that they had ulterior motives, and their final objective was to get acquainted with Duan Lingtian. Presently, not only was Duan Lingtian the son-in-law of the Feng clan's eldest master, he was also a monstrous genius in the martial Dao that possessed a terrifying strength, and it was sufficient to make the representatives of the various empires look up to him and make them spare no effort to curry favor with him. Duan Lingtian originally didn't want to pay attention to the representatives of the various empires. But for the sake of not making it difficult for King Yong, Duan Lingtian smiled lightly one by one when facing these representatives of the various empires, and in the end, he felt that his face had stiffened from smiling. Who? After the representatives of the various empires left, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. No matter if it was in his previous life or this life, he was most annoyed by this sort of social interaction. Men are afraid of being famous just like pigs are afraid of being fat. These words aren't wrong in the slightest. You're still taking pleasure in my misfortune? After he noticed Su Li who sat at the side laughing secretly, Duan Lingtian glared angrily at him. Only now did Su Li stop laughing, and then he changed the topic. Duan Lingtian, do you think the other 3 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists will challenge the other 5 9th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses? A total of 6 9th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses had appeared in the Dynasty Martial competition this time, and the reason Su Li said 5 was because Duan Lingtian had just revealed his strength and proved himself. So as far as Su Li was concerned, it was impossible for the other 3 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists to challenge Duan Lingtian. Unless they weren't afraid of death. So, they only had the other 5 people to choose from. How would I know? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Aren't you an 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist as well? What? You don't intend to challenge a 9th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist? There's no need for that. Su Li shrugged and grinned. There are 10 positions in any case. Now that the Yi clan's Yi Lu is dead, the competition has lessened, and I'm still confident in obtaining a position. Since it's like this, then why should I waste my strength? When did you become so lazy? Duan Lingtian felt speechless when he heard this. Of course, He believed that with Su Li's strength and the grade 3 spirit sword in Su Li's possession that came from Su Li's master, even if Yi Lu didn't die, it wouldn't be difficult for Su Li to obtain a position to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Looks like someone really wants to issue a challenge. I wonder who his target will be. Su Li's gaze suddenly lit up as he looked into the distance. Duan Lingtian followed Su Li's gaze when he heard this. In the distance, a thin figure instantly arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena, and it drew the attention of everyone in the surroundings of the cage battle arena. This was a young man about 35 years old. His face was gloomy and he gave off a malnourished feeling. However, his eyes were as bright as a pair of bright stars. It's the number 1 disciple of the mysterious Yin sect, Feng Yu. He's the head disciple of the mysterious Yin sect, Feng Yu. Feng Yu is a sword cultivator. Supposedly, his sword is even swifter than lightning, and it's swift to the point of killing without spilling blood. Many people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena had recognized the thin young man. Feng Yu, the number 1 disciple in the Dark Han Dynasty's mysterious Yin sect's inner court, and at the same time, the head disciple of the mysterious Yin sect. In the mysterious Yin sect, Feng Yu could be said to be an extraordinary genius in the martial Tao that gathered a myriad of glory. Coupled with him being the personal disciple of the mysterious Yin sect's master, he'd been internally decided to be the next sect master of the mysterious Yin sect since long ago. Killing without spilling blood. When they heard the discussions of some people, Duan Lingtian and Su Li looked at each other and shook their heads with a smile. They were similarly capable of killing without spilling blood. Of course, if they wanted to accomplish this, the effort they needed to expend was much more complicated than making a move normally, and it could be said to be an arduous and thankless task. So they couldn't be bothered to do it normally. As far as they were concerned, it was only a fancy method. Presently, so long as it was someone with a strength that wasn't weak, practically all of them weren't surprised by Feng Yu's ability, because they were similarly capable of accomplishing it. So long as one's strength and speed were sufficient, killing without spilling blood wasn't a difficult thing. I wonder who Feng Yu is going to challenge. Su Li said. It ought to be Zi Decease. Even though Feng Yu didn't look towards any 9th level void initiation stage young geniuses after he appeared in the sky above the cage battle arena, Duan Lingtian still made a guess. Zi Decease. That person from the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family? I saw Long Yun staring at him without letting go earlier, and he seems to know him. Su Li's face was filled with bewilderment. Moreover, I keep having the feeling that this name is slightly familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Do you know the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Of course. Su Li nodded. Long Yun is the person ranked at the bottom amongst the 5 great young masters. But with his current strength, he ought to be the strongest existence amongst the 5 great young masters. Su Li had met 4 of the 5 great young masters including Long Yun. They were respectively the 1st-ranked Crazy Young Master, the 2nd-ranked Flame Young Master, and the 4th-ranked Sword Young Master. Suddenly, seeming to have thought of something, Su Li's gaze lit up. I remember now. Zither Young Master. The Zither Young Master that's ranked 3rd amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom seems to be called Zi Decease. Exactly, it's him. Duan Lingtian nodded. I said earlier that Long Yun ought to be the strongest existence amongst the 5 great young masters now. I never imagined that in the blink of an eye, I slapped my own face. I truly never imagined that there's actually another person amongst the 5 great young masters whose fortuitous encounters are able to surpass Long Yun. As he finished speaking, Su Li couldn't help but sigh. He'd heard of the Zither Young Master, Zi Decease, and according to rumor, his natural talent wasn't much stronger than Long Yun. As far as Su Li was concerned, Zi Decease had surely obtained some fortuitous encounters since he was able to possess a cultivation at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage today. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to advance so quickly. As far as Su Li was concerned, the fortuitous encounters of Long Yun and Zi Decease could already be considered to be not bad. But compared to the fortuitous encounters of Duan Lingtian and Zi Decease, it seemed to be much inferior. Feng Yu, who do you want to challenge? In the sky above the cage battle arena, the old man asked Feng Yu. At the same time, Feng Yu slowly raised his head, and his gaze directly descended onto the spectating area that belonged to the imperial family, and it flashed past the three young figures. These three young men were all 9th level void initiation stage young geniuses. These three young men of the imperial family occupied an entire half of the 9th level void initiation stage young geniuses in the dynasty martial competition today, and they could be said to be in the limelight. Feng Yu wants to challenge the young geniuses recommended by the imperial family. Instantly, many people exclaimed in low voices. Amongst the three young geniuses of the imperial family, so long as it's someone from the Dark Han dynasty, practically everyone knows the strength of the second prince. So, Feng Yu ought to not challenge the second prince. Whereas the other two are unfamiliar faces. The other two are completely white-clothed. One of the white-clothed young men is the person that presided over the first phase of the dynasty martial competition yesterday. This person's cultivation is surely not weak. Of course, otherwise, the imperial family wouldn't allow him to preside over the dynasty martial competition yesterday. The surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed endlessly, and all of them guessed who Feng Yu's target was. In the end, the gazes of most people descended onto the white-clothed figure that was the most unfamiliar to them. This person and the second prince, Bai He, sat at the two sides of the drop-dead gorgeous young woman. Zishong's face sank slightly when he noticed the numerous gazes from the surroundings, as this feeling of being looked down upon caused him to be extremely displeased. I challenge him. In the end, Feng Yu chose his target. Just as most of the people present had guessed, the target Feng Yu chose was Zishong. Zishong, you have to work hard. If you're defeated by an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist, then you won't only lose face for yourself, you'll lose face for Imperial Grand Uncle and our Dark Han dynasty's imperial family as well. Bai He looked at Zishong and ridiculed via voice transmission. Because Zi Yang, who he'd always admired, was sitting by his side, so he didn't dare speak these words directly, and he could only mock Zishong via voice transmission. He liked Zi Yang, yet didn't like this older brother of hers. No. More precisely speaking, he looked down upon Zishong from the bottom of his heart. Don't worry, second prince, I'll absolutely not lose face for my master and the imperial family. Zishong took a deep breath when he heard by his voice transmission, and after suppressing the rage in his heart, he replied via voice transmission without showing weakness. Then I'll wait and see. Bai He nodded as a wisp of a ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Brother, do your best. Zi Yang's beautiful face went slightly red as she cheered Zishong on. Zishong nodded to Zi Yang with tender affection, and then he greeted his master and the Dark Han dynasty's emperor before flying out to arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena to stand in confrontation with Feng Yu. Dark Moon Sect, Feng Yu. Feng Yu's eyes that were bright like stars stared fixedly at Zishong, who stood in confrontation with him as he spoke slowly. Zishong. Zishong spoke indifferently. You seem to be a member of the imperial family. Perhaps I'm ignorant, but I've never seen or heard of you in the past. Feng Yu said, in the past, I only knew that the imperial family had a second prince, and he was one of the three great young experts of our Dark Han dynasty. Even you've said it, that was in the past. Zishong's tone was still flat, but so long as it was an attentive person, they would be able to discern traces of wild and unruly arrogance from his flat tone. Looks like you're extremely confident of your strength. But, I'm not a weak 8th level void initiation stage martial artist like the Yi Lu from before. As Feng Yu spoke, the origin energy on his body pulsated, and at the same time, a pitilessly sharp aura instantly stretched out from his origin energy. Sword concept. Instantly, the origin energy on Feng Yu's body fused perfectly with his sword concept, and it transformed into a sword-shaped flame that enveloped his entire body, causing him to seem as if he'd transformed into a sword. Whoosh! In the sky above Feng Yu, 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared first, and then another 9 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. 9th level sword concept. Chapter 690. Feng Yu has actually comprehended 9th level sword concept. As expected of the publicly acknowledged #1 sword cultivator in the younger generation of our Dark Han dynasty, his extraordinary as expected. His only at the 8th level of the Void initiation stage, yet his already comprehended 9th level sword concept. Feng Yu's strength is even stronger than the Yi clan's Yi Lu that was killed earlier. While Du and Lingtian was shocked, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar, as they were shocked by the 9th level sword concept Feng Yu executed. 9th level sword concept. It wasn't rare. But an 8th level Void initiation stage martial artist comprehending such a concept was sufficient to cause others to be shocked. Such comprehension ability was truly monstrous. 9th level sword concept. Du and Lingtian noticed that Su Li, who sat by his side, was staring fixedly at Feng Yu, and his eyes were filled with burning battle intent. Obviously, as a sword cultivator as well, Su Li had aroused battle intent towards Feng Yu. This Feng Yu's strength isn't bad. But, he's 7 or 8 years older than Su Li. So, in terms of natural talent and comprehension ability, he's currently inferior to Su Li, Du and Lingtian thought in his heart. Of course, Du and Lingtian knew as well that Su Li being able to obtain such a great improvement in such a short period of time was without the help of the mysterious master behind Su Li. Perhaps, during Su Li's cultivation process, he utterly didn't lack spirit fruits. Even if it was sword concept fragments, he didn't lack any. Su Li, do you have confidence in going against him? Du and Lingtian asked via voice transmission. If I don't use a grade 3 spirit sword, I'm not a match for him. If I use a grade 3 spirit sword, then he'll lose for sure. Su Li replied via voice transmission. Meanwhile, Du and Lingtian was able to see that. When Feng Yu utilized his origin energy and 9th level sword concept, a spirit sword that was coiled with origin energy appeared in his hand along with this. At the same time, another 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 3,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above Feng Yu, grade 4 spirit sword. Du and Lingtian's brows raised, and he faintly guessed where Su Li's confidence came from. In terms of cultivation, Su Li was on par with Feng Yu. In terms of sword conception, Su Li was 1 level lower than him, and he lacked the strength of an entire ancient horned dragon. Spirit sword debate. The spirit sword in Su Li's hand was a level higher than the spirit sword in Feng Yu's hand, and it had the strength of more than 1 ancient horned dragon. In terms of overall strength, Su Li was slightly better. Of course, he didn't win by much. Generally speaking, if the two of them were to really engage in a bloody battle, they would definitely be evenly matched and it would be difficult to determine the victor. However, considering the powerful self-confidence that Su Li had just displayed, Du and Lingtian believed that Su Li definitely had the confidence to win, or rather, he had the means to win. Du and Lingtian was not surprised by this. Su Li's master was a sword cultivator from the foreign lands, and he'd studied the Tao of sword cultivators for many years. Perhaps he'd already taught Su Li some formidable methods that belonged to sword cultivators. These techniques were basically derived from the sword skills, but they were superior to the sword skills themselves. For example, if a set of high-grade Earth-class sword skills were to be further studied by an expert who was proficient in sword cultivation, many things could be derived from it. It was even to the extent that the expert was capable of perfecting that set of sword skills to the point of directly approaching a heaven-rank sword skill. Du and Lingtian, do you think Feng Yu is able to defeat Zishong? Su Li asked abruptly. Du and Lingtian's gaze locked onto the two people in the sky above the cage battle arena. At this moment, Feng Yu held a sword in one hand, and in the sky above him, 26 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were surrounded by 3,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes like a host of stars surrounding the moon. It wasn't just that, the raging origin energy on Feng Yu's body converged into a vast sword-shaped flame that enveloped his entire body, causing him to seem as if he'd transformed into a sharp sword. Compared to Feng Yu now, Zishong stood there like an ordinary person. There wasn't the slightest trace of origin energy on his body. Zishong stared at Feng Yu with a calm gaze, and he finally spoke slowly to answer Feng Yu's question. So what if you're stronger than Yi Lu? In my eyes, no matter if it's him or you, you're both ants. I don't care about the strength of an ant. Zishong's tone was extremely calm, yet the contempt contained within it caused many people to be stunned. Now, what do you think? Duan Lingtian looked at Su Li and didn't directly answer Su Li's question from before, and he instead replied with a question. Looks like he's another monstrous genius like you. Su Li shook his head with a bitter smile when he sensed the confidence in Zishong's words. This Zishong is really confident. He actually took Feng Yu to be an ant. I wonder if he really possesses strength, or if he's deliberately mystifying things. His age is obviously slightly younger than Feng Yu. Could it be that he's comprehended 9th level concept as well? So long as he isn't deliberately mystifying things, then he's most likely comprehended 9th level concept. The atmosphere in the cage battle arena that had calmed down was once again in an uproar because of Zishong's words. Some people felt that Zishong was deliberately mystifying things. Some people felt that Zishong really possessed strength. Ant. Feng Yu's face went grim as the sword-shaped flames on his body skyrocketed slightly, and his eyes squinted with a fierce gaze as he stared at Zishong like a sword. You take me to be an ant? As the head disciple of the number 1 sect in the Dark Han dynasty, the Dark Moon sect, Feng Yu had his own pride and dignity. Today, he was looked down upon like this by a person that was unknown in the Dark Han dynasty, and killing intent ceaselessly brewed in the depths of his heart. In the end, he was unable to restrain it and completely let it out. Shocking killing intent flashed ceaselessly within Feng Yu's eyes. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and I'll spare your life. Zishong didn't pay attention to Feng Yu, and he stood in the sky as his white clothes fluttered without the wind, and he looked at Feng Yu with a calm gaze as he spoke slowly. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times? Zishong's words caused the crowd of spectators in the cage battle arena to be unable to refrain from going into an uproar. Isn't this Zishong too arrogant? He actually wants to make the head disciple of the Dark Moon sect, Feng Yu, beg for mercy before him? He's thinking too much. I'm more and more unable to see through him now. Does this Zishong really possess strength, or is he deliberately mystifying things? The bewilderment in the eyes of the crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena grew deeper and deeper. On the other hand, even more people were anticipating the development of the situation. Imperial Uncle, looks like this disciple of yours is extremely confident of his strength. On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Imperial family, the Dark Han dynasty's emperor glanced at the black-clothed old man by his side and smiled. Confidence is a good thing. As the black-clothed old man spoke, he had a calm expression that was tranquil like an ancient well. Zishong, I hope you don't slap your own face. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of by his mouth. On the other hand, the expressions of the few higher-ups of the Dark Moon sect that had come this time were extremely unsightly at this moment. Zishong looking down on and humiliating the head disciple of their Dark Moon sect was no different than humiliating the Dark Moon sect. Want to take my life? That'll depend on if you have the ability. In the sky above the cage battle arena, Feng Yu was completely infuriated, and he couldn't restrain himself any longer. His figure flashed out as his entire body seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that gave rise to a wave of terrifying waves of air that pierced towards Zishong. At the same time that Feng Yu's figure flashed out, the Grade 4 spirit sword before him moved rhythmically, and in the end, it transformed into 9 grey and hazy sword lights that flashed out like a shadow along with him as they shot straight towards Zishong's vital points. Under his extreme rage, he attacked with a killing blow. It's the Dark Moon sect's high-grade Earth-rank sword skill, 9 Suns Devil Sword. Instantly, someone recognized the sword skill Feng Yu executed. The 9 Suns Devil Sword was a sword skill that possessed an extremely shocking offensive strength. Once it was executed, not only would the user seem to have transformed into a sword, even the spirit sword in the user's hand would transform into 9 fierce and swift sword lights that utilized the user's speed as the impetus to move out. Both its offensive strength and speed weren't weak. Amongst the numerous high-grade Earth-rank sword skills, the 9 Suns Devil Sword could be considered to be a high-grade sword skill. Swish, 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 swish. 9 grey and hazy sword lights arrived like shadows, and they gave rise to waves of ear-piercing sword howls as they swept towards Zishong. At this instant, the hearts of the spectators couldn't help but rise to their throats, and everyone stared fixedly at the development of the situation. They anticipated the following scene very much. This zither young master. Looks like he's really become much stronger. Duan Lingtian's attention had always been on Zishong. He noticed that from the beginning until the end, Zishong had a carefree expression, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. It was as if he utterly didn't take Feng Yu seriously. Now, he should make a move as well, right? When he saw those 9 sword lights about to penetrate Zishong's body, Duan Lingtian's heart shook. At practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished thinking, Zishong moved. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian only saw a white bolt of lightning flash past, and in the next moment, Zishong's entire body had already soared into the sky and arrived at an even higher place. At the same time, a seemingly simple zither had appeared in Zishong's hand. It's not that zither from all those years ago. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian recognized that this zither wasn't the zither Zishong possessed in the past. This zither is a grade 4 spirit artifact. Swish, 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 swish. At practically the exact same instant that Zishong soared into the sky, Feng Yu controlled the 9 sword lights to soar into the sky as well, and they flashed towards Zishong once more. Those 9 sword lights seemed as if they had eyes as they continued to flash towards the vital points on Zishong's body. It seemed as if they wouldn't stop until they killed Zishong. It's over. Amidst the ear-piercing sword howls, Zishong's calm voice sounded out along with it. In the next moment, the people with profound cultivations present were able to clearly see Zishong pluck a string on the zither in his hand, and then it suddenly trembled. Instantly, a strand of material origin energy shot out from the tip of Zishong's finger that plucked the string, and it was accompanied by a strand of azure-colored energy and a strand of fiery red energy. Clang! Suddenly, an ear-piercing zither sound instantly resounded out, and it suppressed the waves of sword howls that were ceaselessly resounding out. How swift! Duan Lingtian was greatly shocked in his heart when he saw the material origin energy flash that instantly flashed out swiftly after the zither string was plucked by Zishong. It was too swift. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian felt something flash before his eyes. Chapter 691. At this moment, Feng Yu's eyes were opened wide as he was brought flying up into the sky by inertia. The origin energy on his body was instantly obliterated, and his 9th level sword concept vanished without a trace. Moreover, the 9 sword lights executed by the sword skill, 9 Sun Devil Sword, vanished along with this. Feng Yu was completely and utterly without any signs of life. Whoosh! After Zishong put away the zither in his hand when facing Feng Yu, who was brought flying up by inertia, his figure flashed out to move to the side in a neither fast nor slow manner. Feng Yu charged up for a while before his speed gradually slowed down before finally stopping. After stopping, Feng Yu's body fell down and heavily smashed onto the cage of the cage battle arena with a bang, and then he followed in the footsteps of the Yi clan's Yi Lu and was hung there. Unlike Yi Lu, even though Feng Yu had died, there wasn't even a trace of blood on his body, and it seemed as if he'd died instantly. What's going on? For a time, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar. Of course, the people that were in an uproar now were some people with comparatively weaker cultivations. Can someone tell me if this is AF * King Act? Zishong only played the zither once and Feng Yu died. Moreover, there isn't even any blood. Killing without spilling blood. Isn't this Feng Yu's method? He's been killed now, yet there's actually no blood. Could it be that this is his retribution? Feng Yu is really dead. Why do I feel it's so fake? Have all of you seen someone kill someone just by playing the zither? Many spectators couldn't help but look at Feng Yu's corpse that hung on the cage of the cage battle arena with questioning gazes. Feng Yu is indeed dead. Meanwhile, one of the old men that was in charge of presiding over the second round of the selections in the sky above the cage battle arena announced. The crowd of spectators naturally wouldn't doubt the old man's words. He's really dead. Isn't this Zishong too terrifying? He killed Feng Yu just by playing the zither. Not only does this Zishong kill without spilling blood, he kills without leaving a trace. Exactly. Even if it's Feng Yu, he has to use a sword to kill. But this Zishong seems as if he utterly doesn't need to use any weapon and is able to kill without leaving a trace. Many spectators whispered in discussion, and when they looked once again at Zishong, who stood in the sky above the cage battle arena, their eyes revealed slight terror. Of course, not everyone had the same thoughts as the audience. At the end of the day, the reason these spectators felt that Zishong had killed people without leaving a trace was because their cultivation bases were low. This caused their eyesight to be poor, and they were completely unable to capture any traces of Zishong's attack. Earlier, so long as it was a martial artist at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage or above, practically all of them were able to clearly see it. At the instant Zishong plucked the zither strings, the origin energy that flashed out from the tip of his finger combined with the two concepts to fuse into it, and it transformed into an extremely swift origin energy flash that killed Feng Yu. Because the elemental energy inchlight was very small and thin, and its speed was very fast, it did not leave any obvious marks on Feng Yu's body after passing through it. As for blood, there was no way for it to flow out. This was similar to how Feng Yu had killed people in the past. They were both killing without spilling blood. The grade 4 spiritual sword in Feng Yu's hand was an astonishingly thin sword. Killing without leaving a trace. Only they could think of something like that. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard the discussions of the crowd of spectators in the cage battle arena, and he felt that these spectators were truly too naive. Duan Lingtian. Earlier, this Zishong killed Feng Yu by releasing his origin energy. Su Li took a deep breath and asked. Even though he was an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist, he only saw the scene of origin energy appearing from the tip of Zishong's finger and the origin energy fusing into the zither strings. After the zither strings were plucked by Zishong, that strand of fine origin energy had completely vanished from his field of vision. He guessed that it ought to have flashed out to attack Feng Yu. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Earlier, he was precisely combining his origin energy with his wind concept and fire concept to rely on the amplification of the grade 4 spirit zither to condense a small and thin origin energy inchlight, and it was flicked out from the strings of the spirit zither to shoot towards Feng Yu. This was similar to a bow and arrow. An origin energy flash was an arrow. A spirit zither was a bow, and as for a zither string, it was a bowstring. I truly never imagined that Zishong's strength would be so terrifying. Moreover, he's comprehended two types of concept just like you. Duan Lingtian, are you able to discern what level his wind concept and fire concept have respectively attained? Su Li gasped when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he couldn't help but ask curiously in the end. I'm unable to discern it. Duan Lingtian shook his head lightly. He attacked in an instant, and the ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't have the time to completely condense into form before dispersing. Zishong's attack earlier was so swift that it wasn't inferior to the speed he attacked with when he killed Yilu earlier. I truly never imagined that Zishong's strength would actually improve to such an extent now. Duan Lingtian's gaze was extremely complicated as he looked at Zishong. Even though Zishong's cultivation far surpassed his when he carried out the battle of the 2-year agreement with Zishong that day, because his spiritual force was stronger than Zishong and he possessed the soul skill, 1000 illusions, he was still able to play around with Zishong. Later on, he encountered numerous fortuitous encounters all along the way, and he originally thought that he would be able to leave Zishong far behind him. Yet who would have imagined that Zishong's fortuitous encounters in these past few years seemed to not be inferior to his? The scene in front of him was beyond his expectations. Feng Yu. On the spectating area at the west, the expressions of the higher-ups of the Dark Moon sect went grim. Never had they imagined that the head disciple of their Dark Moon sect would fall here, and he was killed without the slightest strength to fight back. They could imagine. After today, their Dark Moon sect would become the laughingstock of the Dark Han dynasty. The higher-ups of the Dark Moon sect glanced at each other before making a decision in the end. They took Feng Yu's corpse and left the cage battle arena, and before they left, they looked at Zishong with gazes that were filled with extreme killing intent. The Dark Moon sect wasn't a righteous sect, and it had always stopped at nothing for the sake of attaining its objectives. Today, Zishong had killed the head disciple of the Dark Moon sect and caused the Dark Moon sect to lose face. He'd undoubtedly offended the Dark Moon sect, and it was impossible for the Dark Moon sect to let this matter go. Even though Zishong was a member of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, it was impossible for him to be protected by the experts of the imperial family forever. So long as they found an opportunity, they would surely kill Zishong. Dark Moon sect. Zishong's eyes narrowed as he looked at the disappearing figures of the Dark Moon sect's higher-ups, and cold lights flashed within them. Obviously, Zishong had heard of the reputation of the Dark Moon sect since long ago. Duan Lingtian, I really look forward to the battle with you. Before Zishong left the sky above the cage battle arena, his gaze locked onto Duan Lingtian as he spoke via voice transmission. This was also the first time Zishong had communicated with Duan Lingtian after a few years. I look forward to it as well. I hope you won't flee like a stray dog like the last time. Duan Lingtian grinned and bluntly replied via voice transmission. You. Me. I won't waste my breath with you. Duan Lingtian's words caused Zishong to be unable to help but recall that unbearable past, and his expression couldn't help but go grim. But in next to no time, his expression returned to normal as if he'd instantly recovered his calm. When he saw the change in Zishong's expression, slight fear appeared in the depths of Duan Lingtian's gaze. If Zishong continued to be enraged, he wouldn't feel anything. But the fact that Zishong calmed down so quickly caused Duan Lingtian to realize that Zishong wasn't the Zishong of the past anymore. The current Zishong was even more terrifying. After a short moment, Zishong withdrew his gaze from Duan Lingtian, and his figure flashed to return to the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. Zishong, I truly never imagined that your strength is already formidable to such an extent. Even he might not be a match for you now. The Dark Han dynasty's emperor smiled as he spoke to Zishong, and he wasn't stingy with his praise. Your Majesty, you're too kind. Zishong spoke in a neither haughty nor humble manner. On the other hand, the expression of Bai He who sat at the side was as unsightly as it could be. His imperial father's words seemed to have transformed into numerous sharp needles that fiercely pierced into his heart, causing him to be both furious and furious. I'm inferior to Zishong? Zishong, I'll prove to imperial father very soon. You're unable to withstand a single blow before me. Bai He looked at Zishong and spoke via voice transmission with a low voice. Zishong glanced indifferently at Bai He, and he changed his humble attitude from before as he replied via voice transmission. You're as evil as Ang Zi. Even though I don't know why you've always been targeting me like this. But I still want you to know that if we fight, then I won't hold back. What? Do you think you'll be able to defeat me if you don't hold back? Bai He laughed with ridicule via voice transmission. But this time, Zishong didn't pay any further attention to Bai He, and he looked at the black-clothed old man instead. Master, Zishong didn't lose face for you. Good. Good. The old man was extremely satisfied with Zishong's display, and he took the initiative to invite Zishong to sit. Brother, congratulations. Zi Yang congratulated Zishong excitedly, and her pitilessly beautiful face was in high spirits, causing it to draw even more attention. Zishong nodded with a light smile, and the gaze he looked at Zi Yang was filled with tender affection. Now, is there anyone else that's unconvinced and wants to challenge a 9th-level Void Initiation Stage young genius? In the sky above the cage battle arena, one of the two old men that was in charge of presiding over the dynasty martial competition spoke out once more, and his voice spread throughout the entire cage battle arena. For a time, besides Feng Tianwu who still had her eyes closed to cultivate, the remaining 11 7th level and 8th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses all shut their mouths tightly. What a joke! At this moment, who would dare be unconvinced? Yi Lu and Feng Yu could be said to be top figures amongst them, yet they were killed because they refused to accept the results, and they died at the hands of the two 9th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses that seemed to be the weakest amongst them. They didn't doubt in the slightest that if there was anyone amongst them that dared provoke a 9th level Void Initiation Stage young genius, then they would surely follow in the footsteps of Yi Lu and Feng Yu. What a pity! With Feng Yu's strength, he would have been able to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties with absolute certainty. Not only Feng Yu, even if Yi Lu didn't die, he would similarly be able to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. They destroyed themselves. Chapter 692. In the end, not a single one of the remaining 12 young geniuses was unconvinced. Since no one has any objections, then I announce that the second round of the selections will begin now. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the old man announced once more. Instantly, besides Su Li, the gazes of the other two 8th level void initiation stage young geniuses lit up. As far as they were concerned, two 8th level void initiation stage young geniuses with strengths that were stronger than them had died, and only 3 8th level void initiation stage young geniuses remained now. Besides the 6 9th level void initiation stage young geniuses that occupied one of the positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, there were still 4 positions remaining. It wasn't difficult for them to obtain one of the positions. Tian Wu is still cultivating. When he saw the second round of the selections was about to begin, Duan Lingtian's gaze passed through the sky to descend onto the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan in the end. Actually, he'd intentionally glanced at Feng Tianwu a few times when he killed Yi Lu. Of course, his objective was mainly to find out if Feng Tianwu had placed a pile of low-grade origin stones as a bet on him. When he saw Feng Tianwu cultivating with her eyes closed, he knew that this little girl had surely not placed a bet. At this moment, after Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Feng Tianwu for a short moment, Feng Tianwu abruptly opened her eyes, and a bright light flashed within. Tianwu. She seems to have changed. Duan Lingtian, who originally wanted to withdraw his gaze, took a few more glances at Feng Tianwu after he noticed that she'd woken up, and this glance allowed him to discern some clues. Tianwu, you've broken through? Considering that there were many experts in the first-class spectating area and that inscription masters that were skilled in spiritual force might exist, Duan Lingtian didn't use his spiritual force to detect Feng Tianwu's cultivation, and he asked via voice transmission instead. Feng Tianwu, who'd just woken up, hadn't even had the time to suppress her feelings of pleasant surprise when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, and she couldn't help but reply, "Yes." As expected. Duan Lingtian gasped. He was once again shocked by the innate talent of the possessor of the fire spirit body. Tian Wu was different from him. He had the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu, as well as a series of fortuitous encounters, which allowed him to achieve what he had today. On the other hand, Tian Wu only had the fire spirit body to rely on. Most importantly, Tian Wu was younger than him. In next to no time, Feng Tianwu completely sobered up, and after she found out about what happened earlier from Elder Kong, her pitilessly beautiful face went slightly pale as she hurriedly looked at Duan Lingtian and said via voice transmission, "Elder brother Duan, I'm sorry. I was cultivating earlier and didn't help you place your bet. There's no rush." Duan Lingtian gently shook his head and said indifferently, "There will be plenty of opportunities later." Feng Tianwu didn't have the time to reply when the old man in the sky above the cage battle arena had already spoken out once more. The objective of the second round of the selections is to decide on the final 4 amongst the remaining 12 people, and they will obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties along with 6 9th level void initiation stage young geniuses. When the old man spoke up to hear, he started to speak about the qualifications for the second round of the selections. The second round of the selections was a free challenge. The 12 young geniuses including Su Li and Feng Tianwu soared into the sky, yet they didn't converge together and instead stood in the sky before their own spectating area. For a time, the 12 young geniuses had become the center of attention. A free challenge. Any one of you can be the first to ascend the arena and issue a challenge to the other person. No matter the outcome, both of you can rest for a round. The second person to issue a challenge isn't allowed to issue a challenge to the 2 people that have just fought. If the challenges continue like this, the strongest 4 people will be decided on. The old man spoke slowly. This free challenge isn't bad. It's impossible for people without sufficient strength to deceive their way through. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Practically at the instant the old man finished speaking, an 8th level void initiation stage young genius flew out and was the first to arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena. It was precisely Feng Yunxiong. Before Feng Tianwu's identity was exposed, Feng Yunxiong was the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Feng clan, and he was an extraordinary genius in the martial Dao. But compared to Feng Tianwu's natural talent and comprehension ability, he was slightly inferior. Now, please choose one of the other 11 people to issue a challenge to. The old man spoke to Feng Yunxiong. I challenge him. Feng Yunxiong pointed at a 7th-level void initiation stage young genius. Subsequently, the two of them entered into a battle. No matter if it was cultivation or concept comprehended, Feng Yunxiong was superior, and the outcome was obvious. Feng Yunxiong was victorious. After the battle, Feng Yunxiong left the arena. Subsequently, numerous figures flew out to challenge the opponents they had the confidence to defeat, and it caused the atmosphere in the cage battle arena to be completely filled with excitement. Swoosh! In next to no time, Feng Yunxiong entered the arena once more. This time, his gaze descended onto the fiery red beautiful figure that hadn't entered the arena until now. Young Miss Tianwu, sorry for the offense. The person he challenged was precisely Feng Tianwu. It's young Miss Tianwu. Isn't he too shameless? He actually challenged young Miss Tianwu. Young Miss Tianwu is over 10 years older than him. He's really ruthless to destroy a beauty. Perhaps he feels that young Miss Tianwu's natural talent is stronger than him and has seized his limelight in the Feng clan, causing him to be slightly enraged from embarrassment. For a time, the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena were filled with curses. So long as it was a normal person, they would unconsciously sympathize with the weak. Especially a peerless beauty like Feng Tianwu, it even caused others to feel pity from the bottom of their hearts. At the same time, Feng Yunxiong's identity was slightly sensitive. Make a move. Feng Tianwu had a cold and indifferent expression and tone when facing Feng Yunxiong, and she was like a completely different person when facing Duan Lingtian. Excuse me. Feng Yunxiong took a deep breath as he flashed out, and a grade 4 spirit saber appeared in his hand as his origin energy skyrocketed and saber concept followed him like a shadow as it flashed directly towards Feng Tianwu. In the sky, 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared first, and then another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 8th level of the void initiation stage. 7th level saber concept. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth continued to change until Feng Yunxiong's saber flashed out like a bolt of lightning, causing another 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and over 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes to appear. The saber in Feng Yunxiong's hand instantly transformed into saber images that covered the sky, and they were like a dense mass of falling meteors that shot straight towards Feng Tianwu. He attacked with his full strength, and the strength contained within his saber was comparable to the strength of 24 ancient horned dragons and over 3,000 ancient mammoths. When faced with Feng Yunxiong's saber images that covered the sky that sprayed down like an inescapable net, Feng Tianwu raised her hand unhurriedly, and a crimson-red whip appeared out of thin air in her hand. This whip was precisely the grade 3 spirit weapon that Duan Lingtian had refined for her. Suddenly, wind blew. The red clothes on Feng Tianwu's body fluttered lightly, and it was like a ball of flames that was burning. Suddenly, origin energy started to blossom in Feng Tianwu's hand that held the grade 3 spirit whip, and fire concept appeared along with it before fusing into the grade 3 spirit whip. In the sky, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled as first 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were condensed into form, and then another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. At the end, another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. 8th level of the void initiation stage. 8th level fire concept. A grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70%. This was Feng Tianwu's true strength at this moment. Swish. The grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand suddenly swung out like a venomous serpent, and the strength contained within it was an entire strength of 26 ancient horned dragons and 7,000 ancient mammoths. Compared to Feng Yunxiong, it wasn't just slightly superior. For a time, most of the people in the cage battle arena including Feng Yunxiong went pale when they saw the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth caused by Feng Tianwu exerting her full strength. They hadn't even had the time to react when Feng Tianwu had already made a move. Whoosh! Feng Tianwu's figure flashed out like a ball of flames, and everywhere she passed, a wave of explosive sounds arose, causing the waves of air in the air to sweep towards the surrounding cage battle arena. For a time, violent winds blew in the cage battle arena. Swish. Subsequently, the spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand moved, and it left her hand to transform into a crimson-red bolt of lightning that coiled around her body as it flashed out. Because of its speed being swift, it seemed to have formed a layer of crimson-red light barrier around Feng Tianwu's body, and it was like a large fireball that protected Feng Tianwu within it. Right at this moment, the saber lights that covered the sky arrived like shadows. OM. 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 The saber lights descended like rain and blasted onto the crimson-red light barrier around Feng Tianwu's body, and it emitted a wave of muffled bangs, yet it was unable to break through the light barrier in the end. What Tianwu executed now is a defensive martial skill executed with origin energy combined with the spirit whip and fire concept. This defensive martial skill is an earth rank martial skill. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw this scene. At this moment, Feng Yunxiong's attacks were unable to even break through the crimson-red light barrier around Feng Tianwu's body, let alone injure Feng Tianwu. In next to no time, the saber images that covered the sky that approached menacingly gradually dispersed. Swish. At the instant the crimson-red light barrier around Feng Tianwu's body vanished, the grade 3 spirit whip returned to her hand, and with a raise of her hand, she easily dispersed the remaining saber images. I admit defeat. Right when Feng Tianwu intended to attack once more, Feng Yunxiong recovered from his shock and hurriedly admitted defeat. He wholeheartedly accepted his loss in this battle. As expected of the eldest lord's daughter, Feng Yunxiong sighed in his heart. For a time, the people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena that were stunned by Feng Tianwu's strength successively recovered from their shock. Young Miss Tianwu is so strong. Yeah, she's too strong. Not only is her cultivation at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage, even her fire concept has been comprehended to the 8th level. What's even more shocking is that the long whip in her hand seems to be a grade 3 spirit weapon. Young Miss Tianwu is an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist, and regardless of concept, she's able to exert the strength of 11 ancient horned dragons. The amplification of a spirit weapon is improved on this foundation. Yet earlier, the amplification of young Miss Tianwu's spirit weapon had instead attained the strength of 7 ancient horned dragons and 7,000 ancient mammoths. In other words, the grade 3 spirit weapon in young Miss Tianwu's possession is able to provide an amplification of 70%. The entire cage battle arena was in a complete uproar. Numerous burning gazes converged onto the crimson-red whip in Feng Tianwu's hand, and it seemed as if this whip was even more attractive than Feng Tianwu herself. A grade 3 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 70%. Even if it's amongst grade 3 spirit weapons, it can be considered to be the best amongst the best. Chapter 693. As one of the few grade 4 weapons craftsmen in the Dark Han dynasty, Xiong Ying had studied the Tao of weapons refinement extremely deeply. It was precisely because of this that he knew what a grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70% meant. As the Vice Guild Master of the Dark Han Dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild, Xiong Ying's knowledge of the group of weapons craftsmen wasn't limited to the Dark Han Dynasty and the various neighboring dynasties. After all, the Weapons Craftsman Guild existed in the distant foreign lands as well. It was even to the extent that every few tens of years, the Weapons Craftsman Guild in the foreign lands would send envoys to the Dark Han Dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild to provide guidance in the Tao of weapons refinement. Those envoys were at least grade 3 weapons craftsmen. Moreover, every time those envoys left the Dark Han Dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild, they would leave behind a piece of work, either a grade 3 spirit weapon or a grade 2 spirit weapon. The Dark Han Dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild was the only place in the Dark Han Dynasty that possessed grade 2 spirit weapons. But the spirit weapons left behind by these envoys couldn't be used for personal use. No matter if it was the grade 2 spirit weapons or grade 3 spirit weapons of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild, not to mention top grade amongst top grade spirit weapons, they didn't even have top grade spirit weapons. The Grade 3 spirit weapons collected by the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild mostly provided an amplification of 67%, and a small number were capable of providing an amplification of 68%. Yet now, he'd instead seen a Grade 3 spirit weapon here that was capable of providing an amplification of 70%. How could this not cause him to be shocked? The last time an envoy came seemed to be 30 years ago. At that time, Xiong Ying was only a junior disciple of an ordinary clan in the Dark Han dynasty. Supposedly, that envoy could be considered to be a top figure amongst Grade 3 weapons craftsmen. But the Grade 3 spirit weapon he refined was only capable of providing an amplification of 68%. Besides that, the Grade 3 spirit weapon in young Miss Tian Wu's possession. When did the Feng clan possess a Grade 3 spirit weapon? When his feelings gradually calmed down, Xiong Ying frowned and was slightly unable to wrap his head around it. According to his knowledge, even the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao, only possessed a Grade 4 spirit weapon that could be considered to be top grade that was capable of providing an amplification of 59%. Now, a Grade 3 spirit weapon had appeared in the hands of Feng Wu Dao's daughter, and it caused him to be truly unable to wrap his head around it. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He turned his head slightly and glanced at the purple-clothed youth sitting quietly in the back seat. Could it be because of brother Duan Lingtian? He knew that there was a Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind Duan Lingtian. Therefore, considering the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, he guessed that the Grade 3 spirit weapon in Feng Tianwu's hands was most likely refined by the Grade 3 weapon forger behind Duan Lingtian. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. However, he did not point it out for now because he wanted to confirm it further. If the Grade 3 spirit weapon in Miss Tian Wu's possession really came from brother Ling Tian, then brother Ling Tian must have a Grade 3 spirit weapon in his possession as well. Besides Xiong Ying, there were many weapons craftsmen present. Presently, their gazes stared fixedly at the Grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand, and they seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to directly charge over and seize it for themselves. But when they thought of Feng Wu Dao who stood behind Feng Tianwu, all of them seemed as if they'd been splashed with cold water, and they completely lost their temper. No one in the Dark Han dynasty dared question Feng Wu Dao's strength. The Grade 3 spirit weapon in Feng Tianwu's possession caused a wave of excitement in the cage battle arena, and including the two old men that presided over the selection, most people were extremely shocked. If it was said that there was someone amongst the people present that was comparatively composed, that person was none other than Feng Tianwu herself, Duan Lingtian, Feng Wu Dao, and Elder Kong. Because they knew beforehand, so they weren't surprised. Big brother. The Feng clan's patriarch, Feng Tiannan, slightly lost his composure as he looked at Feng Wu Dao, and his voice contained slight trembling. The Grade 3 spirit weapon in Tian Wu's possession. At this moment, he'd even tossed Feng Yun Xiong that Feng Tianwu had just defeated to the back of his mind. That's a gift given to Tian Wu by a Grade 3 weapons craftsman out of respect for my son-in-law. Feng Wu Dao spoke unhurriedly. Son-in-law? As soon as Feng Wu Dao said this, it wasn't just the Feng clan's patriarch, even the other higher-ups of the Feng clan were stunned. Subsequently, their gazes simultaneously descended onto the second-class spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire were seated. More precisely speaking, their gazes descended onto the violet-clothed young man. This Duan Lingtian has a Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind him? For a time, the hearts of the Feng clan members shook greatly. They originally thought that the reason Duan Lingtian was able to become Duan Lingtian's son-in-law was because Duan Lingtian's luck was good, and they all felt that Duan Lingtian had climbed up the social ladder of their Feng clan. But now, they didn't think like this. What a joke. Even the emperor of the Dark Han dynasty would probably wish for nothing more than to betroth the princess to a figure that had a Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind him, right? Duan Lingtian noticed the burning gazes of the Feng clan members at the first possible moment. In next to no time, he guessed what was going on, and he hurriedly sent a voice transmission into the ears of Elder Kong and Feng Wu Dao. Uncle Feng, Elder Kong. Both of you sold me out just like this. Ha ha. Brother Duan, the eldest young master didn't sell you out. He only said that you have a Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind you. Elder Kong's voice transmission was filled with a smiling expression. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. This was fine. If the matter of him being a grade 3 weapons craftsman were to be spread out, he could imagine that he would surely become the target of everyone. He didn't like the feeling of being looked at like a monkey. A grade 3 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 70%. Where did this Feng clan's eldest young master obtain this spirit weapon? The Dark Han dynasty's emperor had a slightly serious expression. Even their Dark Han dynasty's imperial family only possessed a single grade 3 spirit weapon, and it was only capable of providing an amplification of 67%. Compared to the spirit weapon in Feng Tianwu's possession, it was simply trash. In the Dark Han dynasty, only our imperial family possesses a single grade 3 spirit weapon that's openly displayed. Of course, most people that know clearly in their hearts that our Dark Han dynasty's weapons craftsman guild's main guild possesses many grade 3 spirit weapons, and there are even grade 2 spirit weapons. The black-clothed old man muttered. Could it be that the grade 3 spirit weapon in the possession of this Feng clan's young master came from the weapons craftsman guild's main guild? It won't. The emperor shook his head and said with certainty, amongst the grade 3 spirit weapons in the weapons craftsman guild's main guild, there isn't a spirit weapon that can be called a top-grade spirit weapon with an amplification of 69%, let alone a top-grade spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 70%. Moreover, not to mention a member of the Feng clan, even the guild master is unable to privately use a spirit weapon from the weapons craftsman guild's main guild. In this way, the grade 3 spirit weapon in the possession of the Feng clan's young master was obtained from somewhere else. The black-clothed old man couldn't help but gasp. Looks like it's extremely likely that Feng Wu Dao has gone to the foreign lands and got acquainted with a grade 3 weapons craftsman. It's possible. The emperor nodded, and then he sighed. A spirit weapon like this in the hands of an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist is truly a reckless waste of God's given gift. Bai Hao, Zi Shong, and Zi Yang who sat nearby deeply agreed. As for the second prince, Bai He instead had an unhappy expression. Thinking about how he, the dignified second prince of the Dark Han dynasty, didn't possess a grade 3 spirit weapon, yet now, a little girl possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon, and it caused him to be extremely furious. Whoosh! In the sky above the cage battle arena, Feng Tianwu put away the grade 3 spirit whip that was the focus of everyone's attention, and she returned to the first-class spectating area where the Feng clan members were and stood in the sky. Now, the other 10 people can issue a challenge once more. The old man that presided over the second round of the selections reacted to this and reminded with a loud voice. Perhaps they hadn't recovered from the shock from before, and the other 10 young geniuses didn't react for a long time. Swoosh! In the end, it was Su Li who recovered from his shock first, and he flew out to arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena. His gaze flashed past the 9 young geniuses that he could choose one by one. In the end, his gaze locked onto the only 8th level void initiation stage young genius amongst the 9 young geniuses. You! At this moment, Su Li still felt shocked in his heart. The daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master actually possesses a grade 3 spirit weapon as well, and it's even a grade 3 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 70%. In terms of amplification, it far surpassed the grade 3 spirit sword in his possession. Besides that, the defensive martial skill executed by the Feng clan's daughter had similarly caused him to be extremely shocked. It was a defensive martial skill that could be executed by relying on a spirit weapon combined with origin energy and concept. I heard from Master that only a heaven-rank defensive martial skill is able to be executed perfectly when combined with a spirit weapon. But aren't martial skills at the heaven rank and above only capable of being executed with intermediate level concept and above? This caused Su Li to be unable to wrap his head around it no matter how he thought about it. Actually, it wasn't just Su Li, even Duan Lingtian was similarly puzzled. Because Su Li's master had told Su Li before, Duan Lingtian knew it clearly through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask via voice transmission. The defensive martial skill you executed earlier, elder brother Duan, the defensive martial skill I executed earlier was formidable, right? Before Duan Lingtian could finish speaking, Feng Tianwu had already interrupted him via voice transmission, and her tone was filled with complacency. Formidable. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he said, Tianwu, according to my knowledge, only a defensive martial skill at the heaven rank and above is able to be executed perfectly when combined with a spirit weapon. Whereas the concept you've comprehended now ought to be insufficient to execute a heaven rank martial skill, right? Elder brother Duan, what I executed wasn't a heaven rank martial skill. This defensive martial skill was obtained by my father by chance all those years ago, and it's a high-grade earth rank defensive martial skill that's close to a heaven rank martial skill. Its greatest characteristic is that it can be executed by relying on a spirit weapon. Feng Tianwu slowly explained. So that's how it is. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, yet he couldn't help but be slightly shocked in his heart. Even if an ordinary earth rank defensive martial skill is executed when combined with a spirit weapon, it's unable to perfectly merge its amplification into it. Only a heaven rank defensive martial skill is capable of accomplishing this. Chapter 694. Elder brother Duan, if you're interested in this defensive martial skill, I can pass it down to you. This defensive martial skill can be executed by relying on any spirit weapon or concept. Feng Tianwu spoke to Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. At the same time that warmth arose in Duan Lingtian's heart when he heard this, his gaze was extremely complicated. Perhaps the defensive martial skill Feng Tianwu executed earlier couldn't compare to a heaven-rank defensive martial skill, but to someone that hadn't comprehended intermediate concept, it was an extremely heaven-defying martial skill. Once this defensive martial skill was executed, so long as it wasn't executed by someone whose strength greatly surpassed the defensive martial skill, the defensive martial skill was practically capable of defeating the defensive martial skill. Moreover, this martial skill wasn't present even in the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, and it was sufficient to show how precious it was. Now, Feng Tianwu wanted to pass down this martial skill to him with just a few words, and it was sufficient to show how important he was in Feng Tianwu's heart. There's no need. But Duan Lingtian still refused Feng Tianwu's good intentions. It wasn't that he was so great, but he felt there was no need. No matter how good his comprehension ability was, if he wanted to cultivate this defensive martial skill to the level Feng Tianwu executed, then no matter how good his comprehension ability was, it would at least require him to spend 2 or 3 years of time. Not to mention Duan Lingtian didn't have much time to cultivate this defensive martial skill. Even if he had the time, he wouldn't cultivate it. Because his greatest goal now was to successfully comprehend intermediate wind concept before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began 1 year from now. At that time, he would be able to directly cultivate the numerous heaven-rank martial skills in the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, and there was no lack of heaven-rank defensive martial skills that could rely on the amplification of spirit weapons. So there was utterly no need for him to waste time on this defensive martial skill now. Su Li, in next to no time, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, and his gaze converged onto the sky above the cage battle arena. At this moment, Su Li was in confrontation with another 8th level void initiation stage young genius. This 8th level void initiation stage young genius had already made a move once earlier, and he'd only comprehended 7th level concept, causing him to be unable to pose the slightest threat to Su Li. But because Su Li hadn't revealed his true strength until now, this 8th level void initiation stage young genius, Su Li's opponent, didn't know Su Li's true ability. Suddenly, Su Li's opponent moved. Whoosh! His entire body flew out as if he had turned into a sharp arrow that had been released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Su Li. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, an azure-colored sword light condensed from his origin energy and 7th level sword concept appeared swiftly, and it seemed to have transformed into a venomous azure snake that fiercely bit towards Su Li Dai. Su Li's opponent shouted angrily. The sword in his hand was pointed at Su Li's throat. It was obvious that he wanted to kill this person who challenged him. Sensing the killing intent on his opponent's sword, Su Li coldly snorted and attacked as well. Whoosh! A similar sword light was casually released from Su Li's hand, yet it contained an even stronger sword concept, and it was like a gangrene attached to the bone as it moved like a shadow to intercept his opponent's sword light. At this instant, It seemed as if two venomous snakes were about to bite each other. Some spectators with low cultivations hurriedly covered their ears when they saw this scene, as they were deeply afraid their eardrums would be shattered by the sound of the collision between the two spirit swords. In next to no time, they realized that their worries were truly unnecessary. Whoosh! Another ear-piercing sword howl sounded out. Subsequently, everyone present was able to clearly see Su Li's entire body flash out, and he seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that pierced through the sky. Moreover, he and his sword instantly moved to the side when they were about to collide with his opponent's spirit sword. At the instant his opponent reacted, Su Li attacked once more. Whoosh! The spirit sword in Su Li's hand seemed as if it had eyes as it flashed directly towards his opponent. Swish! In the next moment, a hideous bloody hole appeared on the throat of Su Li's opponent, and dazzling and resplendent fresh blood sprayed out from it. After struggling for a moment, his opponent's body finally stiffened. After being carried by inertia for a distance, the figure of Su Li's opponent stopped and fell down. A corpse was hung on the cage of the cage battle arena once more. What a swift sword! Early on when Su Li killed his opponent, Duan Lingqian's pupils couldn't help but constrict, and his face was filled with slight astonishment. At that instant, he clearly saw Su Li execute an extremely pure sword skill. Sword skills weren't flashy, and they emphasized straightforwardness. Once the sword was drawn, blood would be drawn. This was similar to his sword drawing technique, but Su Li's sword skill was obviously much stronger than the sword drawing technique. Perhaps. I can only utilize the Tempest Point to be able to follow the speed of the sword skill Su Li executed earlier. Duan Lingqian thought to himself. If Su Li had used a grade 3 spirit sword to kill his opponent, Duan Lingqian wouldn't be so shocked. But the problem was that Su Li only used a grade 4 spirit sword. In terms of strength, he only surpassed his opponent in terms of sword concept and possessed the strength of an extra ancient horned dragon. Killing his opponent with a difference of an ancient horned dragon in a single move was unbelievable in the eyes of any void initiation stage martial artist. Yet Su Li had done it, and he'd used his pure and direct formidable sword skill. Another 8th level void initiation stage young genius has died. After everyone in the cage battle arena recovered from their shock, they sighed successively. This young sword cultivator seems to be a member of the Darkstone Empire as well. The members of the Darkstone Empire are in the limelight this time. Yeah. Up until now, it wasn't only Duan Lingqian from the Darkstone Empire that had entered the second round of the selections, the other two people had similarly entered the second round of the selections. Duan Lingqian and this young sword cultivator would surely advance in the second round of the selections. I just don't know if the remaining person will be able to advance successfully. That person seems to be a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist. I think it's unlikely. After all, after eliminating the 6 9th level void initiation stage young geniuses and the other 3 8th level void initiation stage young geniuses, only a single position remains in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. A single position, 9 7th level void initiation stage young geniuses fighting for it. It's indeed unlikely. The surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly, and the gazes of many people descended onto Long Yun as they shook their heads. When he heard these discussions, Long Yun's gaze was like a blade that flickered with ghastly cold lights. He was determined to obtain the final position. No, what he wanted to do today wasn't limited to this. Whoosh! Under the gazes of everyone present, Su Li returned to the sky before the spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire were and stood by Long Yun's side. Su Li, congratulations. Meanwhile, everyone from the Darkstone Empire including King Yong congratulated Su Li successively. Who's next to issue a challenge? In next to no time, the old man's voice sounded out once more, and it struck the strained nerves of the other 9 young geniuses besides Su Li and Feng Tianwu. Swoosh! A wave of wind howls abruptly sounded out as a young man appeared in the sky above the cage battle arena. Long Yun. Duan Lingqian looked at Long Yun who was in the sky above the cage battle arena. He originally didn't think much of it, but when he noticed Long Yun's gaze had actually locked onto Feng Yunxiong who'd admitted defeat before Feng Tianwu earlier, he couldn't help but be shocked. Long Yun wants to surmount a realm to challenge Feng Yun Xiong with a cultivation at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. At this instant, not to mention anything else, slight admiration faintly arose in Duan Lingtian's heart, and he admired Long Yun's courage. As one of the top figures in the younger generation of the Feng clan, Feng Yun Xiong possesses a saber concept that's similar to Long Yun, but his cultivation is a level higher and possesses the strength of an ancient horned dragon. Even if Long Yun utilizes a grade 3 spirit saber, his strength would at most be equal to Feng Yun Xiong. This battle is extremely dangerous to any one of them. Since Long Yun dared to make such a choice, he's either determined to save face, or he's really confident in defeating Long Yun. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "I challenge you." Finally, Long Yun spoke out in a clear voice as he looked at Feng Yun Xiong, who'd admitted defeat before Feng Tianwu. For a time, the originally clamorous death arena was deathly silent. "You want to challenge me?" Feng Yun Xiong was first stunned when challenged by Long Yun, and then he asked with slight uncertainty. At this moment, he even thought that Long Yun had mistaken him for someone else. "Not only do I want to challenge you, I want to kill you as well." Long Yun slowly grinned as a wisp of an evil smile appeared on his face, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Whoosh! Long Yun's reply was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused the silent cage battle arena to instantly become bustling. Numerous gazes shot over from all directions, and they passed through the sky to descend onto Long Yun as expected. At this moment, Long Yun had become the center of attention of everyone present. A 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist dares challenge an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist and even threatens to kill the 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist. No matter what, this courage is rare. Exactly. With the example of the Yi clan's Yi Lu and the Dark Moon sect's Feng Yu, this young saber cultivator from the Darkstone Empire actually dares to surmount a realm to challenge someone of a higher realm. He truly deserves praise for his courage. No matter what the outcome is, I support him. I support him as well. The atmosphere of the entire cage battle arena was completely lit up, along with Long Yun threatening to challenge the 8th level Void Initiation stage young expert, Feng Yun Xiong. "A 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist like you wants to kill me?" Feng Yun Xiong started laughing, and as he finished laughing, his face seemed to be covered in a layer of ice. "If you're unable to kill me in this battle, then you'll surely die. That will depend on if you have the ability." Long Yun spoke indifferently. Feng Yun Xiong grunted coldly and was unable to restrain himself any longer, and he took the initiative to attack first. OM. 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 Just like when he fought Feng Tianwu earlier, saber images that covered the heavens and the earth swept out, and they seemed to have transformed into a heaven-encompassing net that enveloped Long Yun. In the sky above Feng Yun Xiong, 24 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and over 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out along with him. 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. 7th level saber concept. Grade 4 spirit saber. This was Feng Yun Xiong's strength. Duan Lingtian, how long do you think Long Yun will take to kill Feng Yun Xiong? Duan Lingtian was originally concentrating on watching the battle when suddenly, a clear voice transmission sounded out by his ears. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was Su Li's voice transmission. Chapter 695. I'm guessing that since Long Yun makes a move, he'll be able to kill him within 10 breaths of time. Do you want to make a bet with me? Su Li's voice transmission continued to sound out. 10 breaths of time? Su Li's words caused Duan Lingtian to realize Su Li's confidence towards Long Yun. He felt that Su Li ought to not be speaking without thinking. After all, Su Li's master and Long Yun's master were senior brothers, so perhaps Su Li knew some important things. For example, what shocking martial skill Long Yun had grasped now. Moreover, that martial skill came from Long Yun's master. You obviously have full confidence in Long Yun when you speak like this. If I still bet with you at this time, then wouldn't I be a fool? Duan Lingtian scolded via voice transmission. Su Li was first stunned when he heard this, and then he revealed a bitter smile. He seemed to be too anxious, to the extent that Duan Lingtian didn't fall into his trap. When he heard what Su Li said earlier, Duan Lingtian was filled with interest towards the battle before him, and he started to concentrate and watch the battle. Presently, Feng Yunxiong had executed the martial skill he'd executed before Feng Tianwu earlier, and it formed saber images that covered the sky and swept menacingly towards Long Yun. Every single saber image was filled with pitilessly fierce killing intent. On the other hand, Long Yun's eyes squinted abruptly when faced with the saber images that covered the sky and swept down, and with a raise of his hand, the spirit saber that Duan Lingtian had seen before appeared once more in his hand. During the first round of the selections, Duan Lingtian had once seen Long Yun use this spirit saber to resist the pressure that came from the two old men. At that time, Duan Lingtian had discerned that this was a grade 3 spirit saber. Whoosh! Along with the origin energy in Long Yun's hand pouring into the spirit saber in his hand, a phenomenon abruptly appeared above him. Numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes swiftly condensed into form. In next to no time, the spectators noticed a shocking thing. The number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes that swiftly condensed into form above Long Yun wasn't much different than the number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Feng Yunxiong. There were 23 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and over 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Long Yun, and it was only a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes less than Feng Yunxiong. Grade 3 Spirit Saber. This young saber cultivator from the Darkstone Empire has a grade 3 spirit saber as well. Instantly, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar. Grade 3 Spirit Saber. A grade 3 Spirit Saber. The previous grade 3 spirit weapon belonged to the Feng clan's Feng Tianwu, whereas, this grade 3 spirit weapon belonged to this young man that was a blade cultivator from the Darkstone Empire. Up to this point, two of them, to Lingtian to the point, to the end to Yun to the end. To spirit saber to. Long to the Yun long to Long Yun's to the long to be to long to the long to Yun to long. He clearly knew what a martial artist that possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon and was even a young man that was a little over 30 years of age meant. Exactly what's his background? For a time, he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart, and even his attack had stopped slightly. At this moment, he felt deep fear towards Long Yun's mysterious background. OM. Long Yun struck out with his saber, and he swung out strike after strike like a bolt of lightning. For a time, origin energy saber lights that contained the amplification of a spirit weapon and saber concept tore through the sky as they swept out. Instantly, numerous condensed origin energy saber lights moved to intercept the saber images that covered the sky that had slowed down because Feng Yunxiong was distracted. Originally, no matter how swift Long Yun's attacks were, he'd made a move at the last moment after all, and it was equivalent to making a last-minute effort. In the end, he was unable to condense sufficient origin energy saber lights to resist the saber images that covered the sky. Right when most of the spectators thought that Long Yun was about to lose. OM. After the origin energy saber lights that flashed out from the spirit saber in Long Yun's hand flew into midair, they actually split into three without exception. It caused these saber lights that had dispersed to still move without losing momentum to intercept the saber images that covered the sky. For a time, the two of them were on par in terms of quantity. Bang, 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 bang. The saber lights and saber images collided and emitted a wave of oppressive sounds of air exploding. At the same time, numerous roiling waves of air swept out along with the collision and transformed into waves of violent winds that blew out in all directions. For a time, the clothes of most of the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena couldn't help but be blown up and flutter. Under the gazes of everyone present, Long Yun easily dealt with the saber images that covered the sky and perfectly resisted Feng Yunxiong's attack. In the next moment, Long Yun's actions caused many people to reveal bewildered expressions. Logically speaking, Long Yun ought to have seized the opportunity to pursue Feng Yunxiong in one go, yet he didn't do this and instead held the grade 3 spirit saber in his hand tightly before placing it horizontally above his head. Whoosh! Origin energy skyrocketed on Long Yun's body, and it contained the pitilessly fierce 7th level saber concept. At this moment, The people present even had the misconception that Long Yun seemed to have fused into one with the grade 3 spirit saber in his hand and transformed into an enormous saber. The reason they had this misconception was because the skyrocketing origin energy on Long Yun's body had formed into the shape of an enormous saber that enveloped Long Yun within it. Unity of man and saber. Suddenly, Long Yun spoke word by word with a low voice that didn't contain the slightest emotion. Unity of man and saber. Feng Yun-seong had already recovered from his shock, and at this moment, when he heard Long Yun's words, his face couldn't help but go grim as his heart shook greatly. As a saber cultivator as well, he naturally knew what these words represented. The unity of man and saber represented the supreme realm of saber cultivators. Man and saber were inseparable. The man was the saber, and the saber was the man. If the man lived, the saber would exist, and if the man died, the saber would break. In the next moment, the origin energy in the shape of an enormous saber that enveloped Long Yun suddenly trembled before pushing Long Yun to flash out, and it was like an enormous saber that flashed through the sky and split the airflow in the air into two. After it arrived nearby Feng Yun-seong, the enormous saber suddenly stood upright, and in the next moment, it aimed at Feng Yun-seong before whistling down abruptly while carrying the might to slash everything apart. As the enormous saber descended, an enormous saber light whistled out from the tip of the saber. If one looked carefully, one would be able to see that it was the saber light that whistled out from the grade 3 spirit saber that Long Yun held with both hands, and it contained his origin energy, saber concept, and the amplification of his spirit weapon. When the enormous saber formed from origin energy that enveloped Long Yun descended, Long Yun's entire body tilted down along with it, and the grade 3 spirit saber in his hand slashed down towards Feng Yun-seong. This scene only occurred in the blink of an eye, and it was swift to the point others were slightly unable to react to it. No. Feng Yun-seong seemed to have realized how terrifying this saber strike of Long Yun's was, and he shouted out with a grim voice as his figure flashed out with the intention of dodging. But would he be able to dodge it? The enormous saber that slashed down seemed to have firmly locked onto Feng Yun-seong, and no matter where he went, it still slashed down towards him. Catcher. Feng Yun-seong didn't have the time to flee far when he was forcefully slashed into two by the saber light that whistled out from the tip of the enormous saber. The top figure in the Feng clan's younger generation had died halfway just like this. When Feng Yun-seong's corpse was about to be split into two and reveal a bloody scene, the enormous saber suddenly changed direction. Whoosh! The body of the saber tore through the sky and gave rise to an ear-piercing howl of the wind as it slapped towards Feng Yun-seong's corpse that hadn't been split into two yet. Slap! An enormous bang sounded out as Feng Yun-seong's corpse transformed into a rain of blood that covered the sky and sprayed down into the sky, and not a single complete piece could be seen. Silence. The cage battle arena was deathly silent. Up until now, even though it wasn't the first time someone had died in the Dynasty Martial competition today, it was still the first time such a method of death that was even crueler than being torn into pieces had appeared. At the same time, in the sky above the cage battle arena, the enormous saber formed from origin energy gradually vanished, and only a young man remained standing there with his saber held horizontally. Drip! Drip! The tip of the spirit saber in his hand was still ceaselessly dripping with dazzling and resplendent fresh blood, and the fresh blood sprayed down into the sky as if transforming into numerous little roses that were speckled with stars. Numerous little roses ceaselessly descended onto the cage battle arena. Yun-seong. On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, the Feng clan's patriarch, Feng Tiannan, and a few higher-ups were the first to react, and their expressions went grim. Feng Yun-seong, the former number one genius in their Feng clan's younger generation, had been killed just like this. At this moment, they wished for nothing more than to make a move and kill Long Yun. But when they thought of the grade 3 spirit saber in Long Yun's possession and the expert that might exist behind Long Yun, they completely lost their temper. Su Li, you knew since long ago that Long Yun had this ability. Duan Lingtian withdrew his shocked gaze and looked at Su Li as he asked curiously via voice transmission. Needless to say, Long Yun's ability from before had caused him to be surprised. Even though it was still a long distance away from the true unity of man and saber, It was truly rare for a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist to be able to accomplish this. To a certain extent, that saber strike even possessed the embryonic form of a heaven rank martial skill. What do you think? Su Li didn't answer directly, yet it wasn't difficult for others to guess the answer in his heart. At the same time, the deathly silent cage battle arena gradually became bustling. As expected, numerous gazes converged onto Long Yun once more. It's difficult to imagine that the saber strike from before was executed by a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist. At the instant he transformed into an enormous saber and attacked with the grade 3 spirit saber, I even felt as if his entire body had really transformed into a saber. I have this feeling as well. He said unity of man and saber earlier. Perhaps, that's the unity of man and saber of legend. It might not be the unity of man and saber. But the saber skill he executed has already surpassed the scope of most high-grade Earth-rank martial skills. Earlier, when he said he wanted to kill Feng Yun Xiong, I thought he was boasting. Now it would seem that he wasn't speaking without thinking, and he really possesses the strength. The crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly, and the gazes they shot at Long Yun had completely changed. Duan Lingtian, that sword cultivator young man, and this saber cultivator young man are all from the Darkstone Empire. Is the environment of the Darkstone Empire really so good to be able to produce so many monstrous geniuses? Suddenly, a spectator couldn't help but speak out like this. Whereas these words caused a wave of uproar in the cage battle arena. My wife is going to give birth next month. I've decided. Once my child is born, I'll bring my family along to settle down in the Darkstone Empire. My wife has already been pregnant for a few months. I intend to bring her to the Darkstone Empire to give birth to my child and benefit from the luck of the Darkstone Empire. Perhaps my child will be able to be as outstanding as the three of them in the future. Chapter 696. No matter what, the Darkstone Empire had become completely and utterly famous this time. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Long Yun. Any one of the three of them was an outstanding figure in the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty. Yet these three people had appeared at the same time in a tiny empire under the Dark Han dynasty. So long as it was an ordinary person, they would be shocked by this. There were even some people that felt, could it be that this Darkstone Empire has received the care of the gods? Besides Duan Lingtian, the faces of the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire that sat in the spectating area flushed red and were extremely excited. At this moment, they felt proud for being a member of the Darkstone Empire. They'd never imagined that their hometown, the Darkstone Empire, would actually be able to obtain such honor on the vast stage that was the Dark Han dynasty. This was something they didn't dare imagine in the past. For a time, they couldn't help but look at Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Long Yun, and their eyes were filled with admiration. It was precisely because of these three people that the Darkstone Empire was able to obtain such honor. King Yong, your Darkstone Empire's name is going to shake the entire Dark Han dynasty this time. At that time, the Darkstone Empire might become the strongest empire under the Dark Han dynasty. Xiong Ying smiled as he spoke to King Yong. Vice President Xiong, you're too kind. King Yong spoke modestly. But the depths of King Yong's gaze seemed to be filled with excitement. As the Darkstone Empire's King Yong, even though he wasn't the emperor, yet his status surpassed the emperor. In a certain sense, he could be considered to be the guardian of the Darkstone Empire. Another grade 3 spirit weapon. How could someone from the Darkstone Empire possibly possess a grade 3 spirit weapon? On the spectating area that belonged to the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, the emperor frowned, and his eyes were filled with bewilderment. After all, even he himself didn't possess a grade 3 spirit weapon. Even though their Dark Han dynasty's imperial family possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon, that grade 3 spirit weapon was in the possession of his eldest imperial uncle. A member of a tiny empire, a mere 7th level void initiation stage martial artist, is worthy of possessing a grade 3 spirit weapon? The second prince, Bai He, revealed greed in his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many people watching, he might have already impatiently rushed up and snatched the grade 3 spirit saber from Long Yun's hands and taken it for himself. Saber young master. Grade 3 spirit saber. It seems that he also had some fortuitous encounters. Zishong's eyes revealed a trace of surprise as he muttered to himself, "That's true. If he didn't have a fortuitous encounter, it would be impossible for him to appear here today, let alone compete with the numerous young experts of the Dark Han dynasty." Zishong was extremely certain of this. As one of the 5 great young masters, Zishong was extremely clear about the background of the Saber young master who was also one of the 5 great young masters. "Zishong, do you know him?" Not a single word of Zishong's muttering fell into the black-clothed old man's ears. "Yes, master." Zishong nodded respectfully, and then he spoke of Long Yun's background in detail. Hearing this, the black-clothed old man came to a sudden understanding, and his eyes flickered with a bright light. In this way, the grade 3 spirit saber in his hand was either picked up from some ruins, or given to him by someone else. The possibility of the latter is greater. That's right. Zishong deeply agreed with his master's guesses. If the grade 3 spirit saber was picked up by Long Yun from some ruins, then it could only mean that Long Yun's luck wasn't bad, yet it was impossible for Long Yun to possess such a formidable cultivation and ability. After he confirmed this, even though the black-clothed old man coveted the grade 3 spirit saber in Long Yun's possession, he didn't dare arouse the intention to seize it. What a joke! It was extremely likely that an expert that was capable of casually giving away a grade 3 spirit weapon existed behind Long Yun. There was no need to doubt the strength of that expert. Should he take the risk of offending such an expert to seize the grade 3 spirit saber by force? He knew that he didn't have the courage. At this moment, just like Feng Tianwu from before, the grade 3 spirit saber in Long Yun's possession had become the center of attention as expected. Only when Long Yun put away the spirit saber did the numerous burning gazes in the surroundings move to another place. Whoosh! As he enjoyed the numerous gazes that were filled with respect from the surroundings, Long Yun flew back to the spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire were, and he stood in the sky by Su Li's side. Subsequently, the second round of the selections continued. At this moment, because another 2 8th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses had died, only Feng Tianwu and Su Li remained amongst the young geniuses at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. The remaining 9 people, including Long Yun, were all 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artists. But now, no one dared look down on Long Yun because he was a 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist. At least, after the other 8 7th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses entered the arena successively, besides not daring to challenge Feng Tianwu and Su Li, they similarly didn't dare challenge Long Yun. Even though Long Yun was only a 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist, his combat strength was even capable of killing an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist, and it caused the remaining 8 7th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses to feel both reverence and fear. Besides the 6 9th level Void Initiation stage young experts that occupy one of the 10 positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Amongst the remaining 4 positions, 3 of them belong to Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Long Yun. Do the others have any objections? After the group of 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artists challenged each other for a while, the old man that presided over the dynasty martial competition today asked. Of course, he was asking the other 8 7th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses besides Long Yun. No objections. No objections. Instantly, the 8 young geniuses indicated that they had no objections. They knew their limitations. Perhaps, the 8 of them could compete with each other. But if they were to drag Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Long Yun into this, then they would absolutely be looking for a beating, so it was better to admit defeat now and save a great deal of time. Otherwise, once Feng Tianwu's group of 3 entered the arena and issued a challenge to them, they would similarly have to admit defeat. Obviously, the old man that presided over the dynasty martial competition today had the same thoughts as well. In this way, the 8 of you will decide on the final position. The old man continued. Your luck isn't bad. If it wasn't for 4 8th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses dying today, all of you might not have this opportunity. The 8 of them deeply agreed with the old man's words. Indeed. If it wasn't for those 4 8th level void initiation stage young geniuses being killed, it would be utterly impossible for them to have the chance to encroach on the positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Sometimes, luck was really important. Besides that. Subsequently, the old man continued. Not only will the person amongst the 8 of you be able to obtain the position to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Besides that, even if he's ranked last in the final ranking battle of the dynasty martial competition today, he'll still be able to obtain the reward of our Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. The reward of the imperial family? For a time, the breathing of the 8 7th level void initiation stage young geniuses became hurried. Subsequently, the 8 young geniuses started competing. Time silently flowed by. In the end, the outcome was a blue-clothed young man that had comprehended 7th level spear concept, and he'd successfully obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. This blue-clothed young man wasn't a member of any power of the Dark Han dynasty, but was instead from an empire, and he was called Zheng Jun. If you have no intention of competing for the rankings at the top, you can forfeit now. You'll obtain the reward of our Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, 100 low-grade origin stones. One of the 2 old men took the initiative to speak to Zheng Jun. 100 low-grade origin stones? Zheng Jun's breathing started to become hurried when he heard this. As a young genius that came from an empire under the Dark Han dynasty, origin stones were an existence of legend that was unreachable to him. Yet he was able to obtain origin stones now? 100 low-grade origin stones. Instantly, the eyes of many people in the cage battle arena went red with envy. Especially those young geniuses of the various empires, especially the 7 7th level void initiation stage young geniuses that had just been eliminated, all of their eyes went red with envy. Only a little bit more, and the person that remained behind might be one of them. Perhaps the few powers that stood at the top of the Dark Han dynasty wouldn't care about 100 low-grade origin stones, but to the people of the various empires, it was an extraordinary treasure that was impossible to measure with gold and silver. I'll give up the chance to compete for the ranking battle. Zheng Jun didn't hesitate in the slightest and spoke directly to the old man. He knew his limitations. Now, no matter if he gave up or not, he was bound to be the last person to be ranked today. Not to mention those 6 9th level void initiation stage young experts, even if it was the other 3 people, he was far from being a match for them. Yes. The other old man nodded, and with a raise of his hand, a spatial ring shot out and flashed directly towards Zheng Jun. This is your reward. Thank you, senior. After receiving the spatial ring, Zheng Jun thanked the old man before returning to the second-class spectating area where the group of people from his empire were. For a time, the spectating area was bustling with noise and excitement. Today, perhaps the results of the young geniuses of their empire in the dynasty martial competition were inferior to the Darkstone Empire, but they'd still stood out amongst the 36 empires present, and it was sufficient to be proud of. Do the 3 of you want to challenge the 6 9th level void initiation stage young geniuses? If you don't, then the 3 of you will directly enter into the ranking battle to determine the 7th, 8th, and 9th place, and you'll respectively obtain different rewards from our Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. In the sky above the cage battle arena, after the old man's gaze left Feng Tianwu, it descended onto Su Li and Long Yun, who stood together. I won't challenge. Feng Tianwu was the first to shake her head. I won't challenge as well. Su Li shook his head as well. Same. Long Yun said. Very good. The old man nodded, and then he said, then now, we'll decide on the 7th to 9th place amongst the 3 of you. Young Miss Tianwu, we'll start with you first. As he finished speaking, the old man looked at Feng Tianwu. May I know who you want to challenge? Feng Tianwu flew out like a ball of flames, and she arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena in a short moment. Her gaze descended onto Long Yun at the first possible moment. I challenge him. The Darkstone Empire's Long Yun. Instantly, the 2 old men looked at Long Yun in unison. Chapter 697. When facing Feng Tianwu's challenge, Long Yun's gaze flickered a few times before directly admitting defeat. He'd already witnessed Feng Tianwu's strength. Even though he was extremely confident towards his ability, the gap in strength caused him to feel a wave of powerlessness. Not only was this red-clothed young woman that looked to be shockingly young, her cultivation was higher than his, the concept she'd comprehended was stronger than his, and even the grade 3 spirit weapon in her possession was stronger than his. He'd seen the grade 3 spirit weapon in the young woman's possession, and it was a grade 3 spirit weapon that was capable of providing an amplification of 70%. It was much more formidable than the grade 3 spirit saber in his possession. Overall, his strength was far inferior to the young woman, and there was utterly no need to battle her. The young woman's strength was sufficient to crush him. Su Li. After Long Yun admitted defeat, Feng Tianwu's gaze moved on to Su Li, and she nodded lightly to Su Li. Compared to Long Yun, she was rather polite when looking at Su Li. All of this was naturally because she knew that Su Li was Duan Lingtian's friend. Unlike Long Yun, who'd admitted defeat, Su Li wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing Feng Tianwu's challenge, and he flew out to stand in confrontation with Feng Tianwu. Young Miss Tianwu. Su Li nodded to Feng Tianwu. I know you're a friend of elder brother Duan. But, I'm determined to obtain the 7th position in the dynasty martial competition today. Feng Tianwu spoke to Su Li with a tone that was filled with confidence. Me too. When facing a young woman like Feng Tianwu that was like a celestial maiden that had descended to the mortal world, Su Li didn't have the slightest intention of being courteous, and it was as if he wasn't facing a peerless beauty but an ordinary person that couldn't be any more ordinary. The two of them stood in confrontation and successfully drew the gazes of everyone present. Feng Tianwu, the daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master, revealed her shocking strength for the first time today. Her cultivation was at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage, she'd comprehended 8th level fire concept, and she held a grade 3 spirit whip that provided an amplification of 70%. Su Li, a young genius of the Darkstone Empire, and his cultivation and comprehension were both on par with Feng Tianwu. But up until now, in the eyes of the crowd of spectators in the cage battle arena, the spirit weapon in Su Li's hand was only a grade 4 spirit sword. The cultivation and concept of this Darkstone Empire's Su Li isn't bad, and it isn't inferior to young Miss Tianwu. But the spirit weapon in his hand is only a grade 4 spirit sword, and he'll surely suffer a loss. A grade 4 spirit sword is far inferior to the grade 3 spirit whip in young Miss Tianwu's hand. Most importantly, the grade 3 spirit whip in young Miss Tianwu's hand is a grade 3 spirit weapon that can amplify strength by 70%. The difference in spirit artifacts is too great. Su Li has no chance of winning this battle. The crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena practically didn't look favorably upon Su Li. However, Su Li's expression did not change in the face of the crowd's questioning. Su Li, I won't use a grade 3 spirit weapon to fight you. Feng Tianwu said to Su Li. Her words were magnanimous, and she was not inferior to a man. For a time, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar. Young Miss Tianwu is worthy of being the daughter of Lord Wu Dao. She's magnanimous and isn't willing to take advantage of Su Li in terms of spirit weapons. I'm more and more envious of that Duan Lingtian from the Darkstone Empire now. What ability does he possess to actually be able to marry such an outstanding woman like young Miss Tianwu? What ability do you think Duan Lingtian possesses to be able to marry her? Compared to him, what are you? The discussions in the surroundings of the cage battle arena had unknowingly moved on to Duan Lingtian. Many people were targeting Duan Lingtian, and there were also many people that felt injustice for Duan Lingtian. The latter mostly admired Duan Lingtian from the bottom of their hearts. Tianwu and this fellow Su Li are having a ranking battle, yet they're actually able to drag me into it. Duan Lingtian had a strange gaze, and he felt that he'd really been attacked while lying down. Who did I offend? There's no need. Su Li shook his head instead when he heard Feng Tianwu's frank words. Right when Feng Tianwu revealed a bewildered expression, a 3-foot-long blade that had flowing lights revolving around it had already appeared out of thin air in Su Li's hand. This isn't the spirit sword Su Li used earlier. In next to no time, someone noticed an inkling. Right at this moment, Origin energy appeared on Su Li's hand before fusing into the 3-foot-long blade in his hand. Instantly, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared in the sky. First, 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, followed by 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes, and another 4,000+ ancient mammoth silhouettes. An amplification of 68%. Grade 3 Spirit Sword. Su Li possesses a Grade 3 spirit weapon as well? My god. Is the gathering of Grade 3 spirit weapons today? Doesn't our Dark Han dynasty only possess a single Grade 3 spirit weapon? Moreover, that Grade 3 spirit weapon seems to be in the possession of the imperial family, right? Along with the appearance of a Grade 3 spirit sword in Su Li's hand, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar. If it was said that there was someone that didn't feel surprised, then it would be Duan Lingtian alone. He'd heard of the matter of Su Li and Long Yun possessing Grade 3 spirit weapons since long ago, so even when he saw Su Li withdraw a Grade 3 spirit sword with his own 2 eyes, he didn't feel anything. Brother Ling Tian, the Grade 3 spirit weapons in the possession of the 3 of them were refined by the Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind you? Duan Lingtian's composed expression entered into Xiong Ying's eyes in full detail, and Xiong Ying couldn't help but ask via voice transmission. His tone contained slight anxiousness mixed within. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he received Xiong Ying's voice transmission, and he only recovered from his shock after a short moment. He knew that Xiong Ying was thinking too much. Pavilion Master Xiong, you're thinking too much. Duan Lingtian replied truthfully. I'm thinking too much. Xiong Ying was first stunned, and then he asked a step further. Am I really thinking too much? No matter if it's the Feng clan's young Miss Qianwu or Su Li and Long Yun, these 2 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, all of them seem to be related to you, right? It's like this. Duan Lingtian didn't deny this. The 3 of them are more or less related to me. But amongst the Grade 3 spirit weapons in the possession of the 3 of them, only the one in Tianwu's possession was refined by the Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind me. Su Li and Long Yun's aren't related to the Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind me. Moreover, amongst these 2 people, I'm only friends with Su Li. Perhaps I can ask the Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind me to refine a Grade 3 spirit weapon for Su Li, yet it's impossible for him to help Long Yun. Duan Lingtian's words were spoken in a forthright manner. Xiong Ying didn't doubt this, but he still couldn't help but be shocked. Brother Ling Tian, that Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind you is truly an extraordinary figure. He's actually able to refine a Grade 3 spirit weapon that's capable of providing an amplification of 70% like the one in young Miss Qianwu's possession. It's all right. Duan Lingtian nodded. It was because he was thick-skinned, otherwise, he would have probably been unable to refrain from blushing from the praise since long ago. Another Grade 3 spirit weapon. On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, the corners of the emperor's mouth twitched, and his dignity vanished. Even if his status in the Dark Han dynasty was lofty, he couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. It's another member of the Darkstone Empire. The black-clothed old man couldn't help but gasp. The fortune of the members of the Darkstone Empire is indeed extraordinary. On the other hand, Bai Hao, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, spoke out, and his tone contained slight surprise mixed within. As for Zi Shong and Zi Yang, they didn't say anything. But the greed in the eyes of Bai He, who sat by Zi Yang's side, was even greater than when Long Yun withdrew the Grade 3 spirit saber. Another Grade 3 spirit weapon. Moreover, it's a Grade 3 spirit sword. He himself used a sword, and he'd comprehended sword concept as well. Compared to a Grade 3 spirit saber, he wanted a Grade 3 spirit sword even more. Su Li, right? Bai his eyes were filled with yearning. But in next to no time, a sentence entered into Bai his ears, and it was like a bucket of cold water had been poured onto Bai He. You better not even think about the Grade 3 spirit weapons in Long Yun and Su Li's possession. Bai He was able to discern that this was the voice transmission of his imperial father, the current emperor of the Dark Han dynasty. The emperor obviously noticed the greed that Bai his eyes revealed. Why? Bai He frowned when he heard this, and he replied with an unwilling expression. Me. The emperor grunted via voice transmission, and he spoke with slight disappointment. Why don't you think about it properly? Why would they possess grade 3 spirit weapons? Do you think it's like a pie that fell from the sky? Moreover, they're only members of a mere empire, yet they possess such strength. Do you think there wouldn't be an expert behind them? The emperor's words that were extremely reasonable caused Bai He to hesitate slightly. At this moment, besides utilizing the grade 3 spirit sword, Su Li had also directly revealed the 8th level sword concept he'd comprehended. After a short moment, Su Li chose to gain the initiative by making a move against Feng Qianwu first. Swish, 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 swish. Sword images swept out horizontally and vertically, and they were like shadows that followed the body as they swept towards Feng Qianwu. On the other hand, the grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Qianwu's hand shook, and it moved rhythmically around her graceful figure before once again forming a crimson-red barrier of light. This crimson-red barrier of light was like an enormous fireball that protected Feng Qianwu's entire body within it. Clang, 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 clang. The grade 3 spirit sword in Su Li's hand struck out over and over again, and specks of it descended onto the enormous fireball on the surface of Feng Qianwu's body. Every time the spirit sword descended, the enormous fireball would shrink slightly. Of course, if one looked at it with the naked eye, it would be extremely difficult to notice the changes in the fireball. Finally, under the gazes of everyone present, the fireball moved and moved to the distance. It was Feng Qianwu that realized she couldn't continue being passive, otherwise, it would practically be a situation where she would lose for sure. Even though a defensive martial skill was able to resolve an urgent situation, yet it was impossible to use it from the beginning until the end. What she wanted to do in this ranking battle wasn't to fight Su Li to a draw, but to defeat Su Li. Only in this way would she be able to occupy the 7th position in the dynasty martial competition this time. The 7th position was just as she'd said earlier. She was determined to obtain it. Swish, 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 swish. Finally, Feng Qianwu made a move. The grade 3 spirit whip in her hand flashed out, transforming into a dense expanse of whip images that tore through the sky and swept out directly towards Su Li. These whip images covered the heavens and the earth as they descended, and it was as if a rainstorm had descended. A rain of flowers that filled the sky. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.